Prologue 284L. Edmure POV. Waking up as a 10-years-old boy wasn't something that I thought would happen to me. At first I couldn't understand what was going on. Thinking it was just a dream was probably my defensive mechanism, but after weeks of living in another body, I had to acknowledge that if it was a dream, I wouldn't wake up anymore. Memories of the boy of 10 years old and memories of my past life were jumbled up in one massive mess. My head just hurt when I tried to force myself to remember anything. With weeks becoming months, I finally could have some rest. The new maester of our castle Wiman thought that I was sick. It wasn't that far away from the truth. Still, becoming a 10-year-old Edmure Tully was weird, to say at least. Just getting used to the body was weird. Robert's rebellion just ended. My sisters have left just a couple months ago. My father was busy with work, so most of the time I was left alone. Lonely, that is how I felt. My friends, my family were gone. I know soon I will start forgetting them, then forgetting who I was before. So when I stole a bundle of paper made of animal skin and pen with ink, I started to write, first the names of myself and my previous family. After writing about my past life, I started to write of the story of the Song of Ice and Fire, as much as I could remember. Main plot, characters who were the evilest, most trustworthy characters. The last list was short. Aside from my Stark family, there weren't many who I could trust. Maester Wiman, let me be. After all, I was just a lonely child. Now that my sisters have left, so nobody bats an eye when I closed in my room for weeks. A purpose, that, what I was looking for when doing nothing, brought me to my not so happy thoughts. I decided to have a goal that I could dedicate a lifetime for. Becoming a king of the 7 kingdoms might have been a great goal, but it seemed too much of work. I didn't have any royal blood, and even if I was a great king, there would be many families who would want to take me down. Making the Riverlands the greatest land of the 7 kingdoms, that is what I have decided. The Riverlands aren't even considered as a kingdom. It wouldn't be easy. First I need to learn more about the history of these lands, traditions, what kind of people lived in there, its strengths and weaknesses. So I made Maester Wiman a happy man when came to him and asked to teach me of everything that is Riverlands. The Riverlands doesn't have natural boundaries, because of it being the central position of the West Eos. Maester Wiman started his lecture. The Riverlands have been frequent battlegrounds for thousands of years. Even after Aegon's conquest, it didn't change much. But it has many rivers. Why don't the lords of the past build canals to surround their lands with rivers? I asked, thinking that maybe it was a good plan. It was considered, young lord, but it was too expensive. You need to understand that people living there are very diverse. Some are peaceful folk, some are battle-scarred men, and some are very devout. That brings to the lords that govern them. They are very different from each other too. He explains to me. And that difference makes most of them fight each other for petty reasons. If one lord decided to surround their lands with rivers, not only he would need to build just canal, but protect it for all the time it is built, as others lord would not let it to happen, that not speaking of other kingdoms. Still, I don't understand why not build forts around the existing rivers, blocking the passages to the lands. I asked again. Most lands are indeed surrounded by rivers, but there are many passages where the water is shallow. It is impossible to protect every passage. He again explains to me. And it falls to a previous reason, to whom those passages would belong. Many lords would want them, and it would give even more reason for them to fight each other. It seems that the first thing I need to do is somehow make other lords not fight each other. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Maybe I should just become a king in 15 years. It wouldn't be a hard thing to do. No, I can't give up just because it became complicated. Becoming a king might be easy, but holding that position would be almost impossible. What I must become is a great lord. No, a leader, someone who people would follow, someone who they would die for. I need to become that someone. Knowing what I must become, I started training. In my previous life I trained my body at most twice a year, and that was just a warm-up to the most. So putting my head into it, after the lectures of the maester, I went to a master-at-arms, Sir Desmond Grill. He wasn't a young man anymore, in his 40s, he is a stout man with a belly. After I demanded to be trained more vigorously than before, he just laughed at me and said that he would do it happily. The days become very tiresome, training my swordsmanship in the morning with Sir Desmond, in afternoon attending lectures of the Maester Wiman, then in evening training with a bow and spear. Sir Desmond said I was still too young to learn to joust, and that I should not think to become the second Barrister the Bold. While doing something, I put my mind off things that plagued me, but at the nights, I could not help but feel that I didn't belong, that it was a mistake by God's, who put me in this body. Was just a normal person, not good at anything, a man who in his lifetime hasn't fought anyone, who never had become a class president or a sports team captain. Why was I brought there? I ask this question every night. So weeks become months and months became years. The hardest thing that I had to learn was the speech of those people. I could not slip out a wrong word, otherwise I would be questioned about it. Words like a god would bring me to a septon, and I would have to pray to the seven for my heresy, as the word God describes Allah, also known as the Lord of Light. It is despised to be his worshipper in the West Eos, especially in the Riverlands. Numbers were even more annoying. I am not 12, but 2 and 10 years old. Like seriously, it was so annoying to think every time I have to talk, just that I would not slip a modern word. So the best thing I could think of was to talk less. People already started to call me the quiet fish. Lord of the Riverrun, the Lord Paramount of the Trident, my father, Host Tully, has gifted me a fine, young stallion horse at my name day. Another word I have to look out for, I named the horse Rain. Afterward, he told me that I was at the age where most boys become squires, and asked if I wanted to one too. Telling him that I would love to, but I wanted to see the sea and sail on boats too, and asking if I could go to the Sea Guard, becoming a squire to Lord Malister. After thinking for a few moments, he agreed. So there I am, at the most dangerous place that will be in a couple of years when Ironborn will attack it. It was a place that will start my legend, or it will be the place where it ends me. Only time will tell. But if I want to become a great lord, I need a great reputation, and what a better reputation I could get than that of the warrior that has fought in the Greyjoy Rebellion. It was the only chance for me to become something more, to become a respected man. It was the start of my journey. 289L. Edmure POV. At the Sea Guard, I have served as a squire to Lord Jason Malister for 3 years already. He has accepted me in his household with open arms. Lord Jason is an honorable and courteous man. Never have he raised his voice at me. He was a good teacher too, taught me how to joust, how to sail, and many other things. His son Patrick was a couple of years older than me, and way too different from his father. He isn't half as courteous or honorable as his father. He likes to drink and women. Well, he has talent at hawking, which he taught me. So he became my best friend. The hawks are such amazing birds. They are way too smart. Patrick has shown me how they can easily find his or her partner, how they can get back to their home, from anywhere in the world. It gives me ideas, so I have asked to be given a hawk too, but was refused, as I have to learn how to care for them first before I could get my own. As time went being here, I learned a lot and become quite loved by small folk, merchants, and highborn alike. My reputation as a studious and dedicated young man has spread a long way, but that wasn't enough. It was just a start. Soon the war will start. I wish I could warn Lord Jason of the coming attack, but I couldn't. I shouldn't know of it. I could say I had dreams about it, but Greenseers are considered heretics, and the most devout people would hate me for being one. Do you want to have some drinks with me at the tavern? One day Patrick asked me. I heard a new girl have come to serve, and she has the biggest tits in the 7 kingdoms. Yes, and most diseases in her cunt in the 7 kingdoms. I am not interested. I have the training to do, I answered him, as I always do. Come on, you're already 5 and 10, you should have more fun. So what if you miss a day of training? He replies to me. I am just 5 and 10, so what if I miss some fun? I reply. You and your clever words, you know that there are girls all around that would love to meet with the heir of the Riverrun. He tells me. Yes, and try to use me for something. I tell him back. Thinking that I am just some boy, they will tell me sweet words. Oh, and look, after a year I have a bastard. Now she will demand me to support him. I am not interested. Always thinking of the worst. Fine, be grumpy old man. I going before father finds about it. He says to me. I know, I will tell him that I have not seen you and don't know where you have gone. I tell him, before he could ask me to do so. It wasn't the first time he has done so. That why we are best friends. He laughs and leaves for the town. As Patrick left to have some fun, I went back to the courtyard to continue my training, with a few knights sparring with me and giving me pointers. I wasn't great at swordsmanship, but long hours spent training made me better than most. Still, I knew that a war was coming, so I have dedicated more time and effort to my training than ever before. Jason POV. Looking at the courtyard where Tully Boy was sparring with other knights brought me a smile. At first I thought it was just another ploy for Hoster to wiggle for more power, but even if it was, I am glad I had Ed Muir as my student. Teaching him was satisfying. He was a focused young man. I know he has some kind of goal he wants to accomplish, and that is very admirable. Most boys his age are aimless, without a purpose, just doing what they are told to do, being what others wish for them to be. But Ed Muir Tully wasn't such a boy. He has set his goal high. Whatever that goal is, it lets him focus fully on the things he must do. If only my own son was as half dedicated as he was, then I wouldn't have to worry so much. Damn him and his whoring and drinking. At least Ed Muir holds him down sometimes, otherwise, I would fear the worst. Taking a last look at the boy, I went back to my solar. The time seemed to be uncertain. The Greyjoys have been gathering forces, and I can only hope that they don't think of doing anything foolish. Well, if they decided to come to my lands, I would throw them back to the seas. Still, I will have to watch out for them in the coming years. It is time to think of Patrek too, of his future. He would not do it himself, but I only have one son, and if something would happen to me, I couldn't trust him to look after Seaguard. So much work I have to do, and I am not getting any younger. Maybe one of the daughters of Sir Kerril Vance would be fine for him. It was said that they are quite beautiful. Ed Muir POV. It was another day, just like any. Patrek boasting about the girls he has bedded and how much he had drunk. Lord Jason, lecturing him, of his lacking proper behavior, and then commenting how he could learn more from me, and Patrek just laughs at it, not taking it seriously. So when a bell rang 3 times from the booming tower, Lord Jason got tense, as everybody else who has heard it. It was the first time in 300 years that this bell has rang. To arms, to arms. Lord Jason yelled. Lord Jason, what it is? I ask, already knowing the answer. The Ironborn, go to your room, Ed Muir. He told me. But my lord, I am your squire, it wouldn't be honorable for me to leave you in the battle, I reply to him. You still too young, my boy. He says. I am already man-grown, my honor compels me to follow you to the battle, please my lord. I pleaded with him. Fine, you stubborn fool, but you won't leave my side, do you understand me? He agrees and asks. It is my duty to follow you, my lord, I answer him. Very well, get armed and meet me at the gates. He orders me. So I went to the armory and got my armor, my shield, and sword. I was sweating, as fear and anticipation fell on me. Having fastened my armor, settled my helm on my head, and readied my sword, I left for the gates. At the gates I saw Lord Jason with his winged helm, readying his horse, as the stable boy brought me rein and I sat of my stallion and rode next to Lord Jason. Be prepared, Ed Muir, I know that you're a skilled warrior, but this is a battlefield, everything could happen, don't get lost in the heat of battle. He tells me and then turns to others. Men. Those Ironborn fucks think they can just come here and do as they want. Let's show them how well our swords will cut them. Let's bring them back to the sea, where they came from. With his booming voice and words, the knights and soldiers readied their swords, and as the gates opened, we rode to the town with a fierce cry. In the town, some buildings were on fire. I could hear screams from houses. It didn't take long to meet our enemies. The Ironborn were on the foot, charging at us like some madmen. I followed Lord Jason, as we trampled the fools. Riding on my stallion, I cut someone's head in half as he wasn't wearing a helm to protect himself. It seemed that it was common for Ironborn to wear light armor at best. We were pushing them back to sea, as Lord Jason has said. I cut one after another, as adrenaline filled me. Going further and further into the lines of the Ironborn, I felt like there was nothing that could defeat me, well, until someone knocked me off my horse. What do we have there? A fish among the eagles, said the man who knocked me down as he swung his axe at me. Rolling to the side, I quickly stood up, but now I have lost my shield and sword. I knew I should have brought a second weapon. The man looked at me and smiled, running at me with his axe, swinging at me from above. I had to fall back to avoid it, but then he just kicks me at my guts. My plate armor with the symbol of my house didn't help me much there. As I fell to the ground again, he brought his axe at me, while holding me with his knee. Taking the axe shaft with my hands was the only thing I could do, to stop it in front of me. I will cut you like a fish you are. He taunts me as the axe blade closes to my neck. It could have been the end of me, if his head didn't fly off his shoulders. I just looked at the headless body with shock, as blood fell on me. Alright, Ed. Patrick comes to me and lifts me up. Father told me to look for you as you weren't near him. Fine, I think so. Chit, how is the battle going on? I asked and wiped the blood from my face. Father has killed the Greyjoy boy, who was leading the Ironborn, now they running back to the sea. He laughs and holds me up. Looking around, I could see only dead Ironborn, and the blood that was running everywhere. The smell of it all was too overbearing for me to take. So I took out my helm, and dropped to my knees. As I emptied my stomach, I was surprised to see that Patrick was fine as he holds my shoulders. Don't worry, the battle is won. I still remember the first time I fought some bandits with my father, a couple of years ago. You were still too young to come with us. He consoles me. Fine, we should go back to Lord Jason, I said after wiping the vomit off my mouth. If you say so. He agrees with me and we go back to others. When we come to Lord Jason and see that the Ironborn ships are burning, it dawns on me that the battle is truly over. It was a short battle. The fools have decided to rush at us while wearing lightly armored, or no armor at all. We just went through them like a hot knife through butter. There you are, Ed Muir, I told you not to separate from me. Lord Jason says to me. I'm sorry, my lord. That is the only thing I could say. Well, at least you are fine. He replies. Go get cleaned up and rested, we have a feast to prepare for. With those words, he pats on my shoulders, and I went on to my room. After having a bath and dressing in clean clothes, I went to a dining hall, where men were celebrating the victory. Patrick took me to his table and started to boast how he saved me, then told of my great struggle against an Ironborn. Deciding that it would be best to leave him to it and taking his offered drinks, in my defense, I wasn't thinking straight. So when at that point, I was too drunk to remember what happened next, wasn't my fault. The last thing I remember is that more and more men started to get drunk, the singing and dances followed soon. At this point, my memories left me. The next morning I woke up with a splitting headache, not realizing where I was. Looking around I found myself in my room, just that I was on the ground and Patrick was sleeping in my bed. Feeling the urge to vomit, I went for the pot. I never will get drunk again. After cleaning the mess up, I dressed in presentable clothes and went to have breakfast, as I felt how empty my stomach was at the moment. After having a light meal, as I could not eat much, if I wanted to keep it inside of me, I was summoned to Lord Jason's solar. Thinking how much he will reprimand me for failing to follow his orders, I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Only after hearing Lord Jason's invitation, did I step inside, seeing him standing by the window, looking at the town, beneath the castle. You have summoned me, my lord, I say. Yes, do you know why? He asked. Because of my failure to follow your orders yesterday, I answered and lowered my head. Nonsense, lad, I wasn't any better at your age, charging straight to the battle, without thinking for anything but my boiling blood. He tells me. No, indeed I was worried about you, but I knew you could protect yourself. Then why have you summoned me, my lord? I asked with relief. I thought I have disappointed him. The king is coming here, to go and beat the Ironborn at their islands. He says. I wanted to ask if you wanted to join him. I have disgraced myself, my lord, I tell him. I wish to redeem myself. I see, you always were a dedicated lad. He replies to me. I will speak to the king and ask for you to squire for Sir Barristan when they arrive. I don't understand, won't you come too? I asked confused. No, I have sustained an injury, it would be foolish of me to go fight another battle so soon. He answered me. Seaguard wasn't the only place attacked, it seems. The Lannister fleet was destroyed, so now lords have gathered with the king and are marching towards here. The rest will come from Lannisport. I see, what of the Ironborn fleet? I asked. It was destroyed by Lord Stannis Baratheon. He answers. I don't know the details. When are we expecting the king? It was my chance to prove to myself that my dream isn't just a dream. In next week. He told me. Now go, and get prepared. Yes, my lord, I replied and left the solar. Jason POV. Damn the lad, almost getting himself killed, and I had to knight my son for saving his life, who become too smug about it. Still, I can't blame him, he has done fine for himself riding through the Ironborn with nobody to stop him. Everybody was the same, as your blood starts to boil and you feel like nothing will bring you down, you don't look back, but only in front of you as the enemy stands in your way. The lad was already beat down about his actions, there wasn't any more reason to reprimand him. If only my own son would learn some humility, damn him, now he will become even more reckless, becoming a knight. With the king nearing, I have to prepare ships and supplies they would need, damn my shoulder, I have strained it fighting that arrogant Greyjoy. Once this war is done, I will need to rebuild my town, find a wife for my son that would keep him in check. Edmure's time here will come to the end, I know that he will earn a knighthood in the coming battles, and with it, he won't have a reason to stay. In the time he spended here, I come to look at him as my own son. Greyjoy Rebellion Part 2. Barristan POV 289L. 6 years, it was 6 years since the last war, since the last rebellion, and now a new rebellion has risen, a new war started. The last war ended with King's Landing sacked by Lannisters, and now a new started by Lannisport sacked by Greyjoys, oh the irony. The Lannisters were pissed, to say at least. I never liked them to begin with, so it didn't bother me much, even when the Queen demanded justice. The King decided to deliver the justice personally, there was no need for anyone to ask him, he was all too happy to march to another war. In the 6 years that Robert I Baratheon became the king, he never was happier than right now. In all my years as a Kingsguard, only Jaehaerys deserved the title of the king, but alas, he died too soon. Still, I served faithfully and will serve faithfully, as I had vowed. I only wish that Joffrey will be better than his father. His rule was lacking, to say at least. He didn't care for anything else but fighting, even horse didn't interest him these days. All he talks, on the way to the Seaguard, is about his plans to crush the Greyjoys, how he was going to defeat them. Finally reaching Seaguard, we were greeted by Lord Jason Mallister, his son Patrek, and a young man with auburn hair. After introducing him to me, I have found out that he was Edmure Tully, who was squiring at Seaguard. Our arrival was expected as a feast was already prepared. Lord Mallister has told them of the battle that happened here not long ago, the king has laughed at the Greyjoys' defeat. Sir Barristan, could I ask you for a favor? At the feast for the king, Lord Mallister said to me. It would depend, Lord Mallister, I replied to him. As you see, I was injured in the battle last week, so I won't be participating in the battles at the Iron Islands. He tells me, and indeed he has a hard time moving his arm. I understand, you want me to look out for your son, I say. No, he can be a reckless fool, but he will take care of himself. He denies my assumption. It is my squire Edmure, he wants to prove himself in the coming battles, you understand, he is at that age. Indeed, I was even younger when I rode to the tourney, to prove myself, I say, remembering the old days. Who doesn't know of the story of Sir Barristan the Bold? He agrees with me and laughs. Young Edmure is a good lad, but he's too headstrong, he will go to the Iron Islands with or without my permission, but if you could take him as your squire, it would lessen my worries. I understand, it wouldn't be hard for me to look out for him in the coming battles, I reply to him. Thank you, I will inform the king of my wishes. He says. I just wanted to ask you first before the king. The next morning, as we were preparing to board the ships, I met with the young Edmure, who politely introduced himself, and thanked me for the opportunity to fight on the Iron Islands. The king had decided to go to the Pike, where the Greyjoy throne was, and send me towards Old Wyk, where Drumhouse ruled. Not knowing if the king didn't trust me, to be by his side, or trusted me to take the Old Wyk, or if he at all thought about placement of his commanders. With young Edmure at my side, together with Patrek, the son of Lord Mallister, we sailed towards the Iron Islands. As we neared the Old Wyk, I checked up with my squire, who started to put his armor on. He didn't have full-plated armor, but instead wore boiled leather which was on top of the chained mail. He put metal gauntlets on each hand, a helm on his head, took a longsword, a dirk, and a shield. Patrek put more protective armor, with full-plate armor, and winged helm, carrying shield and longsword. Once we were done preparing, we landed at the shores of the Old Wyk. On the beach I already could see Ironborn, ready for us. Once the ships got close enough, we jumped out and went towards land, First we made a tight formation, to hold the Ironborn from breaking us, while we waited for others to have their footing on the ground. Edmure POV. As the battle began at the old WYK, I could see the Ironborn running at us. With the orders of Sabaristan we formed a shield wall, to hold them. They hit us hard and brutally. Holding my shield up, I could feel the axes and hammers hitting it. Stabbing with my longsword from the side of my shield, was the only option for me. If I let my shield down, even for a moment, I would be destroyed by their weapons. It took a little too much time for all our forces to be on the land than I wished. It only started and I felt like my arm, holding the shield, would fall off at any moment. This time, not running anywhere, I stood by Sabaristan, as he cut through the enemies like it was nothing. Blocking anyone who wanted to get him from the side of the back, was my job. Well, it was easier to stay there, than fight on my own. They retreating Sir Patrek, how he liked to be called, yelled. "Form up, don't chase them." Sabaristan ordered and stopped anyone who wanted to run after the Ironborn. Edmure, stay close to me and look out for ambushes, especially for arrows. I understand, Sabaristan, I replied, and fastened my shield. We climbed the hill, prepared for a rain of arrows to fall on us, but what we didn't anticipate were rolling rocks. To avoid the rocks we had to disperse ourselves, and that allowed the Ironborns to run down from the top on us. If they were more disciplined we would have lost, but as it stands we just fought them, one group, at the time. It seemed they were more interested in fighting us, than defeating us. Blocking an axe with my shield and then cutting, the owner of an axe, stomach open, I saw as another Ironborn ran towards me. I just sidestepped and tripped him. He rolled down the hill, never to be seen again. It might have seemed that the battle was even, but we already had started to form up and the Ironborn were in isolated groups. Hearing the whistle of the arrow, I lifted my shield above my head and felt an arrow striking it. With Sabaristan orders to push forward, we started to cut the Ironborn once again. Staying close to him, we climbed to the top of the hill, where we met another force of Ironborn. This time with better equipment and few horses, so this was the main force of Lord Drum. It was too bad they led us to get on top of the hill, otherwise, it would be a problem to face them. Sabaristan got to the front and asked Lord Drum to surrender. His answer was to charge at us. I held my shield again, waiting for an attack. The first to strike me was an old man, who yelled at me. As I blocked his attack, he didn't stop shouting at me, even when I stabbed him to the death. I give some credit to Ironborn, they are crazy bastards all right. The fighting was at the boiling point, we only need one last push to defeat them. Sabaristan seemed to be ready to order us to push forward. Before he could do so, I saw Patrek fall to the ground, and above him was Lord Drum. Without thinking I ran towards them, blocking the sword that was falling on Patrek. I managed to push Lord Drum back. "What do we have there?" another boy thinking of being a hero. He says at me and swings his sword at me. Blocking the sword, I released that it wasn't a normal sword, but made of Valyrian steel, as the sword cut through my shield. Managing to push him away before the sword could touch my arm, I dropped my shield and held my longsword with both hands. He came at me again. I knew that blocking him would be a mistake, so I stepped back to avoid the Valyrian sword. "What is it, boy? Didn't you come to face me?" he asks. Being quiet, I raise my sword and swing it across his shoulder. He blocks it, and as I was starting to step back again, he kicks at my leg. Falling to one knee, I see the red Valyrian sword descent on me. I managed to block it one time, but at the second swing my sword broke and I fall to the ground. Drawing my dirk, I managed to stab him in the foot, before rolling to the side and quickly standing up. He pulled my dirk out of his foot, and seeing me without a weapon rushes at me with anger in his eyes. Next time I bring 3 weapons, I think dodging his right swing by stepping backward. Seeing no way I did what I thought was the best. I went at him, hugged him, not letting him swing his damn red sword. "And what is this going to accomplish, boy?" he asks and hits my back with his sword hilt. Looking at his unprotected neck where the artery was, I did something that he didn't expect. I bit at his neck. Feeling my teeth sinking through the skin and into the meat, I heard him scream. Forcing my teeth inside him, I then ripped back. Feeling the taste of the blood in my mouth, I spit the meat and blood to the side and stepped back. Seeing him trying to hold his bleeding neck, with horror and pain in his eyes, only then do I realize what I have done. Quickly picking up the sword from the ground, I cut his head off. Looking at the battlefield that has quieted down, and the fighting stopping at the moment Lord Drum has died. Who else? Who else wants a piece of me? I yell, without thinking, and point the sword at the rest of the Ironborn. Their answer was to let go of their weapons and backing away. I looked at them, feeling the blood dripping from my mouth. Nobody cheered at our victory as everyone looked at me with horror. It was quiet until Patrek raised his sword and yelled, "The Redfish, the Redfish." Others started to yell with him. Only then did I lowered my sword, and felt my knees go weak. I would have fallen if not for Patrek supporting me. "It seems we are even now," he tells me with a smile and helps me clean my face of the blood. After the end of the battle, nobody dared to take the red Valyrian sword from me. Sabaristan secured the surrender of the remaining Ironborn lords and the old WYK were ours. Gulping down the ale that Patrek somehow managed to find, I washed the taste of blood in my mouth. Afterward, Sabaristan found us drinking. "What you did was foolish, young Edmure, you almost cost us our victory," he tells me. "Wait a moment, Sabaristan, he has won the battle, you have no right to criticize him," Patrek says, defending me. "It's all right, Patrek, Sabaristan is right, we were pushing them back when I decided to leave on my own," I tell him. "But you saved my life," he says. "And what if he had lost? What if he was taken as a hostage? It would have stopped our momentum and give chance for Ironborn to counter-attack us." He explains to us. "I am sorry, you are right, Sabaristan. I apologize. But I did was what right, I couldn't leave my friend to just die." "Good," he replies to me. I and Patrek look at him confused. "Knee." Understanding what he meant, I kneel in front of him, as he lays his sword at my shoulder. "Edmure Tully, do you swear before the eyes of gods and men to defend those who cannot defend themselves, to protect all women and children, to obey your captains, your liege lord, and your king, to fight bravely when needed and do such other tasks as are laid upon you, however hard or humble or dangerous they may be?" Sabaristan asks. "I swear," I reply with determination in my voice. "Then rise, Sir Edmure Tully of the House Tully," he tells me after laying his sword on my other shoulder. Why, I couldn't help but ask. "I saw you fight someone who was better than you. I saw you fighting for your friend's life, not glory or something like that, but for loyalty to your friend," he explains to me. "Nowadays most knights are made because of their prowess in battle, but a true knight should be brave and loyal. You showed me that, you fought as a true knight should." "Thank you, Sabaristan," I reply to him, being thankful for his words. After the cleaning up of the battlefield, we heard of other islands falling too, and Balon Greyjoy's surrender. We were relieved and bid to go home to celebrate our victory. "I hear that there will be a tourney at the Lannisport. Let's go, show off our new knight," Patrek says to me. "I want to go home, Patrek." I shook my head at him and reply, "Home, not to Seaguard, ah?" He asks with a sad voice. "It's been a long time I was gone. I want to see my father, check how he is doing," I explained to him, "but mostly I wanted to get away from there." "You're right, the tourney would be boring anyway, filled with blonde Lannisters everywhere," he tells me. "You know what? Let's organize our own tourney at the Riverrun, with ale and whores. It would be way better. My father would put us in the dungeons if he finds out, and yours probably send you to the wall," I reply to him with a laugh. "Bah, we just don't need to be found out," he says with a laugh. "How about we visit Dawn afterward?" I ask. "Dawn? Now you speak my language. I hear there are the most beautiful women. We could have so much fun." He agrees with my idea instantly. Road back home. 289 L. Edmure POV. Gotten back to Seaguard, we were welcomed as heroes. Patrek was boasting about his feats to everyone he met. I, on the other hand, was quieter, still thinking about what I have done. Looking at the red Valyrian sword, I thought how easily I had become an animal. I did what I had to survive, I told myself, but still, even now I felt the taste of blood in my mouth. Looking forward is what I must do. My plan has started, I can't turn back. This sword will remind me of it. Meeting Lord Jason, I explain how I wished to go back to Riverrun. He told me that he already knew I wouldn't stay here much longer. So after a week of rest and preparation, I and Patrek got our horses and left for Riverrun. Firstly we went to a Hagsmire and met with the landed knight House Nayland, who were all too happy to meet us, and let us rest in their home. After buying some supplies in the village, we left for Old Stones the very next day. The Old Stones is a ruined castle that once belonged to the House Mud, kings of the old. The only thing that was left of the old castle was its foundations overgrown with weeds. The roads were tricky to travel to say at least, so I and Patrek have decided to camp there for a night. Look of what has left to the legacy of the mud house, Patrek says, observing the ruins. It was said that this is a place where Tristifer IV Mud has beheaded the king of the mountain and vale, Roland II, I reply to him. Now only stories are left. Well, the Muds were defeated by Andals, and their castle fell to ruin over the centuries after, Patrek tells me, putting more wood into the campfire. It seems that it's the fate of all kings in the Riverlands, they fall and their castles fell to ruin, I reply, remembering of Harin the Black and Harrenhal. The following day we arrived at Ramsford, another small village. The roads have become better as we left the swamp of the Seven Streams. Looking at the small village, I could see children playing around without any worry, some looking at us with admiration, the older ones with caution. After staying a night here, we crossed the Blue Fork, on the bridge of the village. The bridge was old, with some stones missing, other stones lifted, it was hard to cross to the other side. Deciding to write it on my notes, that the bridge should be rebuilt, for merchants and others to travel more easily. As I wrote that, I saw an old man trying to cross the bridge with his cart and struggling. Going to him I told to tie it to my horse, so I could pull it over. After the old man thanked us, he told me that there was a bandit group south of Wendish Town, in Lord Blackwood lands. It so happens that our next stop was Wendish Town. After that I wanted to visit Raventree Hall. After a week of careful travel on the horses, we reached the town in the middle of the North and South Riverlands. Putting in my notes to invest in this town and make it more secure, so more travelers and merchants could take a rest there. With some luck, it could become a rich town filled with people. After taking few days of rest, getting supplies, and gathering more information about the bandit group, we continued our journey. The next stop is the Raventree Hall, the seat of the House Blackwood. We rode slowly and carefully, as two well-dressed men were quite a catch for bandits. Deciding it would be good to visit the old family in good faith, as they are one of the most powerful houses in the Riverlands. Being concerned about the mentioned bandits and why Blackwoods haven't taken care of them, was just a part of the reason I wanted to go there. Welcome, Sir Edmure, Sir Patrek, to my home. Greeted Lord Titos Blackwood us with his family of 7, his 5 sons were close to him, as we arrived to Raventree Hall. I have heard you were going to the Riverrun. I am happy that you decided to visit us. I always wanted to meet the house that once were kings, and take a look at the famous Raventree Hall, I replied to him, and after he introducing us to his 5 sons, we went to have some meal. I have heard that you were knighted by Sir Barristan himself after you defeated Lord Drum at the single combat. The eldest son of 9 named days of old, Bryndon, says to me. It is true, my friend here have saved my life and killed the lord of the old Wyk. Patrek tells him of the battle. You can hear more of the tales of the battle at the Iron Islands, after dinner. Now let our guest rest. Lord Titos tells his son. After dinner, we were shown to our rooms as it has gotten dark. I decided to go to the bed, and let Patrek tell the story of the battles we fought. The following morning Lord Titos wanted to have breakfast with me alone. So boy, why have you come to my house? Does Lord Hoster wants anything from us, grabbing more power for himself? He starts, in my travels I had to find out that some don't like my father, thinking him of scheming and grabbing power wherever he could. My father doesn't even know that I am here, I just wanted to sightsee the lands, that one day I will rule, I reply to him. I know not everyone likes my father, but you should show more respect to your liege lord. I apologize, it's just that I have bandit problem in my lands, and every time I chase them, they run to the damn Bracken's lands, and they refuse to deal with them. He tells me. I have sent for Lord Hoster to ask for permission to go to the Bracken lands, but was refused. I see, now you think that my father sides with Brackens, I say, understanding what plagues him. I have heard of them, now that I am here, I should help you take care of them. Good, the Brackens are brazen, but if it's you who leads my men, they could do nothing. Lord Titos agrees. Now tell me more of those bandits. I ask for more information. There are about 2 scores of them, all with horses and steel swords. He informs me. Isn't that a bit too much? How could a mere bandit group have that kind of equipment? I ask confused. I suspect it is those damn Brackens. They probably give it to them so they can wreak havoc in my lands. Lord Titos explains to me with anger in his voice. It could be. When have they appeared? I ask. Just after the war. They have come from nowhere, with steel swords and riding fine horses. He tells me. It could be some deserters from Westerlands, or maybe the Lannisters themselves have sent them. I say. Why would they send some bandits to my lands? He asks. For this I answer and show my Valyrian sword. It is known how much Lord Tywine wants a Valyrian sword, and it so happens that an owner of it is traveling alone through these lands. It wouldn't be hard for some bandits to take it from me. I have heard that you won the famed Red Rain from late Lord Drum, but could Lannister really try to take it from you? He asks, not convinced. Who knows, but if they do then Brackens are helping them. I answer. Well, it doesn't matter, we have to deal with them anyway. Very well, I already have 100 men and horses prepared. If you get rid of those bandits, I would be very grateful. He tells me. It is my duty to help my family's bannermen. I reply. The next day we prepared to leave, knowing that those bandits are hiding in the woods of east of here, between Blackwood and Bracken lands. It takes a full day to get there, so we left with the first light. It was already late evening when we got near the woods. With little questioning of the small villages and farmers, we now knew it for certain that the bandits were hiding here. Knowing it would be bad if we were attacked at night in the woods, we set our camp outside of it. They will either, seeing us, try to attack, or they will run back to Bracken lands, but what they don't know is that it is me who leading the Blackwood forces now. The night was peaceful. So in the morning we decided to go to the woods and look for any signs of them. It was as predicted. They have ran away, as traces indicated. We followed them, and seeing that they didn't even bother to cover over themselves, I knew they didn't expect to be followed. At the end of the other side of the woods, stood the camp, in a clearing, without hiding themselves. It seems that Brackens indeed didn't even bother them. Not wanting for anyone to escape, I sent a third of my forces to flank them from behind. As the evening came, I prepared for the attack on them. Shouldn't we wait until dark, before attacking them? Patrek asked me, curious about my decision. No, it is a perfect time. Most of them are busy eating and drinking. They are relaxed. At the night they would put sentries, and be prepared for a night raid. I answer him and then turn towards my men. Well men, you have probably gotten tired of them, wreaking havoc at your homelands, so how about you show what happens when you mess with rivermen? With my words we charged at them. It was as expected. They have not predicted our attack. Once they got their weapons ready it was too late. It was a massacre, running through them, cutting them easily. Only 10 men managed to escape, but I knew that men will be waiting for them. After the battle we round up the surviving bandits, and checked their inventory. I decided to give the horses and steel to the man of the Raventree Hall. The gold and silver are to be given to the villages that have suffered from these bandit attacks. There were few bandits left. After some questioning, I found out that they were indeed from the Westerlands and that Brackens left them alone as long as they don't cause any troubles in their lands. But it was their words and nothing else to indicate that Lannisters or Brackens were behind them. I ordered the men to take over the camp, and rest for the night before going back to Raventree Hall. The next morning as we were dismantling the camp, a score of horses were seen coming from east. Ordering the men to be prepared I went forward to see who was coming. As all the bandits were in my hands or dead, it couldn't be them. After the men got close, I saw a banner of the Red Horse, in the golden background. So Brackens have decided to come. You are trespassing the lands of the House Bracken, without the permission of Lord John O's Bracken. Explain yourselves. As they got close to us, one of them starts to talk. Surprisingly it wasn't anyone from the Bracken family, just some knight. House Bracken is my father's bannermen that were entrusted to keep peace on their lands. So explain yourselves, what were you doing knowing that there is a bandit camp here? I replied to him with my own question, not believing how rude the man was. And who are you, boy? Asked the man. Are you deaf? Didn't he already said that the House Bracken is his father's bannerman? Who do you think he is, if not the only son of Lord Hoster Tully, the heir of the Riverrun? Patrick answered in my stead. My apologizes, my lord, I didn't know. The man instantly lowers his voice to a more respectful tone. Answer my question, why those bandits were on the House Bracken lands, and not dealt with. I order the man. I wouldn't know, my lord, my apologizes. Again he apologizes. Fine, tell your lord that if there will a second bandit group in their lands and he doesn't deal with them, then maybe it is too hard for him to keep peace in his lands and the Tullys would be happy to take some lands from him, to lighten his burden. I tell him. Yes, my lord, I will pass your words to Lord Bracken. He replies to me and leaves with his men in a hurry. What a spineless man. Patrick comments. He expected to find Blackwoods, not me, so he thought he had the higher ground. I explained to him. But once he released it was me, he could only seek for forgiveness. After the fiasco, I bid the Blackwood men, to go back home, as I and Patrick went to Riverrun. My father needs to be informed of this folly. Back home. 290 L. Edmure POV. After traveling through Riverlands, I and Patrick reached the Riverrun. At the castle gates, we were welcomed by my father, Master at Arms, and Castle Maester. Welcome home, son. My father, Hoster Tully, welcomed me with a hug and after checking if I was fine, looked at Patrick. Father, this is Sir Patrick Mallister, a friend of mine. I introduced Patrick. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Tully. Patrick greets my father with a bow. A friend of my son, is a friend of the family. Come inside, you're probably tired and hungry from the journey. Father led us to the dining hall. After having a meal, and Patrick making friends with everybody, I asked father to speak with me in private. Father led me to his solar and took a seat behind his table. I sat in front of him. I heard many stories of your prowess in the Battle of the Old Wyk. He starts the conversation. Do you have any idea how worried I was, boy? I apologize for worrying you, father. I said. Mine apologizes. Ah, I can't even call you boy anymore, you have grown up already and became a knight. He sighs and says. The Redfish, people call you now. Come show me your new sword. It's Red Rain, I tell father and show the sword to him. A Valyrian sword, there are many houses who would do anything to get one. He says. About that, I think Lannisters already have. I say to him. The bandits in Blackwood lands were from Westerlands. It's that so, I thought to use them, to make some trouble for Brackens, if they haven't dealt with them. He replies to me. It seems, they have gotten more brazen than before. You understand what it means, Brackens have sided with Lannister, knowingly or not, I say. Yes, I understand, if it happened once, it would happen next and Lannisters will use any opportunity to get more power. He agrees with me. But I don't think it was Lannisters this time. Lord Tywine isn't that foolish to try and take the sword forcefully. Still, the Brackens have overreached with their actions, I tell him. I know that they are a powerful house and there's not much we can do to them, that's why we need to make our house more powerful than any other house in the Riverlands. Ah, you have grown up indeed. Our house might not be most powerful in the Riverlands, but we have most allies. He tells me. If you have any ideas how to improve our position, I will listen to you. Thank you, father. There is a town, Wendish Town. It is between Blue Fork and Red Fork. It is under House Dary. After the rebellion they have lost most of their power and lands. We could support them and make the town bigger and safer. I explain him of my plan. Having the town in the middle of Riverlands, we could make it an important outpost. You do know that House Dary fought against King Robert. They might still be loyalists to Targaryens. He replies with a shake of this head. So what if they are? If there comes a time when Targaryens have a chance to take the throne, why wouldn't we support them? I ask. You speaking of treason? He tells me. It has been 6 years, since the rebellion and what the Baratheons done for us. The Westerlanders can come to our lands, who will burn and pillage it. I reply to him. After 10 more years, how uncontrollable will they become? Think about it. What of it? The Baratheons rule the 7 kingdoms, not anyone else. He says. And for how long they will rule? Once Robert is dead, Tywine will try to swallow all of us and still be unsatisfied, I reply. Anyways, I don't mean to support Targaryens in any way, but we still could support Daenerys, and if Targaryens come to power once again, we will have ties with them. You're right, Lord Tywine will never be satisfied with what he has. Once the war starts, it will be our lands that burn, not anyone else's. My father agrees. Fine, I will start the plans for the Wendish town, at least I can watch the Dares more closely. Oh, and I found that the bridge at the Ramsford village is too old and needs to be repaired. We could garner more support from small folk if we help them out, as it seems that Freys won't bother. I inform him. Yes, it could work. If we show more support for the small folk than Freys, they will lose support from them. Father agrees with me. If that all, you should get some rest. Leave the rest to me. I might be old, but I am still Lord Paramount of the Trident. As you wish, Father, I reply to him. In the next days, I trained with Sir Desmond and Patrek and planned the future of the Riverlands with my father. With the winter gone, the North having exhausted their food supplies, we started to plan to sell our supplies to them, at the discounted price. The Wendish town expansion plan will start once the Dares agree to it. At the time our priority is to make some towns, to help us to entice more merchants into our lands, and at the same time make more outposts. Today I have decided that it will be the start of the second part of my plan, marriage. As there are no suitable partners in the Riverlands, I looked outside. First to come to mind is Ariane Martell, but knowing of Doran's plan it would be hard to convince him. There are Tyrells, but Margaery is still too young for me and Tyrells wouldn't want to marry her to me. As my father had already wed his daughters to Arryns and Starks, it would be too imposing to seek more marriages from those lands. Still, at worst there are House Free, who always will have daughters to marry, and if I played my cards well, I could take the twins for House Tully. Thinking of all the possibilities, I went to my father to ask for permission to go south. Dawn is part of my plan, knowing what the future will bring. Alliance with them will assure me of the safety of the Riverlands. After knocking on the doors of my father's solar and hearing him inviting me in, I went inside. Son, do you want something? My father asks. Yes, I want to go to Dawn with Patrek. If you don't have any plans for me, I inform him. What would you want to do there? He asks me. I thought that it would be good to form more ties with Martells, I answer him. I don't think Martells have a good opinion of us, but if you want to see more of the world, you should just say so. He agrees with a smile. Thank you, I will be leaving in the next few months, I tell him, and leave the solar. Deflecting Patrek's sword aside, I move forward and knock him to the ground. Sir Desmond moves to my side and swings his sword at my shoulder. Dodging the swing by bending down, I strike him at the chest, pushing him back. Good, it seems there's nothing I can teach you anymore. Sir Desmond tells me. Thank you, Sir Desmond. I thank him. You, Sir Patrek, need to keep distance while fighting. You only want to get close against spear wielders. Then Sir Desmond berates Patrek. I keep that in mind. He replies, not concerned in the slightest. I heard you be leaving again. Sir Desmond says to me. You should stay longer, it becomes quite quiet without you. Sorry, Sir Desmond, but I have places to be, I tell him. Ah, to be young again, I wish I could travel too, but at my age, it gets more troublesome than it's worth. Sir Desmond replies to me. Don't worry, sir, I keep him out of trouble, Patrek tells him. The only trouble I get will be the one you bring, I reply. I only bring good trouble, trouble with women, ha ha. Patrek laughs at his own joke. Don't worry, Sir Desmond, I get back in one piece. Instead of giving him more attention, I say to the Master-at-Arms. The last weeks in the Riverrun I spend in the library, with Maester Vimen by my side. Looking for any information about glass making. I remember that in my past life it was made from sand, soda ash, and limestone. The question is how to make soda ash. It was hound naturally if I remember correctly, and somehow made from salt and limestone. After days of looking through the books, we found that there might be some mines with a white substance, which could be soda ash, in the north. Writing a letter to my good brother, Eddard Stark, to look for it, and if found I would buy it. The clear glass will become an income for the Tullys and a bargaining chip for Martells. Maester Vimen has promised to look it more and write to Citadel for more information. So, you're leaving soon? My father says. Yes, I go to Maidenpool and from there I catch a ship to Planky Town, I reply to him. Good, Maester Vimen has told me about your research in glass making. He tells me. Do you truly think you can make it? The components are known, I just need to find a way to combine them, I answer him. If you are successful, it would bring us leverage against other houses. He says with a nod. We will need sand, the most, and I think we shouldn't make it ourselves, I inform him. Why is that? He asks. The city MYR won't like it, they are the ones who export most of the glass in the world. If we take it from them, they will become trouble for us, I answer. I am thinking of providing the substance for Martels, so they could make it. How long it will take for them to find out what substances are needed? He asks. It doesn't matter, for now, it seems only North can provide it and we're the only ones who can get it, I answer. I don't like it, but I will trust you on this. He tells me. Thank you, Father, I reply. I have prepared a score of men for you. He informs me. Be careful, there are many men who would want to harm you. I reply to him. Host a POV. Looking at my son's retreating back, I could only think how much he had grown up. Soon he will have to take over the Riverrun with all the duties that follow. I can feel myself getting weaker every day, but now knowing that I can leave my home to my son, puts me at ease. Bryndon should have come back and seen Edmure, but he refuses to leave Vale. At least Kat is doing fine, already having 3 children of her own. Our family will only prosper with time. If only Lysa could bear an heir to the Vale, then we would be secured from 2 sides and only have to worry about Lannisters and Tyrells. Still, there are bigger houses in the Riverlands that worry me. I can only trust Blackwoods. Freys are aiming for my seat and Brackens are scheming something too. I need to watch them before they get me unprepared. My lord, was it truly wise not informing young Edmure of your condition? Maester Vimen asks me. I still have some years in me, I tell him. Him knowing about it wouldn't achieve anything. Still, my lord, he has the right to know, Vimen says. I tell him when the time comes to tell him, I reply to him. Leave me, I have work to do. If Edmure's plan succeeds, it will bring the needed income for the other projects. Once Lannisters find about it, they will try to hinder us even more than ever before. I have to strengthen the borders between us and look out for any bandit groups that will emerge. Journey to Dawn. 290L. Edmure POV. Our first stop was at the Inn of the Kneeling Man. It was always full of travelers and merchants alike. Our group was the biggest one among them, so it wasn't a surprise when we garnered much attention. Ordering for ale and meat for us, we found a place to sit. Patrek was already flirting with a waitress. Before we reached Ruby Ford, I called the matron to prepare the supplies we will need. We only could resupply at Dares after leaving. Well, if it isn't the Redfish. One of the man, from Twins, says in a loud voice. I hear you have eaten Lord Drum alive. It seems that you have taken some of the northern traditions. If you believe that, I would advise you to be more careful at night, I reply to the man. I might get hungry, and you look quite tasty. He shuts up as laughter fills the inn. Some men even toast towards me. It seems that people indeed don't like Freys. With a lively atmosphere, I let my guards relax and have some drinks. As the sun sets, I order them to go to bed, as we will be leaving with the first light tomorrow. Patrek was already gone with the waitress. It seems he will have to ride while being tired. Time was crucial to me. Even knowing nothing significant would happen in the coming years, it always felt that there is not enough time for me. I need to prepare for the future, and I don't know what changes I will make. I couldn't just do nothing if I wanted to secure my future. Even if it brings many changes, I could only hope that all will be for good. The following morning, Patrek barely keeping himself straight on his horse as we left the Inn of the Kneeling Man. With supplies prepared, we rode for Ruby Ford. It would take a couple of days to reach it. On the way, we met many travelers from all around West Eos. As the Riverlands were in its center, it wasn't that surprising. Still, it gave me an idea of what the Riverlands can become. Making it a central hub for the merchants would bring many benefits. Merchants could convey information about others' lords and their lands. Making my own merchant guild, I could make a spy network. It seems that I have many things to think about on my way to Dawn. With ideas coming to my head as I see more of the world. Already I have started to formulate a new plan. If I can get some agreement from Doran Martell, gold won't be an issue. I just need to begin to research new inventions. We already have water wheel, we could make more of them, and use them for forging and other things. What are you thinking about now, Ed? Patrick asks, getting close to me. Nothing, just thinking what I must do once we return back home, I reply to him. What there to think about, just get laid, you are thinking and worrying all the time. He says to me. You are younger than me but look older than my father. I am an heir of the Riverrun. I am to be the Lord Paramount of the Trident after my father, I tell him. I must always be thinking of the future of our lands and our house. You are to be. It is still a long time before you take the duties of your father. For now, you should relax more. He replies to me. Maybe he is right. I have been thinking too much of the late. I should relax, gather my thoughts, and list what I can do and can't. At Dare's castle, we weren't welcomed very warmly. The house of Dare was hit badly by loyalists. The current lord had lost his 3 older brothers in the Robert Rebellion. After that, his lands were confiscated. The only house, not talking about Targaryens, who lost just as much, were Conningtons of Griffin's Roost. The Martells, the Tyrells, were left unscathed, while smaller houses took the punishment. It wasn't fair, but life isn't fair. At the time, there was no point in fighting other influential houses. But someone had to take responsibility for their choices. Lord Raymond Dare let us camp near his castle and only let Patrick and me inside. He acted respectfully, but you could see he wanted us to leave. After having a meal, I asked for him to have a talk. He reluctantly agreed. I got the letter from your father. He begins the conversation. I don't know what games you're playing, but I am not interested. We don't play any games, I reply, trying to ensure him that there is no foul play going on. We just thinking of the future of the Riverlands. Wendish Town belongs to us only in the name, they pay their taxes, but that is all the power I have over the town. He informs me. It is in a central position of the other side of the Red Fork. We should invest in it more, making it more secure, cleaning roads towards it, would bring more merchants and more travelers. I try to explain to him. As it is now, it is an easy target for the Lannister to take. Why would Lannister want it? He asked with piqued curiosity. After all, he hated Lannister more than the king. Why they wouldn't? Do you think we will keep this peace for long? King Robert's position right now is good, but for how long will it last? I asked. Once he dies, it will be Lannisters who rule. The Queen is still calling herself a Lannister, for God's sake, how much obvious you need to be. So you saying there might be a conflict against them? He says to me. It is only the question of when, I reply to him, with a severe voice. I know your hatred for them. I suspect there might be a civil war against Lannisters and Baratheons, and the Riverlands will be in the middle of it. As it always has. He agrees with me. Your words have some truth in them. I will support you in this venture. It's my town, after all, it will be me who benefits the most. I just want to secure the western part of my family lands, I inform him. After our talk with Lord Raymond, he became more pleasant around us. The next day we hit the road again. I didn't want to stay here for long. Who knows who is spying on us? There was no reason to let anyone know that we had become closer to Daenerys. Now it was a straight road to Maidenpool, with only a few villages between us. It will take us about 4 days to arrive. On the way, we found a fishing village to take some rest. People here seemed not too disturbed by our arrival. Hello, good man, could I ask if there is an inn we could rest for the night? I asked an elderly man. Here is, on the other side of the village, my lord. He answers me. It is the biggest building, hard to miss. Thank you for your time, I tell him, and ride further down. It seems this village has never met any bandits or the horrors of the war, Patrick says, observing the small folk. They didn't even bat an eye at us. We could have been bandits or some sellsword company. It is a nice place indeed, I reply to him. I only hope it stays like it. After finding a small inn, we rested for the night, asking people what they thought about their lords or of the war. I learned that most of them aren't really concerned about those things. Only a few older men knew who their lord even was. We soon reached Maidenpool, deciding to visit Moutongs. I heard that Lord William Mouton was cowardly and timid. So when I met him and saw his pale skin with a soft face, I understood that he doesn't leave his home very often. As House Mouton are seated at Maidenpool and have access to the Bay of Crabs, they are pretty rich. Richer than my own house, but I have nothing to worry about with such a lord as the head of the house. Lord William spoke softly and respectfully to me but kept his distance. His son was quite a lad, coming to me and asking for stories of how I become the Redfish. He seems to be aspiring to become a great knight one day. Not wanting to stay here much longer, I have found a ship that will bring us to a Planky town. After the Ironborn threat was dealt with, more ships were going to western shores than usual. Captain Jack talked about how much more he can earn trading with western kingdoms. He can travel to the north without being disturbed anymore. It seems people can make quite a bit by selling their merchandise in the north. Thinking that if by sea merchants like to travel north, there will be ones on the land who want to do so too. That means the twins will be earning some coins by charging them. I need to think of how to weaken the phrase. Having clear weather and a competent crew, our journey won't take long. Stopping on other harbors only to resupply and check for customers. It seemed that in no time had we reached Stepstones, we slowed down our pace as pirates are roaming even in most peaceful times. At Evenhall, we heard rumors of a new pirate sailing through these seas in a silent ship. I thought of Euron Greyjoy, hoping to not meet him any time soon or never. It seemed that my luck has not run out, as we met nobody and our voyage was peaceful till we reached Planky Town. At the Planky Town, I let the men rest for a day, as it won't take long to reach the seat of Martells. Some were grateful as it was their first time sailing, and getting seasick wasn't a good experience. While others were resting, I employed Paytrek to go to brothels and have some fun, but at the same time found more information. I went to the tavern, sitting in a quiet corner. I listened to people talk. It seems that Prince Oberyn had come back to Dorne. I don't know much of him. I hope he won't be a problem for me, as his hatred for Lannisters is well known. He probably hates everyone loyal to King Robert too. Prince Doran wants to bring down Baratheons and everyone loyal to them down too. The difference is that Prince Doran won't do anything if it will endanger his family and people. That is something I can respect. In our own way, we are similar to each other. We do anything to ensure the future of our house, but I am not that patient, and I know what is waiting for us in the future. Thinking of those things, I see someone sit at my table. Looking at the man with long black hair and olive skin. He was tall and moved gracefully but had a dangerous atmosphere around him. Did you really thought you can come to Dorne without us knowing about it? The man tells me. I didn't know that I need a permit to travel to Dorne, I replied to him. And as Prince Doran refused to answer my letters, I decided to visit him personally. You're not welcomed there, as any dog of the king. He tells me. Take your friend and leave. Well, I heard many things about you, Prince Oberyn, but I never thought you are so rude, I say to him. It doesn't matter if I am welcomed or not. I won't leave until I met with Prince Doran. My brother is a busy man. He has no time for your kind. He replies to me. And I thought I would inform him that this plan won't work, I tell him. What do you know? He asks me. I would be careful of what you speak. If you want to kill me, please be my guest, even if the king himself doesn't show up for justice, my good brothers will, I tell him, trying not to show any fear. I don't think your brother wants a war with Riverlands, Vale, and North. You know nothing of what my brother wants. He says to me. Don't I? I ask with a light smile. Then I am mistaken about him wanting to marry his daughter to the last dragon. He falters a little bit there, still keeping his cool. I might have dug my grave, but at least I got his attention. Prince Oberyn is unpredictable, but I don't think he would do anything stupid. It seems you are quite brave for a fish. He said to me and seemed to relax. I want to meet Prince Doran, I tell him. We are not friends, but we have a common enemy. My brother will be awaiting you at the water garden. You will come alone. He tells me and leaves. It was a terrifying experience, to say at least, but it seems it worked out fine. I have to think of what I am going to say to Prince Doran carefully. I wouldn't want to make him see me as an enemy. The talks. Edmure POV. After Prince Oberyn left, the first thing I did was check on Patrick to see if he is okay. I found him in the brothel with a woman in the bed. He looked at me, surprised when I ordered the woman to leave. "What are you doing?" Patrick asked, confused. "Change of the plan," I replied to him. "I want you to gather all the men. I am leaving alone to water gardens." "What? It's way too dangerous to go by yourself," he said to me. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to me," I reassured him. "If someone wants to cause trouble, I will remind them why I am called the Redfish. I will be waiting a day for you." He didn't look reassured at all. "If I hear nothing of you, we will storm Water Garden." "You won't have to do so, but prepare horses. We might need to run for our lives," I ordered him and left to meet with Prince Doran. Once I arrived at Water Garden, it was already dark. I was met with Prince Oberyn and his squire Demon. Both didn't look at me favorably. I could see distrust and a hint of hatred in their eyes. I understood Oberyn's look, but I don't remember much about Demon from the books to understand him. "My brother is waiting for you," Prince Oberyn tells me. He stopped me as I was going inside, pointing at my sword and telling me to disarm myself first. After thinking for a few moments, I decided to do as he said and give my sword to him. He passed it to his squire. "I would like for you to remember what happened to the last owner of this sword," I say to Demon. "I still haven't eaten dinner today." He didn't look scared, but I could see him flinch at my creepy smile. Together with Oberyn, we entered the Water Garden. Awaiting us was Prince Doran and his guard Ario Hotter. Nobody else was inside. "You came, Sir Edmure," Prince Doran says to me. "Prince Doran, I hope you know why I have come here," I ask for his confirmation. "You wanted to ask for my daughter's hand," he tells me. "But it seems it's not the only reason." "No, it isn't. I want for our families to form an alliance," I reply to him. "And why would we do that?" he asks before Oberyn could say something. From his look, I don't think it was anything good. "I know what you want," I answer. "And what that would be?" he asks again, prying at me. "Vengeance and power," I answer him. "I can give you vengeance." "And what you want in return?" he asked in a calm voice. It felt like he was leading this conversation. "For you to let go your power," search I answer him. "Is that what you want, boy, power for yourself?" Prince Oberyn asks. "To me, power is just an illusion that we hide behind, thinking it could protect us from swords and arrows," I tell him. "What I seek isn't power, but a better future, where my lands don't burn, where I don't need to sacrifice few to save many." "I see. That's why you are concerned with my plans with the last dragon," Prince Doran says. "Prince Viserys was more of his father than of his brother," I tell him. "I won't let you bring another Mad King to the Iron Throne. You think of yourself too much, calling yourself the Redfish. Do you think we are afraid of you?" Prince Oberyn asks me. "Blue," I respond to him. "What?" he asks, confused. "I like the color blue," I tell him with a calm voice. "The color of sky and seas, this color to me means freedom, that's why I like it." "What does it have to do with anything?" he asks with a confused voice. "Red is the color of blood, of sunset. To me, it means the end, finality," I explain to him. "That what you will bring for your ambitions, for your vengeance and power seeking. Viserys is still young. He can be taught." Prince Doran tells me. "Do you even know where he is?" I ask. "From what I know, after the death of Sir Willem D'Ari, he has gone missing. He will be found." Prince Oberyn reveals that indeed they don't know where he is. "Even if you find him, it would be far too late," I tell him. "He will hold a grudge against all of the houses for his suffering. He will do everything to destroy us. I can't let him do it." "What are you going to do?" "Tell your king," Prince Oberyn says with a sneer. "It would be only my word, nothing I can prove," I reply to him. "You can't have both vengeance and power. That isn't how the world works. In this game, we can only win. Anything else isn't an option for us." Prince Doran says. "There isn't a middle ground. You go all out or don't even start to the game. This isn't a game. It is a war, I reply to him. And in the war, there are no winners. It doesn't. Prince Doran asks. It is. This war of ours will not have any winners. It will bring only destruction and hatred to all of us. I answer him. Even if you win, what then? How many will have to lose their families? So what if it brings destruction? Nobody cared for Elia and her children, Prince Oberyn says, while Prince Doran motions for Oberyn to calm down. You telling us that you give us vengeance for my niece's hand? Yes, for an alliance. I am not your enemy, and Lannisters aren't my friends, I answer him. Your words are convincing. I don't know how you figured out my plan. You probably won't tell me. He tells me. I listened to your words. Let me think about it. We continue our conversation another day. Very well, I will be waiting for your decision, I reply to him and leave him with his brother and silent guard. Oberyn POV. Are you going to accept his offer, brother? I ask my brother once the brat left. His offer has merit. He answered me. How could you even think about an alliance with him? He just another dog of Robert's. I ask with anger rising inside. Is he? He was a boy of 9 name days when the war ended. He answered me with a calm voice. Don't make unnecessary enemies. He has nothing to do with Elia's death. He might not, but his father has sold his daughters to the dogs responsible, I tell him. And he made a good choice. We can use Tully's former alliances. He explains to me. It is a good marriage proposal. You can't be serious. You are considering selling Arianne to that trout. I couldn't believe him. Some might say he is a shark, don't underestimate him. He figured our plan, that shows he isn't a fool, Doran tells me. And what I planned to do with Prince Viserys wasn't that much different, and we know he won't let it happen. He is someone I don't want to make an enemy of. You afraid of him? I asked, not understanding my brother anymore. In a way, yes. He confesses. But I hold more respect to him. We're similar in a way. Both of us want what is best for our people. I can't believe you considering this, I tell, with more and more anger rising inside me. I listened when you told me to wait, but now you're telling me that my waiting was pointless. Calm yourself and think. He raises his voice at me. You get your chance at the Lannisters, I promise you that, but I am Prince of the Dawn, I must think what it is best for my people. Fine, do as you wish, I tell him before leaving. My anger burning inside me, I knew that I am impulsive and my feelings are clouding me. Edmure is innocent for the crimes of Lannisters, but I couldn't just let my anger and hatred go. Edmure POV. When I come back, it was already early morning. Patrek and others were waiting for me. Seeing that I was fine, they relaxed. I bid them have some rest. Once everyone left for their rooms, it was only me and Patrek who went. So, how did it go? He asked me. It was better than expected, I answered him. I will get another meeting with Prince Doran soon enough. Good, it seems I can have some fun in the meanwhile. He says. All you think is how to get more fun, I tell him jokingly. Fun is the most important thing in this world. You should try it sometimes. He replies with a laugh. Yes, yes, go have some fun while you can, I tell him. I wouldn't want to leave you in here all alone after I leave. Well, then see you in the morning. And he's gone. The next day an envoy came to me, telling me that my companions and I are invited to stay at Old Palace in Sunspear. We decided to accept this offer. So there we are at the seat of House Martell. We were welcomed by both princes and their children. At the dining hall, I was seated next to Arianne. It seemed that Prince Doran has made a decision. Princess Arianne was taking curious glances at me for few moments at a time. Probably knowing why I was here, she was studying me. You know, if you want to ask something of me, you should do it, I tell her. She wasn't embarrassed in the slightest for being caught looking at me. Father said, I will have to marry you. She says, not betraying any emotion. You don't seem too happy about it, I reply. I don't know what to feel. I heard you are a fierce warrior, but you don't look like one. She tells me. Well, Sorry to disappoint you, I say to her, and she just giggles. Your smile is beautiful. You should always wear it. Wouldn't it be too tiresome? She asks. It might be, but soon you realize that we must do a lot of tiresome things to achieve what we want, I explain to her. A smile is a powerful weapon. It can disturb your enemies and reassure your friends. I keep that in mind. She replies to me with a smile. I have spent the rest of dinner talking with her. After having a meal with Martels, I was invited to Doran's solar for further discussion. I was greeted by the silent guard at the door, who took a good look at me and then let me through the door. Inside I met with Prince Doran and his brother Oberyn. Prince Oberyn looked unsatisfied but kept a calm look. He looked at me with eyes full of hidden anger. It looked like a viper was waiting to strike me at any moment. Take a seat, Sir Edmure, Prince Doran tells me. It seems you have come to a decision, I say after taking a seat in front of him. Yes, I have. I want to discuss the terms of our alliance. He tells me. Very well, but first I have a gift for you, to celebrate our new friendship, I say, and take out a parchment and give it to him. What is it? He asks after taking a look at it. Is the glass-making method, I answer him. If it works, it would be quite a valuable gift. He says to me, surprised. Only the best for family, as the saying goes, I reply to him. And it just happens that there is one component that only was found in the north. I see. You get to sell us the resources we will need, Prince Doran says to me. It is fine with me. We both will get some profit. I will stay in Dawn for some time. We can discuss it more, I tell him. And so, another part of the plan has been accomplished. Tony at Highgarden. Edmure POV. In the coming weeks, I have spent in the Sunspear. Prince Doran and I have agreed that I will marry Princess Ariane, as she turns 7 and 10, and become her prince consort in 3 years. To avoid any problems with the inheritance, it was decided that our first son will inherit Riverrun from me, and the first daughter or the second son will be heir to Dawn and take the name of Nymerus Martell. Prince Oberyn still didn't like me much, but he wasn't as hostile as before. I made friends with his daughters, even if at first they wanted to just spy on me. Not taking it as an offense, I trained with Oberyn and Nymeria, talking about medicine and poison with Tyen. Soon we become close to Oberyn's displeasure. Can I ask for a favor, Tyen? I ask her after thinking about it for the past week. Sure, what would you like for me to do? She replies. I want a poison that would kill an old man in some time. I explained what I wanted. Could you make it? I don't know how old the person would be. She asked. Over 60, I tell her. Well, I could create something that would make him sick or weak. She says. Over a couple of days, the person would die. It would be similar to the tears of the lies. Good, I would like to have it before I leave, if it isn't too much for you, I tell her. It's no problem. I should be able to make it in a week. She replies to me. Good, I will be in your debt. With those words, I left to find Paytrek. Paytrek was genuinely enjoying the hospitality of the Martells, visiting the most expensive brothels and drinking the best wine. But it has to come to an end. After hearing about the tourney at Highgarden, I decided to participate. So in a couple of weeks, we will be leaving. On the one hand, Paytrek wanted to go to the tourney and have some fun. On the other hand, he didn't want to leave his comfortable lifestyle. Well, I didn't give him a choice. He was going with me, even if he didn't want to. Get up. I throw him out of his bed and say. Just a little more time. He pleads with me. Get up now, you lazy pig, I order him. You have gotten fat and weak. It is time for some training. Otherwise, you will embarrass the Riverlands in the tourney. Getting up, getting up. He stands up as I was about to pour some water on him. Good, I will be waiting for you at the courtyard, I tell him, and leave him to prepare. At the courtyard, I expected to meet with Oberyn or Nymeria. Still, it was Prince Oberyn who was waiting for me. Looking at him, I see that he has a spear with a blunt tip in his hands. Knowing he wanted to have a spar with me, probably to beat me up for some reason. I took a dull sword and a wooden shield and stood before him. Without any words, we walked to an arena. I understand that you don't trust me, but I have to ask you, why do you hate me so much? I asked him. Why would you think that I hate you? He asked back sarcastically. Maybe you stare at me with eyes full of passion, I tell him. It is hard to know with you. His reply was thrust of his spear at my head. I batted it with my shield and swung my sword at him from above. He just stepped back, making distance from me. The only way I knew how to fight a spear wielder was by getting close to him. So I went at him, taking a hit with my shield and thrusting my sword at his chest. You good, I give you that. Prince Oberyn says to me. But you need be faster if you want to defeat me. With those words, in quick sequence, he took a step back, spun the spear over my legs, and as I was falling, he stepped close to me. Dancing on my chest and pointing his spear at my neck, I had no chance to even react. Well then, I will need to become faster, I tell him with a surprised voice. You will if uncle would let you go. Princess Arianne says, showing herself from out of nowhere. It was just a spar, my dear niece. There is no need to look at me like that. He explains to her. Don't worry, princess, he didn't hurt me much, I tell her too, as Prince Oberyn takes his foot of me. Father has asked for you, uncle. She tells us. Then I should go. He replies and leaves. I am sorry about my uncle. Princess apologizes to me. Don't worry, I understand why he doesn't like me, I reply to her. Still, it isn't how a Prince of the Dawn should be acting in front of the guest. She says with a frustrated voice. It's easier to hate, I explain to her. It helps put the pain away, even if it's just for a moment. You look weird when you start talking like an old man. She giggles at me. It's hard to understand her sometimes. She is at the age when she knows how to use her charm but is still an innocent girl. Princess Arianne doesn't dress like most Dornish women. She likes to wear long dresses, with jewelry everywhere she can fit. Showing her elegant charm, but at the same time demonstrating her house's power and wealth. He does look weird, Patrick says, deciding to finally show up. Sometimes it feels like he has already lived a lifetime. A lifetime, thinking about my previous life, I don't see how I could have learned anything from it. Being just a young man, without any talents or interest at anything. A boy who followed what his parents and teachers told him because he knew no better. Because it was easier to do what others wanted him to do than thinking for himself. No, only in death did I learn what is essential in one's life, at least what is crucial in my life. A purpose, a goal that you can dedicate yourself to, it could be anything. I didn't have it in my past life. I didn't want anything, but it's different now. Even if I fail, I still leave something behind. Don't get smart with me, Patrick, I reply to him. You still have to beat me at least one time before I let you go. Looking at his aghast face, I knew he didn't like his chances. He isn't bad but just too lazy to improve himself. After a couple of weeks of training, we left for Highgarden. It was a mistake to travel on the horse. The heat was just unbearable, at least at Sunspear, you get a nice breeze from the sea, but inside the desert, all you get is hot sun and sandstorms. What? A little fish can't take a bit of heat. Prince Oberyn comments on me as I wipe sweat from my eyes. The only thing I hated more than the heat was Prince Oberyn. He enjoys finding any faults in me and making fun of me. As we were going in the same direction, it was decided that we should go together. Prince Oberyn knows the lands better, they said, he will guide you, they said. Being naive, I listened to them, not thinking of how irritating he can be. Do you want water, Ed? Patrick asks with a smile. It should be hard for you out of the water. Damn both of them, I could manage Patrick when he was alone, but now becoming friends with Oberyn, I starting to think about how to kill him. Our destination was Skiriach, the House Fowler seat. After it, we would go through Prince's Pass to reach the Reach, no pun intended. Ha ha, how funny, I reply to them. Only a couple more days till we reach the seat of Fowler and pass Prince's Pass, then the heat would be bearable at least. We were met with Lord Franklin Fowler and his two twin daughters at the Skiriach Castle gate. After introducing themselves to us, we were led to the dining hall. Patrick and I were seated next to the twins having a small meal, while Prince Oberyn was next to Lord Franklin. I knew that Prince Oberyn had his own goals by traveling to the Reach. Even while the twins tried to distract us, I still glanced at Prince Oberyn as he talked to Lord Franklin. After dinner, the twins suggested giving us a tour around the castle. Patrick agreed instantly. I, too, decided, even if I knew they had some ulterior motives. Keeping an eye on them and not leaving Patrick alone, what all I could do. They tried to seduce us, for what purpose, I don't know, but I didn't let it happen. Keeping Patrick in his room, so he didn't do anything stupid. Lord Franklin probably wanted one of his daughters to become the Lady of Seaguard. The following morning, we left at my insistence, as I didn't know what Prince Oberyn and Lord Franklin were planning. I didn't want to give them any chance to succeed, so I decided to leave as fast as possible. I might have been a little paranoid at the Skiriach, but I definitely felt something was wrong. Maybe I should have tried to find out more information before leaving. But what is done, no need to overthink about it. Highgarden was just past White Grove, so we were close enough, the heat become bearable. From scorching sun to lovely sunny days. Only stopping at the White Grove for the night and continue our journey the following morning. We arrived at Highgarden just as they were preparing for the tourney. Lord Mace Tyrell let us stay at the castle to wait for the tourney. I have accepted his invitation, as I wanted to get more familiar with the Tyrell family. Willers Tyrell was a 4 and 10 days old, very courteous young man. He speaks with a soft and respectful voice. He is something that you want to be friends with. Garland and Laura's Tyrell were more interested in the tourney and about Prince Oberyn and me, as we both have the word red in our nicknames. Margaery Tyrell was just a little girl who followed her brothers and looked at everything with curious eyes. Deciding to entertain the boys, I told them about the Battle of the Old Wyk. They listened with a fascinating look, but Garland was more interested in details than his little brother. In the following days, more and more people came. The castle of Highgarden is massive, so Tyrells can fit many people in their guest rooms. Seeing that lords and knights from Westerlands, Riverlands, and Vale, I decided to socialize among them. Ah, if it isn't Sir Ed Muir, I was expecting to meet you at the tourney of Lannisport, but you never came. Sir Lyle Crickehall says to me with his booming voice. It is nice to meet you too, Sir Lyle, I reply to him. So you decided to participate in this tourney, but not at the Lannisport? He asks me. I was just tired of the war and wanted to come back home as soon as possible, I explained to him. It seems people have noticed my disappearance at the Lannisport tourney. I see Lord Yohn Royce. I should greet him too, have a nice day, Sir Lyle. You too, lad. He replies to me as I move to Lord Yohn. Lord Yohn, it is nice to meet you finally. I greet him. Oh, if it isn't young Ed Muir, last time I saw you, you were just a boy. He tells me. But look at you now, a grown man, a blooded warrior too. I see you are with your sons, I say, seeing 3 boys similar to Lord Yohn. Oh, where are my manners? He replies with a small laugh. This is my eldest, Ander, my second son Robar, and my youngest Wimar. It's nice to meet you all. I greet them, and they welcome me in return. I thought I see you at the Lannisport last year, but I heard you decided to go home instead. Lord Yohn tells me. It seems many people wanted to see me. If I knew I am that popular, I might have come, I reply to him with a laugh. Many have heard how you ate late Lord Drum alive. People were wondering what kind of monster you are. He says with a loud laugh. I just couldn't believe that the boy from Riverrun was so fearsome. War changes people, Lord Yohn, I reply to him. That true, after one war, your sisters have to leave, and at another, you have to participate. He says, this time with a solemn voice. I am thankful that my boys didn't have to experience the cruelty of the wars. Let's hope they never have to. I agree with Lord Yohn and move on to talk with others. It was a long day, talking and getting to know other lords and some knights. Squire Ed Muir POV. As the first day of the tourney started, I checked on my equipment first and then went to have a light meal. The joust will begin tomorrow and last 2 days. The archery competition will be at the end of the tourney. After finishing my preparation, I joined Patrick at the table to have a light meal. We should talk about what happened at Skiriach, Patrick says to me with a concerned expression. I was too paranoid. It was my mistake, I admit to Patrick. That the problem, you overthink, and you think of the worst things that could happen. He tells me. You need to relax sometimes. It isn't healthy to think of the worst possibilities like that. It won't happen again, I answer him, getting irritating. It will. I know you for years now. I know how much you like to think of everything, making plans, and so on. He replies to me. I know you won't stop it, but you can't show such disrespect because you think they are plotting something. Fine, you got me there, I confess to him. I try not to make such a mess anymore. Well, that is the best I will get from you. He says with his smile returned. And don't get in the way of a woman who wants to seduce me. You know, if you went with them, you have to marry one, I reply to him. Even if it isn't a big deal in Dawn, Lord Franklin can still use the fact that he slept with his daughter to demand him marry her. I know, and what the big deal, both of them were beautiful, and I liked them. He tells me. I know you care for me, but don't interfere in those matters anymore. It seems that our little Patrick has grown up and is thinking of marriage, I reply to him jokingly. Well, I am at that age when I have to think of the future of my family. He laughs, too, at the absurdity of his statement. After having a talk with Patrick, I decided to leave him alone for now. Even if he was right about me thinking of the worst, I knew Prince Doran and Oberyn were planning something. Oberyn was sent here for some kind of mission. I won't let my guard down easily. The melee was popular, with many participating. I didn't really want to win, but I had to show some skill. My reputation was that of a bloody and merciless fighter. I can't be defeated in the first fight. It would undermine me, but it would be hard to win, with people like Lord Yone and Prince Oberyn in the competition. As the start of the melee was announced, we stepped into the arena. I drew my sword and prepared my shield. My blade was dull, as all of the participants' blades were. Even if there was a big chance for someone to get injured and sometimes even die, killing someone in the tourney isn't something you would want to do. People in Westeros have a good memory. If you injured or killed someone's brother or son, his family will hold a grudge for generations. That isn't something that I wish for, so I was careful to not hit someone on the head or in the soft spots. My first adversary was Sumfrey, with a weasel-like face and twin symbol on his shield. Blocking his light attack, I kicked him to the gut. He quickly fell down and yielded after I put my sword to his neck. My second adversary was Lord Arthur Ambrose. He was good. Almost falling for his feints and having to step back with every time I blocked him. I knew that I can only wait for an opening, as he won't give me a chance to defeat him. It took about 20 minutes for him to tire, and when he swung too wide, I bashed him with my shield. As he was losing balance, I put my sword against his neck. He yielded and congratulated me for winning. Looking around, I found out that from about 30 men, there were only 12 left. Seeing Prince Oberyn done with his opponent and looking at me, I confronted Lord Yone. I will not give Prince Oberyn the satisfaction of defeating me again. Well, lad, don't think I will hold back against you. It was your choice to challenge me. Lord Yone tells me. With my nod, he swings his sword at me. Even when I blocked it, my arm went numb. Knowing I won't last long just defending myself, I started to attack him. He stopped my thrust at his chest and dodged my swing to his shoulder. With more and more failed attacks, I have gotten tired. It was one thing killing almost unarmored Ironborn. But fighting against an experienced knight who moved like a cat in his plate armor was different. After taking another powerful strike with my shield, I had to drop it, as I couldn't move my arm anymore. The fight lasted for about an hour, but Lord Yone was still going strong. Knowing that it was the end of me, I went for the last attack at him, which he deflected. With his sword at my neck, I yielded and left the arena. Prince Oberyn managed to win the melee after I left. It seemed that Lord Yone was tired after our fight, as he fought more sluggish than usual. Patrick was defeated by Sir Lyle Crickehall. He managed to hit him few times, but it seemed like a one-sided fight. Sir Ed Muir. Lord Randall Tarly greets me. Lord Tarly. I greeted him back. You fought well. He tells me. Thank you, I reply to him and look at him, puzzled at what he wants. I heard of your reputation. It seems it's at least partly true. He tells me, I wanted to ask of you to let my son Samuel squire for you. Thank you for thinking of me so highly, but why would you like for me to take your son as my squire? I ask, looking at him confused. There are few good knights for my son, in the Reach. He tells me. At home, his mother spoils him too much, so I wanted to find someone outside. It would be my honor to teach the heir of Horn Hill. I agreed. Even if it was suspicious at how he wanted to push his son to me, I saw no reason to decline him. Good, my son doesn't like to train much, but someone of your reputation can put him straight. I have to wonder what kind of reputation I have among the people if he thinks so. I see of what can be done, I reply to him respectfully. Is he with you? Yes, I have come here to find a suitable knight for my son, so I brought him with me. He answers. He is with his mother now. I will introduce you to him later. Very well, I won't stay long after the tourney, so I would suggest saying your goodbyes, I inform him. It will be done. He replies, not concerned about it in the slightest, and leaves. What a weird man. He looked like he wanted to get rid of his son as soon as possible. If I remember correctly, Samuel should be a bookish boy, but he shouldn't be any older than 8 days old. Doesn't he understand that his son is just a boy? Not thinking much of the weird behavior of Lord Tully, I spent the rest of the day with Lord Yone. Trying to make friends with him, as I knew he would be the best ally in the Vale in the future. After Lord Arryn's death, I didn't want to leave my sister Lysa in control of Vale. The next day, as the joust began, I took the young Samuel to be my squire. He didn't look that fat, as I remember. A little bit pudgy, but most boys look like that. From interactions between him and his father, I could see that Samuel feared his father, and Lord Randall didn't seem to like his son much. It's just really confusing for me. How Lord Randall Tully has so much dislike for his own son when he hasn't done anything. Well, it wasn't my place to judge them in any way, but I still didn't like Lord Randall very much. As it was my time to joust against some hedge knight. Putting my armor and letting Samuel fetch me the lance. I climbed on my horse, Rain. I rode to the arena and turned to face the hedge knight. After few broken lances, I have unhorsed him, as I know how much it means for unknown knights their armor. I let him keep it. Why didn't you take his armor, sir? Samuel asked, looking confused at my decision. What will I do with it? It's easy for me to change armor and replace it with a new one. I explained to him. But to a hedge knight, it's their life. To them, it is too expensive to repurchase it and to replace it with a new one. If I have taken it, he probably had to stop being a knight as he couldn't afford it. Then why do they participate in the jousting if losing means they have to give up on being a knight? He asks. It seems he doesn't know much about how the world works. It is the same reason, for hedge knight tourneys are opportunities to prove themselves and find employment with some lords or earn some coin from winning against others, I tell him patiently, and he nods in understanding. As the day went by and after few more jousts, I looked at Willers Tyrell readying himself to face Prince Oberyn. It might be wrong, but if what I remember is true, Willers was crippled after meeting Prince Oberyn. One on hand, I could let it happen and sour Martell and Tyrell's relation. Martell's then would hold my marriage to Princess Arianne more valuable. On the other hand, I could get closer to Tyrell's if I helped Willers now. Deciding to do the right thing and hope for the best, I went to Willers, as he was going to the arena. He was a bit young to face someone like Oberyn. It's hard to understand what Lord Mance was thinking, letting his joust. Lord Willers, you should be careful, Prince Oberyn won't hold back, I tell him as he looked at me. Thank you for your concern, Sir Edmure, but I will be fine. He replies to me. No, you won't if you keep your foot so tightly on the stirrup. When you fall, you will bring your horse on yourself, I inform him. When you hit against Prince Oberyn, you should let your foot relax. Thank you for the advice, Sir Edmure. He says to me with a nervous look. No worries, Lord Willers, I reply to him and leave. It seems that my advice worked, as Willers only had to fall hard on the ground after Prince Oberyn unhorsed him. It was a hard fall, but he will be fine, and, in the future, I might claim this favor. The day ended for me by being unhorsed by Florent Knight, knowing that I won't participate another day. As Paytrek lost 2 after 4 wins, I decided to start packing for the journey back to Riverrun. Telling little Sam to do the same, as we leave in the morning after the feast at the journey's end. The next day ended with Lord Yone winning the joust and Bulon Swan won the archery competition. At the feast, I congratulated them. Willers thanked me again for my advice. Paytrek was talking to some highborn girls. I didn't think much about him. I watched Prince Oberyn talking to Lord Mance Tyrell. After they have done talking, I went and sit next to him. Prince Oberyn. I greet him. Sir Edmure. He greets me back. I don't know what you and your brother are planning, but if you are scheming something against me or my house, you will pay for it, I tell him straightforward, as I don't want to play these games. And I thought you knew everything. He replies to me. I know many things, more than you can imagine, I tell him. Don't try to play me. Even if you manage to pan something unexpected, I will be prepared for it, and I promise you if you can't defeat me with the first strike, I will make you pay. How scary. He replies to me with a smile. Don't worry, our arrangements still stand. I hope they will, because I wouldn't want something to happen to you I warned last time and leave. I know he and Prince Doran are planning something. My concern is what they are trying to do to, are they planning to use me or plotting against me? Maybe it wasn't a good plan to arrange the marriage with Martells, but what is done is done. Well, they aren't the only ones who can scheme. I can use them too. Harrenhal. Edmure POV. After leaving Highgarden, our next destination was King's Landing. I needed to meet with Lord John Arryn, the Hand of the King. It was on the way travelling on the Rosa Road, as I didn't want to go through Westerlands. It was a quick ride. There were no problems along the road, the weather was nice, without any rain. The road itself was well maintained. We only stopped at the inns for rest and didn't stay for long at any castle. Even I got tired of travelling all around Westeros, not talking about Paytrek, heir to Seaguard. He had to come back home too. When we arrived at King's Landing, the first thing I wanted to do is to turn around and leave. The smell was unbearable. It hits you hard and won't leave. As it was my first time here, I just couldn't believe how people lived here. It was hard to think that people would ever get used to it. After getting a piece of clothing to cover my mouth and nose, I rode to the Red Keep. My retinue following close. In truth, I have no wish to meet with my good brother Lord John Arryn or my sister Lysa. But it would be disrespectful to not visit them if I was close. John POV. Going through the papers again and again, I could not see the end of it. King Robert's spending became more disastrous after the Greyjoy rebellion than ever before. The Queen, too, has her needs. The finances are going downfall faster and faster with each day. We will need to borrow more gold soon. As I was thinking of the things that must be done, I hear a knock. After telling them to come in, a servant came inside. She gives me a respectful bow. Lord Arryn, Sir Edmure Tully has come and requested for a meeting. She informs me. It's that so? I ask. It has been a long time since I met him. Tell him he can wait for me in my manor. Very well, my lord. She gives one last bow and leaves. Lysa will be delighted to see her brother at least. She was pretty lonely here for some time now. The last I heard of him was when he participated in the tourney of Highgarden. He should be 6 and 10 name days old now. How fast the time flows. After finishing the work, I went straight to my manor. It should have given some time for Lysa and Edmure to talk. It has been longer than 7 years since they had met each other. At the manor, a servant informed me that my good brother and wife were waiting for me at the dinner table. As I got close to the dining hall, I could hear them talk. How can you even eat anything with that smell? I hear a male voice complain. You get used to it after staying here long enough, I tell him after entering the room. Lord Arryn, it was a long time. A young man greets me. His auburn hair was brighter than Lysa's. Please, we are family. Call me John. I reply to him, gods, how much he has grown up, there are no signs of the boy left in him. Very well, John, he responds with a smile, but he covers his mouth and nose with clothing after a moment. Please sit down. The food should be coming soon, I tell him, and we both sit down. So, How are things going on in the capital? Edmure asks after the food is put on the table. It is acceptable for the most part. The queen is pregnant with the third child, I inform him. For how long are you going to stay? For a day, I just can't stand the smell. He informs me. You should get used to it. Who knows, maybe you have to take a position in the small council in the future. I tell him jokingly, but he is a bright lad. Who knows, maybe he will be needed in the council. Maybe one day, but not for now. He responds with a laugh. I heard you traveled to the Dawn, Lysa inquires. Yes, Dawn had become too distant. It is time to bring them back to the hold. He tells us. It wasn't the brightest plan, but you did succeed in it, didn't you? I ask, interested in what he had accomplished. I did. The marriage between Princess Ariane and me will happen in 3 years. He answered positively. Good, at least some better news. It seems that the peace will last for longer than ever. Edmure has accomplished something that I have failed. Now thinking about it, would be not a bad idea to have him as a member of the small council. We could use a better master of coin. Oberyn POV. Finally, back home at Sunspear, even if I haven't accomplished what Doran wanted, I did have a better understanding of Edmure. Thinking about the trout, I met with my dear niece on the way to her father. Uncle, you have come back, she states after seeing me. I have, I reply simply. I hope you weren't a nuisance to Edmure. He tells me. What? You care about your fiancé more than me? I asked jokingly. On the subject, what do you think of him? Of Edmure? He is a handsome young man, but somehow acts more like my father than a man of this age, she says after thinking for a few moments. Really? I asked. To me, he is still a hot-headed fool. Well, he talks about things, like my father would talk, she replies. I see. Well, I have to meet with your father, so see you later. I tell her and go past her. Doran was working on something when I found him in his solar, looking intensely at the papers on his table. He gave me a look and mentioned me to sit. After taking the seat in front of him, he put the documents on the side. How was your journey, brother? He asks me. It was failure mostly. The trout saw through the Fowler twins. Tyrells refused my proposal, I answer him. Then it is true, Tyrells want to marry into royalty. He mutters to himself, as I barely could hear him. What do you think of Sir Edmure? He's a little paranoid. Once he saw that something was amiss at the Skiriach, he wanted to leave as soon as possible. I inform him. He is careful and knows when it is better to leave. Doran responds with a nod. At Highgarden, he confronted me, saying that he didn't like our little plans and that he would make us pay if we did something to hurt his family. I continue my report. He didn't know what you were doing, and you probably didn't give him any reason to trust you, my brother states. Why are you making excuses for him? He insulted me, the gall of him. I complain. So you won't change your plans with him? It would be risky. Our last plan could only have worked if nobody knew about it. He explains to me. Now it is too late. We lost Viserys, and Edmure isn't a fool if we cancel the marriage. He would know what we are trying to do. So, we just going to give up on the years of hard work? I asked, but even I knew that it was a risky plan. What hard work? I always kept my distance from the dragons. We lost nothing, he responds to me. Still, Ariane won't have any chance to become a queen with this marriage, I tell him. Maybe it is for the best. My gout is getting worse. In 10 years, I won't be able to rule as I do now, Doran tells me. Quentin isn't here for me to teach him how to rule, and Tristan is too young. Still, isn't here better suitors? I ask. Who? Willers Tyrell. Maybe Theon Greyjoy. Perhaps they will be great men in the future, but Edmure is already more capable than most lords out there. He dismisses me. It seems I am the only one who doesn't like the Fish Knight. Edmure POV. Redfish, people called me, it could be worse. Someone might have spread the name of the Fish Knight or something like that. The Redfish moniker gives me some prestige and fear among other lords, but I don't really like the name. Well, I don't like the color red, so maybe that is why. After leaving the King's Landing, our next destination was Harrenhal. It was on the way, and I wanted to meet my aunt Lady Shellowent. I am her heir in some convoluted way. It was better to know her more. Lysa seemed fine but different from what I remember. She looked down on me, and not in the sense that I was younger, but in the sense that I was below her. She became more arrogant and prideful than she has the right to be. I didn't like it, so I spoke a little with her. At a slow pace, as I liked to enjoy the scenery, we reached the infamous castle of Harrenhal. It was massive but needed a lot of repairs. At first glance, it looked like an impregnable castle, but after taking a good look, I saw many places enemies could exploit. At the gate, we were greeted by Sir Willis Woad, a landed knight of House Went. After informing who I was and that I wanted to meet Lady Went, I was led to the main hall where Lady Went held her court. Seeing me, she dismissed everyone else. "Hello, Aunt Shella." I greeted her. "Why have you come here, boy?" she asked. "Now calling me your aunt too. After my husband died, your father seemed to have forgotten about me." "My father is a busy man." I tried to defend my father but was interrupted. "Don't give that bullshit. I know there isn't anything worthy for him here," she tells me. "Don't be like that, aunt. I have come to visit you after all," I said with a warm smile. And I asked, "Why you have come?" She states, not believing me at all. "Can't I visit the infamous castle? And I am your heir after all," I respond to her, still keeping my smile. "An heir? Don't make me laugh," she says and looks around. "There were 6 houses before ours, who took this castle for their own. Do you know what happened to them?" "I do. Your house is the 7th one. It is a holy number." Again I try to lighten the mood. "But it isn't a holy place. This castle belongs to the dead, no one else," she tells me. Enough of this nonsense. I didn't come here to talk about the dead, I got tired of it. I come here to talk about the living, about your family, your legacy. "Oh, so now you show why you are called the Redfish," she responds calmly. "Just say that you want this castle, boy. Even if I wanted, I would never have it. I have Riverrun. Harrenhal is too far for me to look after," I inform her. "But my children could, and even if I didn't have them, there is the Starks." "The Starks, the Tullys, or the Arryns, what does it matter? Why have you come there? You could have waited till I died and claimed it to whoever you wanted to," she asks. "Because as it stands, this castle is worthless to anyone," I explain to her. "I want to repair it. Don't worry, I will send the resources you might need. You don't need to even ask for my permission, do you?" she asked me, and I shook my head. "Fine, it seems that I don't have a choice anyway. I am sorry if I sounded commanding, but it has to be done," I tell her. Apologizing, that new. "At least you have some manners left," she responds and dismisses me. Well, I don't blame her for being cold. She lost all her family and now is alone in the castle, with the only ones keeping her company being ghosts of the past. I decided to stay here for a few days, look around and talk with her. That is the least I can do. New friends and plans. Samuel POV. After few days of staying at the Harrenhal, Sir Edmure ordered us to prepare to leave. To me, he was a strange man. He didn't order me around. Sir Edmure prepared his own horse, he put his own armor. He would do some exercises every morning, never missing it. But he didn't look like a great warrior. He was a lean, clean man. As he would wash himself every opportunity he got, but his hands were hard. He has told me that my training will only genuinely start after getting back to Riverrun. I never cared for swords, never was I good at them. Father would always yell at me and be angry when I made a mistake in my training. After a few tries, I gave up. I didn't want to make my Lord Father angry, so I thought it was better not to train at all. Lord Father didn't get angry at me anymore. Now he would only yell at my mother. He would only look at me disapprovingly or not even look at me at all. It felt like I didn't belong in my home, so I wasn't despondent about leaving. "Well, boy, don't stand around, get your pony and let's go," Sir Patrick told me. He spoke loudly but with a smile on his face. At first, I thought that he was like every knight, prideful and arrogant, but he was more. Sir Patrick moved with confidence in every step. He wasn't a great warrior. He said it himself that there was nothing to fear for him as long as he was close to Sir Ed Muir. The Redfish would see an enemy before we could even know that there was one. Sir Patrick told me one night. He is like a brother to me. I know he would give me his breath if I was drowning, if I was dying on my knees. I know he would be the one who would rescue me. It was weird, they didn't look that close, but then I could catch their banter once in a while. No matter how much Sir Ed Muir complained, he would always smile and even laugh with Sir Patrick. Other guards weren't as close, but they would joke around and sing. Sir Ed Muir wouldn't engage in their conversations but would listen to them. It was more fun traveling than I thought it would. No one is showing me any disapproval or is angry with me when I make a mistake. Sir Ed Muir even bought me a book, so I could have something to read. This was nice. Ed Muir POV. It was Patrick's idea to take a detour through the Vance and Piper lands. We should make some new friends, he said. I agreed with him. Giving them a visit was fine with me, and I wanted to see them anyway. So we were riding towards Pink Maiden. It belonged to the House Piper. I didn't know much about the current head of the house, just that he had a son of similar age as us. On the way, we stopped at Acorn Hall and Wayfarer's Rest, where Patrick was smitten with the young granddaughter of the Lord, Realtor Vance. It was fun to watch him stumble on his words and make a fool of himself around her. Afterward, we left for the Pink Maiden, the seat of the House Piper. Lord Clement Piper greeted us graciously. Sir Mark Piper, the son, and heir of Lord Clement, was 1 year older but was more hot-headed than me. He was fine and good to talk with, but he would speak without thinking. Patrick made quick friends with the young knight. And now, both of them would annoy me. After staying here for a few days, I decided we should leave. Our next destination was Atlanta, the seat of the House Vance of the Atlanta. It took longer than expected to arrive there. We only stopped at 2 towns on the road. But the weather wasn't very nice, as rain poured day after day. So when we finally reached Atlanta, we were overjoyed. Lord Norbert Vance was glad to host us in his seat of Atlanta until the rain stopped. We stayed there for a week. Roland Vance was my age, but that is where our similarities end. He was mischievous and liked to make fun of everything, but as he was the oldest, we spent most of our time with him. Samuel befriended the youngest son, John. Both of them liked to read and had a thirst for knowledge. To not separate them, I offered Lord Norbert to ask my father to foster the young John. I didn't see much of a problem, as it wasn't that far away, and John was of that age. Seeing his son's friendship, after he agreed if it was okay with my father. After the rain had stopped pouring, we left for Atlanta for River Run. Once we reached it, Patrick would go for Seaguard, so we decided not to hurry, as we stopped in every village and by the river to fish. But it was almost a year in our travels, and it was time for both of us to come back home. Hoster POV. It seems that every time I see my son, he grows more than I could have expected, finally, back home after his journey around West Eos. Even if I didn't like that he took the young Samuel Tarley as his squire, but it was already too late to decline. I had no wish to partake in the conflict of the Reach. After Sir Patrick Mallister has left, my son devoted himself to learning and training. He worked with me most of the time. There was much of the work to be done. As the marriage with Martells was confirmed, we were given contact with many of the merchants of the free cities. It wouldn't be much on its own, but we planned to get the North to trade with them too. We might see the most extensive merchant network in the known world. With us in the center of it all, new towns need to be built, the roads fixed, and security guaranteed. Maybe we could hire sellswords. There are Stormbreakers and the Company of the Rose who are descendants of our own house and the Starks, Ed Muir asks. They left West Eos almost 300 years ago, I explained to him. Most of them won't even know from what house they have come, but we could contact them. They are one of the better and more trustworthy sellsword companies. It is better than just start a new military force on our own, Ed Muir tells me. If some sellsword companies agree to work with us, we could then make a few trustworthy leaders into landed knights, who would serve us. It isn't a plan without merit, but it would cost us much. It is hard to say if any competent leader would even want to serve us indefinitely, I respond with my own thoughts. And remember, even if their lineage comes from our own house, they are still sellswords. They work for gold. If there is any chance for them to betray us, they will do it. It's no different than any other lord in Westeros, my son remarks with a chuckle. Still, there might be some old leaders who would want to set their children on a better path. Maybe, maybe not. But we still need to have our own force, we could trust with our lives, I tell him. You always should be prepared for the worst. If this venture goes half as good as we want it to, then Lannisters and Tyrells won't sit idle. They will want a piece of it too, and if they can't have it, they won't want us to have it either. There will be benefits for all the Westeros, if we want it or not, Edmure says. Well, if there is more, why would anyone stop at less? Yes, it seems you started to grasp the peculiarities of politics, I praise him. There isn't much we can do to Lannisters as they have too much grasp on the Iron Throne, but it doesn't mean we can't hinder them. It isn't just about other kingdoms. We need to watch for our own bannermen. Many would want to have more influence, my son says. Yes, the sad truth is that we don't hold that much of the power to others, even in our own lands, I agree with him. But with your travels and visits to Riverland, lords have given us a chance to have better ties with them. In truth, most lords will follow us, but they are minor lords, and if we fail in any way, their alliances will change too. So we can't fail, he says with a determination in his voice. We can't, I agree. And we won't. These plans will bring our house to new highs. So, what is our first move, he asks. First, we need to secure the roads and towns, I answer him. Why are we thinking just about roads? We have rivers floating all around our lands. With some tweaks here and there, we could build passages that even bandits wouldn't be able to do much about. Merchants traveling on them, Edmure gives his ideas. It is possible with few dams, we could make the water shallow in some places to cross, we wouldn't need to build more bridges. I give my own ideas. Talking about bridges, we should talk about Freys, he remarks. They will be a problem if they decide to not let Western Rivermen travel through Twins or charge them for too much. It would be disastrous, not to speak about Lord Walder Free once he dies. Many of his children and grandchildren won't have anywhere to go. There will be infighting, to who what lands belong. Ah, you're right. With other houses backing, the Riverlands itself might become ablaze with a civil war, I agree with a sigh. But Sir Stephen is the rightful heir, and he will be. What about the Lannister side or others? Do you think they will be satisfied with this kind of outcome? He asks, concerned. We won't interfere until they make any moves. Our honor will not let us, I answer him. Honor? Do you think others will care about our honor? Edmure asks with a raised voice. Don't dismiss it so quickly, boy. Maybe most families throw it away at their convenience, but we are of House Tully. Honor is what makes us. Without it, we would be just common bandits, I respond to him. The only thing above honor is family. There will come a time when for a family, abandon your duty. You will have to forsake your honor, but never dismiss them so easily. I spoke without thinking, my apologies, he says to me, lowering his head. It's enough for today. You should rest, check on your squire while you are at it, I dismiss him. Emir will be a great lord, but he still is just a boy now. There are many things he has to learn first. Edmure POV. Sorry father, but what I have to do is for our family, even if you don't see it. I know that if Freys continue to hold that much power, our family will never be truly safe. It is something that must be done. Edmure, you come to practice? Sir Desmond asks as I enter the courtyard. No, it is time I start teaching my squire. If you don't mind, could you call for him? I ask him politely. Of course, he replies and, with a slight bow, leaves. Looking around, I pick up a couple of weapons. Swords, spears, axes, and so on. There are many things I need to think about, and I still don't have a plan for the coming winter. I need to think of how to buy dragon glass from Stannis without questioning why I need it. The wall has to be strengthened, and North prepared. You have called for me, sir. Samwell asks me after coming to me. It is time for your lessons in fighting, I tell him. Pick up a weapon you want to start with. We will go through all of them until we find what you are most suitable for. After looking around, he picks up a spear first. In a way, spear is the best weapon, but it does have some shortcomings. Very well, now come at me. With an intent to kill me, I order him. He charges at me, pointing his spear at my gut, but as he gets near me, he closes his eyes. Sidestepping out of his way, I trip him. Get up, never close your eyes, even if you are frightened, I tell him. Look at the danger with open eyes. I am sorry, but it's just scary to me, he apologizes to me. It's okay. Come at me again, I order Samuel again. After few more tries, he became covered in dust and dirt. I gave him few moments to catch his breath and then choose another weapon. This time he chose an axe. It is good at close quarters and against shields, but you needed to get close, which was difficult for Samuel. I know you are afraid. It's okay. We all fear something. It could fear getting hurt or fear of hurting others. I console the boy after he failed again to keep his eyes open. You won't be a great warrior like your father wishes. I am sorry, he again apologizes with lowered head. You didn't let me finish. There are few truly great warriors. Some are born with fast reflexes, some with excellent build. With their intensive training, how could they not become great knights and warriors? I explained to him. But it doesn't mean that you can't be a good knight. You are smart. You might not be strong or fast as others. But you don't need to be. You can be more intelligent than them. Read them like you read your books, learn what they have to offer to you. Can I truly do so? He asks me. Who knows? Maybe you can, perhaps you can't, I respond to him. But I will help you to find out. What do you say, another round? Okay, he nods and readies his axe again. That is how I spend the rest of the day. Going through all weapons with Samuel. It will take years before he can be any good with any of them. But it is fine, there is no need for us to hurry. Years passed. 293L. Edmure POV. Time has passed as I attended meetings with my father, learned from Maester Vimen, and taught my squire Samuel how to fight. Days became weeks, weeks turned months, and then finally years. Nothing of most import has happened in this time. Well, things did change. With the demand for clear glass growing, the dawn needed more soda ash, or how people called it here, snow ash. At first, it was hard to reproduce the heat required to produce it, but wildfire worked just fine, even if it was dangerous. So the roads needed to be accessible. The now so-called snow ash was found in the northern mountains. It was hard to transfer it to the White Harbor, the bandits trying to steal it, camping near the King's Road. Well, that is why we agreed to hire the Company of Rose, to patrol the road. The stormbreakers were hired to protect the ships going from White Harbor. It left a bad taste in the mouth to rely on the sellswords, but it was cheaper than to raise our own forces from nothing. But it didn't mean that we didn't increase our house's guard number. Steadily over the past 2 years, we trained up to 1,000 men. That was only Tully's guard. My good brother didn't want to increase that much, but he made 600 from 200 men. Of course, we didn't just keep them in our castles. They patrol the roads, guard some towns, and so on. With the increase in trade within our lands, there was an increase in bandits and thieves too. Many travels through the Twins, with good security on the King's Road. As expected, they have asked for a ludicrous amount of toll. It's to say they become rich by doing nothing. Well, soon, Freys will pay what is due. As the marriage between Princess Ariane and me is coming soon, I have decided to organize a tourney, with prizes as high as 10,000 gold dragons for a winner. It will be held at the Harrenhal, with everyone in the 7 kingdoms invited. It might look foolish to organize it in Harrenhal and not at Riverrun, but it is within my plans. As the last tourney was disastrous there, to say at least, many will have doubts. While others think of the past, I will set the motion for the future. Bringing another civil war, even if this time it will be at a smaller scale. I can't leave the Freys alone anymore. Thinking they can profit from my hard work. Well, it didn't really matter. They would have been dealt anyway, but now I have an opportunity. With the rise of my and Stark houses, Lannisters become wary of us. Stalords weren't keen on trading and economics. Vale was hard to get to, as mountain clans were hard to deal with. Only Giltown has seen an increase in trade. Still, the western part didn't get much trade as the eastern part. I know for a fact that Lannisters are working on something to get a better peace. The Twins become a very desirable place, more than ever before. So what would happen if the Lord and his heir were to die? Lannisters would do anything to put their family in front. Other houses wouldn't just watch it. They would fight for the Twins too. After letting a bit of fighting, I will put the Twins to the sword. At the Great Hall of Riverrun, a court was in session. I was sitting next to my father as we heard a member of the Merchant Guild complain. It seems that there is a new bandit group at the southern part of River Road, ambushing and stealing the merchandise from them. I have heard enough. It will be dealt with soon enough. You will be able to continue with your business, my father, Lord Paramount of the Trident, promised the merchant. Father, let me gather the men and hunt those bandits. I ask for my father's permission. My wedding is nearing. I can't let some bandits disturb the peace in our lands. Very well, you will take 100 guards, and I will send a letter to Lord Piper and Lord Vance to support you. Father agreed. I took the merchant to private chambers to question him further. After an hour of questioning, it seems there are 80 to 100 men in the bandit group. It's hard to say, as they are ruthless to their victims, killing everyone that is caught. After gathering my men, I rode to the south, along the river road. I didn't rush. It would be pretty bad if we are caught in a surprise ambush. I have sent some scouts and employed a merchant to check who these bandits were selling their goods. On the fourth day of riding, we were joined by Sir Mark Piper with 40 men and Sir Ronald Vance with another 50 men. Now with little less than 200 men, I could plan to capture all of the bandits. They will see such a big group of armed men, from leagues away, I tell Sir Mark and Sir Ronald. Yes, they would just run away and wait until we leave. Sir Mark agreed with me. What should we do? Split our forces? Sir Ronald asks. It might be risky, but we could disguise ourselves as merchant caravan. I tell of what I think. It could work. At the same time, we could split our forces to the west and east. Sir Mark agrees. If they come from the south, one group would stay as bait, the other two would then attack them from the sides. Let me stay as bait? Sir Ronald asks me. No, if we want for all the bandits to attack, we need to use the most extensive group. So they would think that we are juice enough. I explain to them. My guards and I will dress as merchants, acting as juicy bait for them, while you two will take to the sides. How will we know when to attack? Sir Roland asks. I have a horn. It should be loud enough for you to hear, I answer. Isn't it too risky for you? Most of your men will have to be without any good armor. Sir Mark asks. Don't worry, all my men have chainmail, and the ones who don't need to change will be in front, I answer him. We won't take many casualties, as long as you both aren't late. Well, how could I leave all the fun to the Redfish? It is time for our names to spread, too. Sir Ronald responds with a laugh. Fine, as soon as they attack, you better blast your horn, Sir Mark tells me. As you wish, Mom, I respond with a laugh. After having a couple of drinks, we called it a night. Mark POV. Not many knew, but there are few passages with shallow water. They were created with new dams and water wheels over the Red Fork. Only lords living near knew of those passages. A small group could go through them without others ever knowing. That is why this plan should work. Even if those bandits knew of Lord Tully's forces, they couldn't possibly know of mine and Sir Roland's forces. So after few days of riding, I wasn't surprised when I heard a horn blow. Ordering for the men to follow me, we rode towards the sound. We were a little bit ahead, but it seemed to work out even better. As the bandits attacked Sir Edmure, Sir Roland struck from the west to their side. So now, as I came from the east, the bandits had their back on us. There was no escape for them. As we rode through the bandits easily, hitting them with our lances at their backs. In a couple of moments, the fight was over. The only direction the bandits could flee was northeast. Few managed to escape, but they won't go far. A river laid in that direction. Sir Mark, good job, Sir Edmure says to me. I want you to get your fastest horses and chase the others. Very well, I agreed and gathered a score of best riders, and followed the bandits. It didn't take long before we caught up to them. Seeing us, the last of the bandits dropped their weapons and surrendered. I tied them up and brought them back to Sir Ed Muir. He was cleaning the battlefield with his men, checking on his men and gathering dropped equipment. "Ah, you already back?" Sir Ed Muir says after seeing me. "Well, it seems that the man who brought the least of men did the most of work. Damn you, Mark, if it wasn't for us distracting them, you wouldn't have most of the kills." Sir Ronald complains, and Sir Ed Muir just laughs. "Stop complaining. Next time you should just be better." Sir Ed Muir responds with a laugh and a pat at Sir Roland's back. "Both of you did well. I have only lost a couple of my men. Your fathers will know of your feats and be rewarded accordingly." With those words, he dismissed us. I felt the pride fill me. The Redfish himself complimented us. Even if most of the time he speaks and acts friendly with us, he is considered one of the best knights in West Eos. He is renowned as the best sword in the Riverlands. In these past couple of years, Sir Ed Muir has defeated dozens of the bandit groups. The Redfish was an even more famous name than this uncle's Blackfish. With two excellent knights coming from Tully's, many look at them with respect. I am no different. I take any opportunity to fight along his side, like many others. Samwell POV. As Sir Ed Muir has left, I was training with Sir Desmond. Sir Ed Muir would not take me with him, ever. He told me I was still too young. It isn't like I want to fight some bandits, but other squires talked about how lucky I was to squire under the Reddish himself. It has gotten bothersome, as I wasn't better than anyone, even worse than most at fighting. No matter how much I try, I just can't wield any weapon at an acceptable level. As I was thinking about those things, I was knocked down by Sir Desmond. "Again, you didn't concentrate on the fighting, Samwell," Sir Desmond tells me. "I am sorry," I answered. "Let's rest for today. Ed Muir should be coming back soon," he says. After cleaning up, I did exercises that Sir Ed Muir has taught me. I knew I was a little too fat, but it was hard to stop eating when I started. Sir Ed Muir said it was fine, that I was still growing. But other children liked to call me names. It was getting late when Sir Ed Muir came back with his men. It seems like he won another battle. As he rode through the gates, many children gathered to look at him. I was among them. We only dispersed after Sir Ed Muir left to report to Lord Hoster. The next day was the same as others. I was reading about the wonders of the world when I was called to come to the courtyard. There I was met with Sir Ed Muir, who again have laid every kind of weapon on the ground. "Take a weapon you want and come at me," he commanded me. Picking up a sword, I lifted it and ran at him. He blocked my strikes, and after few moments, he disarmed me. Next, I picked up an axe and again tried to strike him. His time, he dodged me and hit me at the back. After getting up, I picked up a spear, trying to pierce him. He caught the wooden shaft and yanked it from me. "Get some water and come at me again," he ordered me. After resting for a few moments, I decided to pick up a short sword and a shield. Sir Ed Muir looked at me and motioned me to come at him. I charged at him. He quickly deflected my sword but was too late to dodge my bash of the shield. It took me some time to register that I have hit him. "Looks like we found a weapon suitable for you," he says, and I looked at him confused. "Don't look at me like that. A shield can be as good a weapon as any blade. Now, how about a mace to go together with?" Afterward, I always fought with a shield in my hand. An invitation. Eddard POV. It was another day here at Winterfell. The sun shone brightly on the courtyard, where Rob and John were sparring with each other. Mayor Stillowin came with Caitlin on his heels, bringing a letter to me. "My lord, a letter from Riverrun," Mayor Stillowin tells me before he hands the letter. "Do you know what it says, my lady?" I ask, after reading. "It is an invitation," she replies. "Ed Muir has invited us to join him on the tourney at Harrenhal." "Harrenhal," I mutter. "Why has he chosen it, not Riverrun?" "Riverrun is a great and beautiful castle, but it isn't a big one," she answers me. "My brother has invited all lords from West Eos. The only castle in Riverlands that can accommodate them all is Harrenhal. There always should be a Stark in the Winterfell," I respond quietly. The children have not seen their uncle and grandfather, she tells me. I said nothing of the children, I reply. It would be good for them to see more of the world. Thank you, she responds with a kiss on my cheek. My brother asked that the bastard too should come. He has no place there, I tell her. My lord, it is natural to want to know about a boy that is living with one's kin, Maester Lewin says. There's nothing to know, I reply with a raised voice. Don't be foolish, Ned. I don't want for the boy to come with me too, Cat responds. But my brother has the right to know what kind of boy the bastard is. My lord, it would be good for the boy to see the world. Not speaking all the nights that will come, it wouldn't be hard to find someone to squire him to, Lewin says. He belongs in Winterfell, I respond to him. Does he think so, my lord? Lewin asks. Would it not better for the boy to have his own path? Enough, Ned. I can ask my brother to recommend him to one of his friends, Cat tells me. He won't be that far away and could come to visit. I knew that it was probably one of her plans to get rid of John. My wife never liked him. It didn't help that every year he looks more like me than her children. It was a blessing that he looked more like a Stark. Fine, but I won't give him to just anybody, I reply. Honestly, what other path can I give him? John deserves more than being just a bastard of the Winterfell. In my heart, I know he is destined for greatness. All my children are, but he's 9 name days now. Any later, and it would be too late for him to leave. The tourney will start in 2 months, my lord, Maester Lewin says. But wouldn't it be better if the children visited Riverrun first? Yes, it would be, I answer with a sigh. I will tell them of the journey myself. Looking down on the boys, I sigh again. Bran, my youngest, will only be 3 on his next name day. But in no time, the boy will become a man, just like the rest of them. I only fear that I won't be able to see it. Oberyn POV. On the dining table, I sat with my and Doran's children. It was dinner, and after finishing our food, I looked at my brother and then at my niece. The time for Arion to we has come, I said solemnly. Uncle Arion, call out to me. Why do I hear the sadness in your voice? Are you not happy for me? Why? Of course, it is sad for, now that you are all grown up and leaving home, I answer her with a smile. Enough. We all know about your feelings for this marriage, Doran tells me. Well, it doesn't matter what I feel, I reply bitterly. But I don't lie when I said that it would be sad for me when you leave, dear niece. It's not like I will stay at Riverrun all the time, Arianne tells me. And you can visit me. I would be sad, but not that sad, that I would go willingly to the Fish Knight's home, I respond with a laugh. Still, we are all going to the tourney. It is in our honor, after all, Doran says. Harrenhal. I still don't know why he would choose such a place, I mutter in a low voice. Did he forget what had happened last time, when there was a tourney at Harrenhal? Does he wish to humiliate my niece, just like Rhaegar did to my sister? Well, if he did, this time I would kill him. Don't worry, Uncle, Arianne says. I heard that my betrothed has commissioned to repair the castle, and he wants to show it. If only that would be so simple, Doran replies. Well, it doesn't matter why he decided to do what he did. It is a tourney in our honor, and afterward, Arianne will marry. Then, only then will we leave back to Dorne. I understand, Oberyn. Yes, yes. I am not stupid. I will play nice. I answer him with a smile. Afterward, I left. It's not like I hate the idea. With the glass making, we reached new highs, which is just one benefit we have gotten. It just makes me feel like we are dependent on others. I have made mistakes, the worst being the murder of Euronwood. Now my nephew had to pay for it. But am I the only one who thinks that we shouldn't depend on others so heavily? Well, it doesn't matter much. I am not a lord of anything, nor will I ever be. It is best to leave those things to Doran. Edmure POV. Only a month was left till the tourney. The invitations were sent to every lord and knight, from the Wall to the Dawn. I didn't care for most of them, with names and titles I will forget once they leave. What I cared about is my family. I wanted to see the little Robert Arryn, my nephew, but Lysa was still weak from birthing and stayed at the Eyrie. Catelyn has written to me, informing me that she will bring all her children. They should arrive any day now. Thinking of my nieces and nephews, I couldn't help but wonder about their future. What if my decisions make them suffer more than they would have to? Still, I would try. Destiny can go to the seven hells. I will not let Rob die. He will grow up being a great lord, better than any. Bran would be a knight, even a king's guard if he wanted, not some plaything to a treeman. Sansa will dream of knights in shining armor if that makes her happy. Arya will be a wandering wolf if she doesn't want to be a lady of the castle. All of them are of my blood. I will destroy everyone who would harm them. The sad truth is that many would want to do so. No matter how many I kill, there will be others. Not speaking of the others, how can you defeat them? I still don't know. Closing my eyes, I thought of not what I want to do but what I need to do. Now I have a squire who likes to read, dance, sing and eat more than training. At least he is an honest boy. Samwell tried his best when I asked him. But I will never make him a great fighter, but at least I can do is make him a good lord. Sir Edmure, your father has called for you, the steward Utheryd says to me as we cross paths. Very well, I will leave for him at once, I reply to him. Where is he? In his solar or in the great hall? In his solar, sir, he answers me. So I went to see what my father wanted. I found him in his solar, as the steward has said. He was working on some papers. Every time I see him, he becomes older and older. You have come, my father says. I have, I reply. The tourney you wanted will cost us too much, he tells me. It is worth the price, I respond. Worth for what? After it, we have set back some of our projects, he says. Don't worry, soon my men will be able to create a clear mirror, I reply. It will be better than any bronze mirror. It will sell like hotcakes. I hope so, but we can't spend our gold so easily. The sellswords that we hired need to be paid constantly. Our guards need new armor and blades too, he complains to me. I let it slide, this time, as it is to celebrate your wedding. But I won't tolerate such expenditure in the future. As you say, father, I respond to him. After talking with my father, I went to the courtyard. Deciding to have some sword fights to let some steam out. Looking at myself through the mirror, I smiled. I have cut my hair short, shaved my beard. It was better that way. The heat of the day bothered me too much. Looking at the workers, I ordered them to set it in my room and another to my lord father's room. As I was walking back to the castle, I saw the captain of the guard ordering and yelling at others. I deduced it was because my sister finally is near or someone is besieging us. I took my chances and went to the gates. There you are, my father says after seeing me. Cat is coming soon. We should greet them together. As you wish, father, I agree with him and await my sister. It surprised me when among the direwolf banners, there was a sunspear banner too. Well, it seems we get more guests than expected. Sister, it's so good to see you, I greet my sister first as she steps out of the carriage. These must be your children. Yes, my sons Rob and Bran. My daughters Sansa and Arya. Catelyn introduces her children one by one. Look at all of you, little wolf pups, I ruffle their heads. It seems that the sun has caught up with you too. Sir Edmure, it's been a long time, Prince Doran greets me after he had a quick word with father. 3 years, I agree. Princess Arianne, you look more beautiful than the first time I met you. Sir Edmure, Princess Arianne greets me. The feast will be prepared in a couple of hours, my father informs us. For now, you will be shown to your chambers. After servants have taken their luggage and led them to the assigned chambers, I walked next to my sister. Looking a bit, I found a dark-haired boy with fair skin. This must be the bastard, I tell my sister, who nods. He can share the rooms with his brothers while the girls have another room. It's better for them to be close, as they are far from home. Very well, she agrees with a tired tone. After their rooms were arranged, I left to meet with Martells. As they arrived, I have not seen Oberyn. He was probably in some brothel. There is a town not far away. It was built to accommodate our guards and sellswords, but more buildings were added in a couple of years. Brothels among them, I had to check constantly them to ensure there are no spies. Well, I probably miss some, but it was okay. I could feed them false information when it is needed. Samwell POV. It was a feast I never saw. Well, it was expected, as the three most powerful houses in Westeros have gathered to on the table. I sat among other squires and guards, but I was eating alone. I didn't have many friends. Those who wanted to get close to were only interested in Sir Ed Muir. The feast was still only beginning, but I decided to leave. No matter how nice Sir Ed Muir, Master-in-Arms Desmond, and Maester Vimen were, I felt like I didn't belong here. So I went outside. Even though Sir Ed Muir said I was good with shield, it was hard to train with it. The only thing I could do was to ram at the wooden pole. "What are you doing?" After few rams, a boy came and asks me. "Training," I answer him. "What kind of training is that?" he asks, confused. "Shouldn't you be hitting the pole with a weapon?" I tell him. Sir Ed Muir said that a shield can be as good as any weapon. I see, he responds. Looking at him closely, I saw that his hair was dark, but his skin was fair like girls. At first, it was hard to say if he was a boy or a girl. Only when he picked up a sword and started to strike another pole did I deduce that he was a boy. Would you train with?" I asked hesitantly. "I am not good with any other weapon, and it is hard to train just with a shield." "All right," he agreed. "I am Jon Snow. Samwell Tarly, but Sir Ed Muir and my mother call me Sam." I introduced myself nervously. After shaking our hands, we started to spar. Jon was good, better than most of the older squires. It was nice that he didn't gloat when he managed to hit me. "You really are good with shield," Jon says. "You blocked most of my strikes, but you never will be able to defeat anyone if you can't attack." "I know," I said sadly. "It's just so terrifying to hit anyone." "I never met anyone who is afraid to hurt others," a new voice says. "I am Sara Lasand. I heard someone there, so I went to see what was going on." "He must be just a nice guy," Jon defends me. "Sir Ed Muir said that it was okay to not like to hurt others," I say, not looking at the girl's eyes. "Then Sir Ed Muir is a fool. My father always said that men should hurt others or they will hurt you," she replies, with a laugh. "I might be a fool, but if you want to change how the world works, one should first start with themselves," Sir Ed Muir says after walking from behind. "It is dark. You should go to your rooms. You can hang out with each other in the morning." With those words, he turns around and walks back. When I looked at Srilla, she looked aghast. Jon looked lost, not knowing what to do. Can we spar together tomorrow?" I asked Jon. He looked surprised but nodded his head to me. I never imagined that today would be the day where I got my first real friend. Ghosts of Harrenhal. Ed Muir POV. It was few days until the tourney starts. Everything was prepared, the rooms for guests, the grounds of the tourney, and so on. Looking through one of the glass windows of the Tower of Ghosts, I saw many banners. My own house's Trout, Stark's direwolf, Martell's spear piercing the red sun. There are many other banners, but Frey's twin towers and Lannister's lion were crucial to me. Harrenhal was in all his glory after getting stonemasons and other workers to fix the 5 towers and walls with gates. Other towers and buildings were dismantled for stone and to make more room on the ground. The windows were made of clear glass. The whole castle looked cleaner and even more spacious than ever. Climbing up and down the stairs of towers was quite an exercise. That was why my squire Sam was doing. I ordered him to climb up and down every tower, and he must be done before breakfast. What I didn't expect was for Jon and one of Oberyn's bastard daughters to join him. Well, he finally made friends, at least. I hoped Sam and Robb become closer, but Robb had made an impression on many other little lordlings and squires. Arya was just a girl of 4. She was together with Bran and barely left Catelyn's side. Sansa was immersed in festivities and other ladies of prominent houses. Taking one last look at the gates, I climbed down. Walking into the dining hall, I sat next to my father and sister. Arianne was sitting with her family. Oberyn showed himself just a week ago. It was suspicious, but I didn't put that in my mind. Looking at other tables, I took notice of who wasn't there. The king will come the next day with his retinue. What surprised me was that Lord Walder Frey has not shown himself yet. Almost all his children and grandchildren have come, but he hasn't. Well, it didn't matter much. My target was Lord Walder's firstborn son, Sir Stephen Free. Even if he was one of the better phrase, he has to die for my plan to work. In this world, people die no matter what kind of person they are. I am no different. To survive and let my family prosper, the phrase must die. Brother, did you really need to spend so much for this Tony? Caitlin asks me. No, probably not, but it is worth every penny I spend, I answer her with a smile. Look at your children enjoying themselves. It isn't like we can't afford a little bit of expenditure. I hoped to see Lisa too, my sister tells me sadly. She is still weak to travel, at least that's what she says, I reply. What do you mean? She asks, confused at my tone. When last time I met her, she didn't look too happy to see me, I explained to her. You have to understand, Kat, Lisa draw the short straw out of all us. She had to marry someone even older than her father, while you got a young and brave Lord of Winterfell, and I marry a beautiful and exotic girl. Lisa doesn't love Lord John Arryn. It was a purely political marriage. I didn't love Ned at first too, surely with some time, she would develop feelings for her husband, she responds. You live with Ned, and you have brought 4 children for him. Of course, you have feelings for him, even if you didn't want to, I tell her. But Lisa lost every child before Robert was born. It will be a long time before she has another one, if it ever will come. With Lord John Arryn's work as the hand of the king, he has to stay at the King's Landing all the time. She stopped questioning me after those words. Tyrion POV. It was a miracle that my father had let me go to this tourney. Even if Uncle Kevin and Aunt Jenna are here to watch me. I have gotten tired of Casterly Rock. Without Uncle Geryon, there is nothing for me here. Just leaving for few days brings me joy. The castle of Harrenhal was impressive indeed. With 5 enormously tall towers that are fixed now and strong walls give quite an impression. Even my father is jealous of the riches that House Tully has come to. It doesn't matter that no matter how much trading is done in the Riverlands, the Lannister will always be more prosperous than any other house. If other houses make good decisions, earning some gold and prestige, that only means they are becoming more dangerous for our family. That is a mentality that we learned from a young age. It didn't bring us many friends and it won't. The most hated and distrusted house is Lannister, after all. Well, our house is most feared too, which is nice, I suppose. My thoughts were interrupted by the voices of my aunt and her husband. They again were arguing. Imman Free was a nervous man. He feared my father the most. With the rise of the Riverlands, House Free too has prospered. But Imman didn't get much out from his family, as he was mainly staying in the Casterly Rock. Father wants to use him to strengthen his position in the Riverlands. Well, it isn't much Imman can do. So it will be a dream for him at most. To accomplish it, Stephen Free and his family must die first. Knowing how big the family is, it would be too suspicious if they just died. Lord Tyrion, I expected for your father to come, not his son Sir Edmure says after seeing me. My apologizes, my lord father is occupied with other things, I reply to him. Don't bother. It doesn't matter much if Lord Tywine is here or not, he tells me. I hope you enjoy the tourney, for his sake too. And there he goes. I have seen him walk all around the castle. The king is coming today. So the preparations must be done well to welcome him. As I walked to the dining hall, I saw 3 children climbing the tower. Every morning they would do so. Hello there, could I ask why you are running up and down the stairs of the 5 towers? I asked, brimming with curiosity. It would be suicide for me to attempt anything similar. We training a boy with raven hair, answered me. It builds strength and stamina. At least that's what Sir Edmure said. I see, oh, where my manners. I am Tyrion Lannister, I introduce myself. Jon Snow, that is Samwell Tarly, he introduces himself and then points at another boy, who is breathing so hard that he couldn't possibly talk. I am Sarala Sand, the girl introduces herself. I climbed to prove that I was a faster one. You are older than us, Jon complains to her. And you are a boy, she responds. As they started to argue, I left them alone. Well, I have heard of Sir Edmure's prowess in battle, and if he trains himself as hard as he trains his squire, it might be true. In the evening feast for the king, I sat next to my brother Jaime. The king was seated next to Lord Hoster Tully. Sir Emir was sitting with Martells, next to Prince Oberyn. They were as far away as they could be from us. Next to us was the phrase. As King talked with Lord Hoster, my sister Cersei was talking with Lady Catelyn. If I didn't know my sister, I would have thought she enjoyed being here. The royal children were seated with other lords' children at a separate table. Will you participate in the tourney, brother? I asked Jaime. Not only me, but Sir Barristan too will be participating, he answers me with a smile. So I should bet my gold for Sir Barristan, then I tell him. You wound me, brother, he responds with a hand on his heart. As we both laugh, I hear a loud cough from the free table. At first, I didn't notice it, but then there was a second cough, and then the third. Sir Stephen Free apologizes as he stands up coughing. It would have been the end of it if he hasn't fallen down on the ground. There was a grasp for the ladies. Sir Edmure was first to stand up and yell for the maester. When the maester came, Sir Edmure ordered a few guards to carry him to the chambers. When everyone calmed down, I saw Lord Hoster standing up. My lord and ladies, please feel free to enjoy the rest of the evening while I go and see what has happened to Sir Stephen, he says, and walks out. Well, it would be best for children to go back to their rooms, I hear Sir Edmure tell the king. Yes, the mood was ruined anyway. Cersei, take your children to their rooms, the king orders my sister. Well, brother, I have to do my duty. See you tomorrow, Jaime says to me and goes with Cersei. Taking another swing of ale, I decided to leave too. Oberyn POV. The joust started the next day after Sir Stephen was bedridden. Some people began to murmur that he was poisoned. Of course, if it's poison, it is Dawn's fault. Fools, all of them. There was no motive to kill Somfrey for us. Looking down the tourney grounds from my stall, I saw him. The mountain. I was about to stand up when someone put a hand on my shoulder. Calm yourself, Prince Oberyn, the Fish Knight says. You have promised us revenge, I tell him. It still isn't time for this, he responds. I don't want any more blood. Listen to him, uncle, for me, Arianne says too. Fine, I mutter. For the rest of the day, I had to watch as the mountain rides against other knights. I would have participated, but my brother forbids it. He says I couldn't control myself against the mountain. What angers me the most is that he is right. We don't have to watch it. Let's enjoy ourselves, my love, Ellaria tells me. Looking at her, I was about to agree when the mountain rode again. Watching him ride against Somfrey. The Frey's shield broke at the mountain's lance. The lance hit the Frey hard on the neck, and he fell even harder on the ground. Someone went to check on the man. Then, to no one's surprise, he announced the Frey dead. It seems my wishes mean nothing, Edmure says with a sigh. It seems it isn't best tourney for the Freys, Arianne commends. Who was that Frey? Edmure asks one of the guards. It was Sir Ryman, sir. The guard answers. Son of Sir Stephen Frey. Well shit, I hear the Fish Knight. I heard that Sir Stephen wasn't doing well. I fear the worst will happen when he hears the news. Should we not tell him then? Arianne asks. It isn't for us to decide, but my father the Fish Knight answers. It didn't matter to me much. The Freys could all die for all I care. It was more important for me to have some fun with Ellaria. Hoster POV. Damn it all, Sir Stephen didn't take well to the news about his son. He has gotten even weaker. Maester said he had at most few days left. The first day of the tourney and everything already went to 7 hells. Father, don't worry too much, my son tells me. How I can't, when people are dying like flies, I respond with a tired tone. It was foolish of Sir Ryman to ride against the mountain without checking his equipment. He tells me. He was right. He was just unlucky to go against the mountain. The Freys kept their silence. Who would dare to challenge the mountain for justice? It was a hard day. I felt more tired than ever. It became even worse when I started to cough hard. Father Edmure yells with a concerned voice. Are you all right? I will be fine, I answer, but I start coughing again just after finishing my words. It might be a disease from Sir Stephen, he says. I didn't correct him. You, gather score men and take my father back to Riverrun. Son, what are you doing? I ask. I can see you are not all right, he answers. Leave the rest to me, father. You should go back home and rest. Nonsense, I will be fine, I tell him, but he just shakes his head. I won't take any chances, he replies. Father, please, do it for me. Ah, fine. I will trust you to manage the problems that might arise. I agree. It is for the best. Once Edmure is married, I tell him the truth. As I am now, I won't be any help. Samuel POV. It was the second morning of the tourney. People were getting up and going to do their jobs. I, on the other hand, was looking for John and Sarala. They are probably already near the stairway of one of 5 towers. Even if it became somehow easier to climb up and down them, it was still hard and not something I look for. As I was walking to the Tower of Ghost, I heard a commotion. Getting closer, I met with John and Sarala. What going on? I asked. Someone fell from the stairs, Sarala answers. I heard it was the heir to the twins, John adds. Isn't Sir Stephen Free the heir? I asked, confused. Didn't you hear? He died this night, Sarala tell me. And now another one of Frey's is dead. If I didn't know better, I would think that someone is killing them. Who would want to do something like that? I asked with a nervous voice. Other Free. I heard that Black Walder is a cruel man, and he wants the twins for himself, John answers. Or it could be Lannisters. I heard that Old Lion wants it too, and it so happens that one of the Freys is his good brother, Sarala adds with a disgusted tone. It could be ghosts of Harrenhal. I thought but didn't voice it aloud. The end of the tourney. Tyrion POV. It was the 3rd day of the tourney. Yesterday the joust has ended with Sir Barristan winning. Lord Yohn Royce took 2nd place. Today was supposed to be melee, but with the death of 3 Freys, no one knew what will happen next, and everyone was on their edge. Lord Hoster Tully has left for Riverrun because he has gotten sick too. It was remarkable how Sir Edmure Tully kept his calm, talking to his guest and assuring everyone that the tourney will continue as usual. Looking at everyone in the dining hall, I saw tension rising. While some ate their breakfast in silence, most whispered about what has happened in the past couple of days. Some said it was just a coincidence that 3 heirs died. Others were thinking that Black Walder has killed them to inherit the twins. Another group blamed the Lannisters that we wanted Foreman Free to get the twins. The last group whispered about the ghosts that wander in the halls. As I ate in silence, I thought if maybe it was my father who was responsible. It wouldn't be out of reason. Well, someone was getting rid of the Freys, that for sure. While thinking about it, I heard a crash of plates and angry voices. It was you. Trying to take the twins for yourself, Black Walder accuses him Free. Well, you won't have it while I am alive. Isn't convenient that you are alive while your brother and others in front of you in the line are dead, fumes. They yelled at each other for some time. I wouldn't be surprised if these Freys killed each other right now, right here. As the arguing intensified, Sir Edmure stood up. Enough, he thunders. I don't care about your family's problems, but I won't tolerate any fighting while you are in my hospitality. I have sent for the Lord Walder Free to come here and take care of this nonsense at once. With these words, everyone quiets down. It seems Tullys won't take any sides and let them deal with it on their own. At the end of the day, it seems everyone has calmed down. The melee ended with Lord Yohn's victory and the archery with someone from the Dawn taking the 1st place. Sir Edmure didn't participate in any competition. It wasn't surprising when you think about it. Without his father, he had to entertain the king and other lords. The feast at the end of the day was in honor of winners. Sir Edmure himself gave out the rewards, congratulating them. In the next few days, there would be festivities and celebrations. After all that, it would be time for the wedding. All sounded good and all, but I couldn't help but feel the dread coming. With 3 in line to the twins dead, someone will have to fill that position. Black Walder is the apparent heir, but Aemon would have my father's support. Not speaking of what Tullys would do, I didn't like how calm Sir Edmure was. If the war broke between Freys, it would be within the rights for Tullys to do as they must. After all, it was Tully's duty to keep the peace in the Riverlands. Arianne POV. The days went more peacefully after the tourney. Edmure has planned that there will be 3 days of the tourney and 3 days of festivities. On the 7th day we would marry. It was the 2nd day of festivities. I couldn't help but wonder how my life will change soon. After all, in 2 days, I will be married. Father has told me that I would stay in the Riverrun for the coming years. It would be bad if people were wondering what I was doing in the dawn without my husband. So until my father can no longer rule, I am to stay here and bear children. It might have seemed tedious when I was younger, but now, it didn't look that bad after spending more than a month with Edmure. I grew to like him. After my father agreed to marry me, I was forbidden to have any lovers or close contact with the opposite sex. The only things I knew about the opposite sex came from Nymeria, and she wasn't that experienced herself. So it was hard for me at the start to see what my feelings genuinely are. Even now, I don't understand them. Princess, you look beautiful as always, Edmure tells me as we walk to the hall. Thank you, sir, I reply with a smile. The smile comes naturally to me with Edmure. I hope the past few days didn't ruin your mood. He asks me with a concerned voice. I don't care for some phrase. You don't have to worry, I answer him. Good, it might become more complicated, so I hope you don't think too bad about my vassals, he tells me. More complicated? I wonder what he meant by it. Edmure was a complex person, to say at least. He acted calm and collected, like everything is as it should be. But sometimes, it scares me how he can put a smile in front of everyone so quickly. It reminds me of the first thing I learned from him: the simple smile can be a powerful weapon. Edmure POV. Finally, the time has come. I stood there waiting for Princess Ariane to be led by Prince Doran. The September at Harrenhal was one of the biggest in the Riverlands. I convinced the High Septon to sponsor it himself, so rebuilding it didn't cost much. The Septon said his prayers. Princess Ariane and I told our vows. After Prince Doran removed the orange cloak from Ariane, I put my houses blue and red on her. With this kiss, I pledge my love, we both say at the same time. And take you for my lord and husband, she continues. And take you for my lady and wife, I repeat. They are of one flesh, one heart, one soul, now and forever, the Septon declares after our kiss. The singing was loud, but sometimes the king would be even louder. After the ceremony, the feast followed. Most already have forgotten about the past few days of the tragedy. As the ale and wine flowed to their minds, nobody cared of what will happen with the phrase. Ed, sorry for being late, Patrick tells me after getting close to me. Congratulations, I hope both of you live long and have many children. Thank you, Sir Patrick, Ariane replies. If you don't mind, Princess, I would like to talk with my friend for a bit, I say to her. It has been a long time since we last met. Of course, I wanted to speak with my father anyway, she agrees and leaves us alone. How did it go? I asked in a low voice so that nobody would hear me. The news will come soon, he answers in the same low voice. The bandits attacked them and left for the west. Everyone who traveled with Lord Free is dead. It was an easy target for the bandits. I see, I respond and end our conversation. The next day everyone will hear the news. Black Walder won't feel safe and blame the deaths on Aemon. There will be a few Freys who take the side of Aemon. Black Walder isn't immensely liked, and he will have to deal with Aemon. Lannisters will get involved, and when the chaos reached its peak, I will set the peace. At the end of this conflict, the twins will fall. The following day I got up before the sun had started to rise. Leaving Ariane, who is sleeping peacefully in the bed alone. Soon the news about Lord Walder's death will spread. I didn't expect Ryman Free to die. At worst, he should be crippled, then it would complicate the situation more. Well, I expected that not all plans will go accordingly. It was easy to change his shield with a poorly made one. Even easier to arrange his joust with the mountain. Black Walder will blame the Lannisters for getting more support from his family. I have to wait and see how Aemon Free will react. Will Lannisters use this opportunity to get the twins? Maybe they won't get involved any further. It would be better for me if they got involved, of course. I have done too much for this plan to fail. The rumors will spread like wildfire. Some will blame Black Walder, some will blame Aemon Free and Lannisters. Black Walder won't dare to directly challenge the Lannisters. If it goes according to my plan, I won't even need to get involved personally. In any way, there will be some chaos in the Riverlands. Deciding it would be better for my sister and her children to leave for North, I went to her. On the way, I saw that both Rob and John were up and training. I didn't interrupt them as they sparred with each other. After the spar was done, I came to greet them. Uncle Rob calls out for me once he sees me. Sir Edmure John greets me more reserved. I see the little wolf pups are up and training, I say with a smile. I want to be a great fighter like you, Uncle Rob declares to me with innocent eyes. You will be better than me. People will call you the Red Wolf once you start to tear up your opponents, I reply to him. Is your mother up? She was still asleep when we got out, he answers. Well, I could wait for her to show up. Until then, how about I show you, boys, some moves? I ask. We would love to, Rob answers, and I just rub his head. How about you both attack me? I ask and pick up a wooden sword. For 9 name-days-old boys, they fight pretty well. John is fast and skillful, Rob is strong and forceful. They both complement each other, cover their weak points. After few dozen exchanges, they got out of breath. It won't be long before you both become fearsome fighters, renowned in the realm, I compliment them. You know my friend Patrek doesn't have a squire as of now, and I promised to find a knight for you to squire, John. I could ask him to take you. Thank you, Sir Edmure, John replies uncertainly. Don't worry, both of you should say your goodbyes to your siblings. Soon they will have to leave to North. I tell John. We are leaving so soon? Rob asks. Yes, that is why I have come to see your mother, I answer. With those words I left them. The sun is up already. Cat should be awake. Tyrion POV. Everywhere you go, you could hear people talk about Lord Walder's death. They accusing either Aemon Free and Lannisters or Black Walder. With every moment, it becomes more complicated. I have gone to find my brother and ask him about the situation. Jaime was going to find Aunt Jenna when I met him. Jaime, what is King going to do with this situation? I asked. Nothing, he said, it was just family squabbles. They should clear it themselves, Jaime answers. What do you think our father will do? I asked. I hope nothing, but we both know he will use this to get the twins, he answers with a disappointed voice. We were interrupted by shouting voices as we got closer to the phrase. It was Black Walder who led this argument again. You will pay for what you have done, Black Walder roars. What have I done? Don't be ridiculous. We both know it was you who killed them, Aemon replies. All of the people there know what kind of person you are. You dare. We all know how you want the twins and how you are just a puppet for the Lannisters to control, Black Walder yells back. You damn kinslayer, I should just cut you down now and there. You can try, Aemon puts his hand on the hilt of his sword. Enough, if anyone wants to fight, they can fight me, Edmure Tully announces to them after showing out of nowhere. I had enough of you damn phrase. Lord Walder, as you are now the new lord, you should take your men and leave. I got tired of this accident. Accident? Maybe my brothers and nephews' deaths might be accidents, but I saw children running the stairs of the 5 towers every morning for days, and nothing happened to them. But a grown man has somehow fallen, Aemon responds. So you blame Lord Walder here for the death of his own brother? Edmure asks. Nonsense, how about we talk about the bandits? Coming from the west to attack your father and then fleeing back to the west, Black Walder replies. I have enough of both of you. You both will leave before sunset. I invited you to celebrate my wedding, and this is what I got, Edmure scolds them with an angry voice. You are lord of the twins now, Walder, you better deal with this, or I make sure there are no twins afterward. With those words, he turns and leaves. Well, it truly seems he doesn't want to get involved. But his last remark gives me shivers. The fall of phrase. Edmure POV. It worked better than expected. Black Walder has run back to the twins first, even leaving his family's bodies. Well, he needs to dispose of his opposition before something happens. Aemon Free went to Westerlands, calling for support to bring Black Walder to justice. Everything was going according to my plan. I just need to watch how the phrase act for now. Nobody realized it yet, but it was already the end for both of them. After giving the dead phrase to the silent sisters, I sent Caitlin to the maiden pool to get a ship back to the north. John was taken by Patrek and left for Seaguard. I, on the other hand, have taken Ariane back to Riverrun. Prince Doran, with the rest of his family, went back to the Dawn. The king has left, too, not wanting to get involved in the infighting of the phrase. When we returned to Riverrun, I found out that my father's condition was worse than expected. Maester Viman said he should be fine. Once he rested for a while, he could resume his duties. But I knew in a few years, he will be bedridden indefinitely. Don't burden my father much, Maester, I commanded him. He should eat vegetables and fruit more and make sure that he only drinks boiled water. Everyone coming to see him should be clean too. Don't worry, Edmure, I know how to do my job, thank you very much, he replies to me. I just want to make sure my father gets the best treatment, but you're right. I should leave it to you, I tell him before leaving. Months went by, with nothing much happening, until Imanfrey was seen traveling with almost 2,000 men to the Twins. I didn't know what he expected to accomplish with just these few men, but then at the Twins, he was joined by another 1,000 sellswords. Most of them were the ones we have hired. Well, they have outlived their usefulness for me. I let the phrase fight for a bit while I gathered my guard and other men at arms. The houses near Riverrun supported me and sent the men they could. After gathering my men, the news reached me of the start of the siege of the Twins. Blackwalder has failed to gather more support. Now he sits in the towers with little less than 1,000 men. I have sent orders for Patrek to stand by the west side of the Twins while I went to the east. Sir Mark and Sir Roland have joined me with couple hundred men each. It only took half a month after I set my trap for my scouts to report me of Blackwalder getting killed by his own men. Imanfrey stormed the Twins to take his seat, but the fool was quickly betrayed by his sellswords, killing him. The sellswords have taken everything worth and ran to the east where I was waiting. Seeing us in their way, the sellswords were surprised. Some of them were of the company of Rose, some of Stormbreakers. But most of them were gathering of smaller companies and rift rafts. The de facto leader thought I will let them pass, as I have given him my word. The fool thought because I am a knight of 7 kingdoms, I am honor bound to do as I said. Do not let anyone escape. I have given the sellswords work and trusted them to keep peace in our lands. Fool I was to trust a sellsword, I have paid for my foolishness, now it is time for them to pay for their betrayal. After giving my reasoning to the men around me, I held up my lance. Charge, let's show those Isozi bastards what happens to those who betray us. With my command, my 2,000 cavalries charged at the unprepared sellswords. It was easier than expected to get inside their formation. Without a clear leader to command the men, the sellswords gathered were in chaos about what to do. Some thrown their weapons and surrendered. Some started to run away. Only a little more than a half of them faced us. It didn't matter what they did. I cut them down anyway. Sending one flying with my lance, running down another with my horse. There was no opposition. My men ran through them until we got the core of the sellswords. There we were met with the elite. This isn't what we agreed with, you bastard, one commander yelled at me and rode to meet me. You think I would let you and your men do as they wished? Don't be ridiculous. Now you pay for what you had done, I replied with a raised voice so my men could hear me. Our swords sang when they collided. We exchanged a dozen strikes until I saw his sword started to chip. Seeing this, I become more aggressive, striking with all my might. Breaking his sword, I quickly finished him by cutting his head off. He was the commander which I have made a deal. I have offered him a sum of gold to betray his new employers. My deal was that he could take the gold from them and then everything he wanted from the Twins, and I would let him go back to the Essos. That is why he had to die. If someone found out about it, it would bring me endless trouble. The deal was made before the conflict started. It was my plan to Blackwalder or Imanfrey to hire him. Afterward, he would have sacked the Twins. And it seems everything worked according to this plan. Now that the sellswords are dead, I will blame Lannisters for this folly. Sir Edmure, what should we do with the captured men? Sir Mark asks, interrupting my thoughts. The black or the block, there won't be any other choice for them, I answer him. After dealing with the rest of the sellswords, we rode to the Twins. The two towers were burning with the smoke filling the skies above. It won't do much damage to the buildings themselves as they are made of stone. The insides, on the other hand, would be destroyed beyond any repair. Looking around, I saw dead bodies everywhere, children and women among them. The river below the twins was filled with dozens of more bodies. Servants, men at arms, farmers, and everyone in between. I knew it was my fault. I killed those people for my ambition. At this moment, I realized I won't be the same person. This image will haunt me in my dreams for the rest of my life. Gods, this was a massacre, one of the guards shouts. It was a mistake to hire those damn sellswords. Sure, you fool, don't speak so loudly, another man warns him. Is all right. Most of you feel that way right now. But don't forget what started this. It was Frey's inability to control their greed, I declare to the men around. But it is my fault too. I trusted the men that work only for gold. The least I can do is to clean up this mess. Gather the bodies, look for any survivors. After day and night, we gathered all the dead. There were thousands of bodies, but only a few survivors. In the cellars of the twins, we found women and children hiding. They were lucky that fire only spread up the towers and everything below the ground floor was relatively safe. The next day Patrek showed up with his men. We buried the knights and highborn, given some bodies to their families. Everyone else was burned. It was the safest way to not spread any diseases. Along the river, many fishing villages use this water. So I send riders to every one of the villages to inform them of this. To try and limit the usage of water and, if needed, only use boiled water. What will happen to the twins? Patrek asks. There are women, children and many others who have a claim to it. The new heir will be chosen by my father, but no matter who controls the lands, there won't be twins anymore, I answer him. Order the men to dismantle the towers. The materials will be used to build 2 small villages at the sides of the river. Is it smart? Many will be unsatisfied, Patrek asks with a concerned voice. It must be done. When the word spreads of what has happened, only the most deranged men will raise their voices, I respond. Some sacrifices will be made. The new heir will get an east village with the lands. The west village will be ruled by House Mallister, with the lands being distributed to various lords. My father will be delighted, Patrek replies with a half smile. Don't start to patronize me, I tell him. Mallisters are the only house I can truly trust in the Riverlands to hold the bridge. Sorry, but was this part of your plan too? Was it worth all the dead, children, women, innocent lives? Patrek asks with disgust in his voice. I don't know. Only the future will tell. I know I lost some trust in you, but I want you to believe in me. The fate of Riverlands would be crueler than this if I have done nothing, I answer him. What are you hiding? How can you expect me to trust you when you refuse to put trust in me? He asks me with a harsh voice. You're right. After checking that we are alone, I decided to tell him. Before I tell you anything, you have to promise that you won't say anything of this to anyone, not your father, not anyone. Very well, I promise, he says. The children of the king aren't his, I tell him. What? He asks with a horrified and disbelieved voice. The children do not resemble Robert in any way. Golden hair, emerald eyes are all Lannister's traits, I explain to him. I know what you think, that it means nothing. But all Baratheons and even the bastards in the history were black of hair and blue of eyes. Someday someone else will use this information to wage war. Lannisters will, of course, deny this and will do anything to hold on to their power. The Riverlands once again will burn, and if we side with the wrong side, the Freys will have the opportunity to take over the Riverlands. Patrek puts everything together. Shit, it won't be just Baratheons and Lannisters who get involved in this. Starks will support Stannis. Tyrells have to support the Lannisters. Otherwise, they will put a Florant as a queen. The question is, who will you support? Who knows, North and South will fight in my lands, no matter who I support. Neither the Baratheons nor the Lannisters are any friends of ours, I tell him. You should not forget that there are still Targaryens in Essos. Once the chaos starts, they probably use this to invade the Westeros once again. The future stinks, Patrek says. It is hard to trust these conspiracies for someone like him, but we were friends for a decade now. He believes me to at least think of this before talking to him. Patrick knows me well. He knows that I take something like this seriously. It is what it is, I reply with a sigh. Will you support a Targaryen? Is that why you married the Martells? Patrick asks with a low voice. Yes, but not a silver one, I answer him. What do you mean by it? He asks, confused. It's better for you don't know about it yet. I have to confirm some things first. In the future, you will realize how much trust I have put in you. Now, you should let me handle the preparations for the future, I try to explain to Patrick, but it isn't time to reveal everything. With the twins done, I have to deal with the rest of the sellsword companies in the Riverlands. As it was my idea to hire them, it is my responsibility to fire them. Dreams. Edmure POV. The river water was lovely to swim in. As the heat of the summer was beating on me, the cool water was refreshing. The current was relatively weak today and no strong wind blowing. The sky was clear without any cloud near, letting the sun shine upon me. But somehow, everything felt weird, like I was missing something. It was lonely, that what was wrong, I was alone. It was some time I felt like that. Travels with Patrick, making new friends put my mind at ease. Now looking back at my reflection on the water, I felt lonely once again. What now? I asked nobody. Who am I? Who, the voice from above answered. Looking up, I saw a crow flying in the sky. With this sigh, everything began to fall. The wind picked up the pace, the clouds darkened the sky, the current started to flow fast, and the cool water became cold as ice. My reflection was gone as the red like blood water surrounded me. Who? What? The crow asked, looking at me. Before I could say something, I felt something bumping against me. It was a body of a child, a little girl. Then one by one, more bodies started to float in the river. A boy, an elderly woman, a farmer, a knight, and everything in between. I began to pick one child after another to check if there were someone alive. Stop. Let them float. It is their fate. Fate, the crow says. Fuck fate, I answered and flung a handful of water towards the bird. Before it could hit the damn bird, the water freezes and falls back to the river. I looked at the ice near me, then looking around. Along the bank of the river, they stood, with blue eyes looking at me. A shiver ran through me, but I didn't look away from them. Fate, let it flow, the crow says. It is my rivers. It is me who decides who and what will flow through it, I respond and start to get to the bank. Death wasn't something new to me. If I have to die again, I will face it head on. It won't be like last time, covering in the corner and crying for help. As I climbed to the bank, the crow flew in front of me. Don't interfere. Let the fate flow, the crow tells me. I can't, I simply answer him. It's my family we talking about. It's my duty to protect them, and I promise that I will protect them on my honor. With those words, I went past the crow and stood before the horde of blue eyes. Before they could tear me apart, I woke up. In the Lord Solar, I was greeted by my sickly father. He looked pale and had dark bags under his eyes. The wrinkles on his face become more noticeable. I knew that his sickness started to show up, and it only will become worse. Father, I greet him. Sit down, Edmure, he commands me. The Lannisters are furious about what has happened in the twins. If I am not wrong, it was Aemon who hired those sellswords, I reply. Yes, but those men came from our lands, he tells me. I will have to get rid of these sellswords from Riverlands now. Let me do it, father, I ask him. At the end of the year, they will be gone back to Essos. Very well, your promise for Lannisters was too hasty, he then informs me. But it was a right one. The twins have burned to the ground anyway, and we can't let something like this happen again. What Lord Tywine wants? I ask. It doesn't matter what he wants. These aren't his lands to command for, but I still try to appease him for now at least. He notifies me. Leave it to me. You deal with the sellswords. As you wish, father, I assure him. 2 months, in 2 months after the end of the twins, things calmed down. To appease the Lannisters, my father decided to give the eastern village, where the twins stood, to Cleos free. Well, there wasn't anything there. He will have to build the village himself, of course with our workers. The king didn't give much thought to any of this. Only writing a letter that demands an explanation. Father wrote one for the king and another one for the hand. The blame won't come to us as the sellswords took it all. Now people have become too distrustful of the sellsword companies roaming their lands. Well, it was time for them to go anyway. We and other houses had enough men to patrol the riverlands, and merchants would have to buy their own security in the seas. It took some time to gather all the leaders of the sellsword companies. The two most important being the leader of the Company of Rose, a man named Howl. The other man named Ounce was the leader of the Stormbreakers. Both sat in front of me. You take my men, and now you just dismiss me? Howl asked me with a furious expression. Your men have left you on their own. I took nobody, I answer him. You get paid for your services and have a passage back to Essos. So you getting rid of us? Ounce asked. You are sellswords, don't act offended, I respond to him. You're right. We become too complacent. Staying there made my men lazy, it's time to go seek some battles. Ounce just laughs at me. Fine, the longer I stay there, more and more of my men will want to have a family and make how in these lands. Howl agrees too. After some more talking, I had promised them their pay and ensured their safety to travel back to the Essos. In the following weeks, almost all of the sellswords were gone from the riverlands. Days become peaceful, father got better of the late. I continued to learn from my father and intensify Samwell's training. While I didn't neglect my own training with a sword, I started to take a bow more often. Your hit is too weak, but more force, I command Samwell, as I deflect his strike too easily. Again, you will never injure anyone with this kind of strike. I am sorry, he apologizes. It's fine. If you can't put more strength into it, you will have to use a heavier weapon. I tell him. The mace isn't light by any means, but it isn't well balanced for Samwell. He just let it fall without swinging it as hard as he could. Samwell needs something with an edge to it, something that could chop his enemies. An axe might be good, but a one-handed axe is too short for him, and he needs one hand for his shield. Even Castle Blacksmith couldn't find anything that would satisfy me. So I started to do my own design, brainstorming anything I could remember from my previous life. Maybe a metal bat or baton would work. So after a week of drawing and consulting with the blacksmith, I draw something that I roughly remember from India's history. Kandar or something like that, it was called. In my design, it was a broadsword with a blunt tip that won't skewer anyone. One side is sharp, but another is plated, making it heavier and better for downward cuts. The hilt has a large plated guard and a spike that connects to the bottom of it. The tip could be used for offense or hold the sword with two hands. After showing it to the blacksmith, he looked at me weirdly, saying it would cut and destroy armor well, but it was way too heavy for one hand. Well, the heavier, the better. I ordered him to make it. And so, after a week of order, I presented Samwell with his new weapon. I know you hate hurting people, but with this sword, you won't have a choice, I tell him. For now on, you will train with it until you can swing it as easily as any other sword. Is too heavy, he complained. Tell me, Samwell, what do you want in your life? I asked him. He looked confusedly at me. What is your goal? To just be a shadow to your father. I want to see all the world's wonders, from the wall to the bells of Norfolk, Samwell answered with determination like nothing he has shown before. Good, it is a great dream to have, but do you think it that easy that there won't be any dangers for you? I asked. He looked ashamed. In the north, the wildlings raiders roam the lands, in Essos the Thraki will trample anyone they see with their horses. No matter where you go, there will be a danger. That is why you need to be strong enough to be free to travel the world. I don't want to hear you complain about how heavy or hard something is. Every time you fail, I want you to remember why you try. I wish you to accomplish your dream and read a book of all your travels when I am old. I want my grandchildren to learn about the world from your books, so pick the sword and try again. After trying a few times, he could barely lift his arms, but he still wanted to swing it one more time. Well, let's hope in 5 years he will get used to it. After everything that happened, the year came and went. At the start of the new year, nothing seemed to happen. It was peaceful as it could be. After implementing 4 crop rotations 3 years ago, the results finally started to show. At first, my father was skeptical, but now he was ecstatic. For secrecy, I didn't show it to Maester and anyone else, not even Starks. I convinced my father to keep it only in our lands for now. Most lords don't care about farming, so they won't notice that our lands produce more food than anyone else. It will become an improved income for House Tully. Food in the north and Dawn were sparse, and we could sell it to them exclusively with good ties on both sides. Ariane tried to pry how I got some much surplus to sell. It wasn't easy to resist her charms, but I refused to reveal anything to her. "I am pregnant," Ariane says to me one morning. "Well, that was unexpected," I respond. It was the first month of the year. I was thinking of what to do this year. Until Ariane told me that. It was a good thing. I needed an heir, with my father getting weaker with each day. "Aren't you happy?" she asked, confused at my reaction. "Of course I am. It just was unexpected, that all," I quickly explain. I don't make her angry. "Good, Maester Viman said we should expect the child to be born in 8 months," she tells me. "It's great news," I reply. "Well, that was fast. The child will be 5 years old when the shitstorm begins. Let's hope it won't have to grow up without its father." To the north. 298 Earl. John POV. It was the start of a new year. I, as always, was training with the Master at Arms while Sir Patrick was gone somewhere, God's nowhere. It was hard to hate Sir Patrick, even if there were many reasons why I would. I got an opportunity to squire for the heir of Seaguard, and Sir Patrick didn't begrudge me for being a bastard. But in the last 5 years, I could count on my fingers how many times he taught me something. It was Lord Jason Mallister who took me under his care while his son was gone. I will be eternally grateful for him for what he had done. Lord Jason was similar to my father and held on a high, but he was more flexible about its meaning. He taught me a lot, from being an excellent knight to managing lands and other lords. Saying that if his son doesn't listen to him, then at least he will have someone else to teach. "There you are, boy," Sir Patrick comes to me, out of nowhere. "I have good news for you. We are going to the north." "We are?" I asked. "Aye. Lord Tully asked for me to bring the convicts to the wall," Sir Patrick answers. "We leave in few days and stay in the Winterfell for some time to gather other convicts from the north, and then we will escort them to the wall." And with these words, he was gone. Winterfell. It was a long time since I have last seen my brothers. Rob has written me about the newest member of the family, Rukan. Bran and Arya probably will not even remember me. It will be nice to meet them again. We left after the criminals and volunteers bound to the wall had arrived. There were about 100 men in total. Another 100 will come from the north if what Sir Patrick says is true. It was Sir Edmure Tully's idea to send unwanted and for nowhere to go to the wall. Now every year couple 100 men would be escorted to the wall. It is said that the wall is in a better position than it was in the last 300 years. With more than 3,000 men standing vigil over the wall. And it seems to be a good time for it, as the news of the new king beyond the wall spread. If rumors are to be believed, there are about 100,000 wildlings under the king beyond the wall. We arrived at the Western Tower village soon enough. The roads were well maintained, and nobody would harass this big of a procession. The village wasn't vast, with a strong house by the bridge and few streets along with it. The Eastern Tower village was of the same size as her twin. Now ruled by Lord Cleosfrey. This village is all that was left for the Freys after their demise. A little tower and few farms. Nowadays, it was taught to children what happens when men have too much greed in their hearts. Afterward, we reached the King's Road that will bring us through Moat Cailin to Winterfell. The neck was swampy land, to say at least. Even going through the King's Road, I felt the wet air and saw many toads and other swamp animals. If you went out of the road, your boots would get wet in no time. It was impossible to know where the ground was hard and where it was a slump. It is good that this road is alleviated from the ground. Otherwise, I don't want to know how it could be possible to travel on it, Sir Patrick comments after looking around. The Crannog men live in these swamps. If it isn't wildlife that kills you, it would be them, I tell him. The Crannog men are the wildlife there, boy, Sir Patrick replies. I will be 5 and 10 soon, so you could practice not calling me a boy now, I tell him. Who else I call a boy, if not you, he responds with a laugh. I wonder what your wife would say if I told her that you slept in a house of a young farmer girl. I ask with a smirk. Cheeky bastard, fine, I will try to not call you a boy anymore, bastard, he says to me. Well, what did I expect? There is no winning against him with words. The moat Kalin stood imposingly, even if there was no way to repair all the towers that stood in this castle once a long time ago. 3 fully restored towers were enough to put fear in any army, which would march north. It will belong to Bran once he is of the age. Now its castellan is Robert Glover. We were welcomed warmly to the keep, with a great feast and warm beds awaiting us. Lord Robert Glover was too prideful for my liking. But Sir Patrick had taught me that no matter how much I don't like someone, I should always be pleasant and courteous. Well, I am a bastard, so I learned how to be humble a long time ago. We didn't stay long here and left for Winterfell the following day. Borrowlands were long plains filled with livestock. Hundreds of shepherds could be seen herding sheep and other animals. It's said that more than half of meat comes from these animals. And almost 2/3 of horses are bred here. Sewin was the last stop before Winterfell. It was only a day away from it. I could not help but feel anxious about meeting my family again. Even if Rob would write almost every month to me, I felt nervous. What if they don't even remember him? What if they don't want to see me? Sir Patrick said that my father would ask about me every day if he could. But what if he was glad to get rid of me and now would not want to see me? Lady Stark is the only person that I know will behave the same with me. Well, tomorrow I will find out. There is no running from it. I wish that tomorrow hadn't come so fast. Now that I could see the walls of Winterfell, I felt more anxious than I ever did. With every step my horse took, I wanted to turn around and ride back. But I didn't. The part of me that wanted to see Rob, little Arya, and even ladylike Sansa won over. The convicts were taken by Winterfell's guard to the Winter Town. The rest of us were led to Winterfell, where we were greeted by the whole Stark family. After Sir Patrick greeted them, Father didn't waste any more time and hugged me. He looked over me while holding my shoulders. Gods, you have grown so much, my father says. It was a long time. Brother Rob was next, who hugged me and greeted me. Rob was becoming even taller than my father. His hands were strong, and he had a big smile on his face. Arya ran into my arms afterward. It seems I worried over nothing with her. Sansa was more reserved and only greeted me politely. Bran didn't know how to act around me, and little Rickon asked if I was his uncle. Lady Stark, just look at me. Come, the food should be prepared any moment, and your old room is available for you, my father tells me. At the dining hall, I listened to Rob and Arya, telling me what I missed, how wild Rickon is, and how Sansa becomes more of a lady every day. And, of course, complains about Septa Mordane. I slept warmly that night. It will take up to a month to gather all the men from the north bound to the wall. The supplies are getting late, too, as summer snows fell on the eastern coastline. Even with the well-maintained roads, it was still hard to travel in the north. It has been almost a week since we come to Winterfell. I got up at the knocking on the door. My head hurts like 7 hells. Why I had to accompany Sir Patrick to Wintertown. Of course, he was looking for a place to get drunk. John, be prepared. Father has told me that the bandits from the Long Lake will be executed by him, Rob tells me after I opened the door. Bandits from Long Lake? I asked. They were notorious, led by someone named Ramsay Snow. They managed to always escape before, but now it seems the justice will be served to them, Rob explains. Father will take Bran too, to witness the execution. I see. I will go prepare, I reply to Rob and leave to get dressed. The execution site was a bit north of Winterfell. When we arrived, we saw 5 men kneeling, awaiting their death. One of them had a look of hatred and resentful. My father asked for their last words after Theon brought him his Valyrian greatsword. They were pleading for mercy, but the most memorable was one man who just spat at the boots of my father. Father had not even flinched and acted like he didn't notice it. The man became even more furious when he saw how his executioner conducted himself. "Ramsay Snow, for your crimes. In the name of Robert of the House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, by the word of Eddard of the House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, I do sentence you to die." Father says before he lifted the great sword above his head. "Don't look away. Father will know if you do," I tell Bran and hold his shoulder. The sword fell, and blood sprayed on the light snow. 4 more times, it was repeated, and the ground was red as summer wine. I felt Bran's shoulder tremble, but he didn't flinch away and watch it from beginning to the end. On the way home, Robb suggested a race. I agreed readily. The track was known to me, even if I had not seen it in 5 years. Slowing down by the bridge to not fall, I saw a beast on the ground. And so Robb saw it too. It had grey fur, looked like a wolf, but no wolf is so big. "It's direwolf," Robb says with an astonishing in his voice. Father and others soon catch up to us. Most men had their grips on the swords when they saw the beast. Robb got closer to it, not listening to any warnings. He picks something from underneath the beast. It was a pup. Bran, with exited eyes, ran to it, and Robb handed it to him. There were 5 pups in total. "We should put them down now. Without the mother, they will starve to death," Father tells us, and Theon was about to cut one. "No," Bran cried out with tears gathering in his eyes. "Lord Stark," it felt weird to call him by title. "There are 5 pups, and there are 5 Stark children. The direwolf is the sigil of your house. Your children were meant to have these pups, my lord." Father took a long look at me. It was hard to understand what he was thinking at that moment. But his eyes were sad. After looking at me, Father looked at Robb and Bran, telling them that they will have to take care of them by themselves, and if they die, they will bury the pup themselves. Bran cried out that they won't die, ever. After the ordeal, we spurred our horses back to Winterfell. As I was at the end of the bridge, I heard a whining sound. I didn't know why. I have stopped and turned around. It felt like my body moved by itself. Father noticed me stopping and asked what it was. "Can't you hear it?" I asked as I hear the sound again. Hopping off the horse, I went under the bridge. There was a white snow pup laying. If not for its red eyes watching me, I would not have noticed it. The pup didn't let any sound as I approached and kept quiet when I lifted it. "Another one," Father remarked, seeing me with the pup. "This one is mine," I tell him. So it begins. Edmure POV. The day was beautiful without any clouds covering the sun. It was warm but not hot. It was a lovely afternoon until our house steward came to me to inform me of Jon Arryn's passing, souring my mood immediately. My father was too ill to do anything but stay in bed. So I didn't want to burden him anymore. "Call Maester Vimen to my solar," I ordered the steward. Taking one last look at the sky, I went to my solar. I need to go to the north before the king arrives. Ned and I have to talk before the shitstorm starts. So many things that need to be done, but there's no time for anything now. I have to contact my agents and see if they can bring any information. "Have you called me, my lord?" Maester Vimen arrives after some time and asks me. "Yes, I will be leaving for Winterfell soon. I want you to write a letter to announce my arrival," I tell the Maester. "It will be done. Is there something else?" Maester asks. "Take care of father, remember, don't overburden him with unimportant matters. Make sure that he drinks only boiled water and juices, and the visitors must be clean before coming to him," I order him. "Very well, my lord. If that all, I will be going," he agrees and leaves. After checking on the papers on my table one last time, I left to check on my children. They should be playing in the courtyard, and Arianne is probably watching over them. I was right, as I could hear them before I even got to the yard. "My love, how are they doing?" I ask Arianne after coming to her. Elia is showing her little brothers how to play. Axel refuses to listen, and the youngest Gerald doesn't understand, she tells me with a smile. "I see. Elia has a lot to do," I reply with my own smile. It was entertaining to watch my daughter, who is only 4 years old, trying to teach how to play hide and seek to her unruly little brothers. Every child has my coloring of auburn hair and blue eyes. Axel is 1 year younger than Elia, and Gerald, who is only 2, doesn't even listen to Elia as she teaches them to count to 10. Even if she misses some numbers before reaching 10, Elia still gets angry at them. I have to leave, I say to Ariane. What happened now? She asks. Over the years, we become close. I would not call it love, but there was affection for each other. I could rely on her to take care of things for me. She didn't hide anything from me. And we both trusted each other to have each other's back when needed. I didn't hide much but the most important secrets from her. John Arryn is dead. King Robert is going to Winterfell to make Ned his new hand, I inform her. I plan to go there first and have a talk with Ned. How many men will you take? She asks, concerned. 12. I want to go fast, I answer her and give her a kiss before going to say goodbye to the children. Elia wanted to go too to see snow, as she only heard the stories of it. Axel and Gerald started to cry for me to not go. Elia knew better as I had left many times, and it was normal for her. With promises of cookies, I left to prepare. Afterward, I found the vice captain of our guard and ordered him to prepare to leave with me. Deciding it would be wise to take my hawk Styx, which was male of the pair that Patrek gifted me. Nyx, the female hawk, will be left for Ariane. If something happens, the hawks can easily find each other and deliver our messages. 12 best horsemen and fighters were with Samuel and me as we rode to the north. I had taken best horses for my companions, but Rain was still faster and more robust than others. Styx was flying above us, but never too far. I like to believe that we have some connection, that he listens to me. But it is probably because I have snacks for him on me. The neck region was damp, to say at least. The air was wet. The stone road was the only place where you wouldn't get wet. The most annoying thing about this place was the insects. I could tolerate grasshoppers, but mosquitoes, flies, and other flying assholes that would not leave me alone. Flying in my face, getting stuck in my long hair, hitting my eyes. Damn it all, we had to spend the night there too. It was the most miserable night in this lifetime. I couldn't sleep as mosquitoes were buzzing near my ears. So I sat near the campfire and stared at the orange flames. The sky was dark, with no stars visible. It felt like someone was making it so I would be tortured. As I stared at the flickering fire, I heard something. It was the sound of quiet steps. It would be hard to not make any sound in the wet grass. But it sounded like someone was gliding and not walking on the ground. Who's here? I asked and unsheathed my sword. A young boy emerged from darkness to the light of the fire. He was closer than I imagined. His deep green eyes watching me. He was too short and slim to be a man, and he wore all green. Somehow the thought of waking up everyone seemed unwise. Sir Edmure Tully, I am Hojan Reed, the boy introduced himself. You from the Greywater Watch, I reply. What are you doing there in the middle of the night? I came to talk with you, he answered. Then talk, I tell him, not putting my sword away. The least I can do is to listen. Very well, I have dreamed about you, the boy tells me. Glimpses of your future, but never of your past. So you are Greenseer, and come to tell me how I will die? I asked. Everyone die, some way or another. I have seen you die and leave your legacy for the world to see, he tells me. But no, I have not come to speak of your end. I have come to earn you. Of what? I asked. Your decisions will have dire consequences, the boy tells me. Everyone's does. We are lords of the 7 kingdoms. Our decisions will destroy this realm or save it, I reply, not impressed. But yours love for family will bring the realm to war, he says. The war. Don't be naive, boy, the war will always come to no matter what you do, I reply to him. Every man loves their family. If you can't even protect them, who can you protect? I see. You won't stop on your path even if it kills you, the boy says. Every man dies, sooner or later, I respond. Very well, father has entrusted me to give you these documents if you stay on your path, he says, and gives me a bundle of papers. Why would you give something like that to me? After looking through the papers, I ask, but he was gone, and only flames kept me company. We reached the Moat Cailin after that. The towers were enormous, holding the only path to the north through the ground. When I agreed to sponsor the rebuilding of Moat Cailin, I never expected to see something like that. They were more prominent than the towers in Harrenhal, which I tried to rename Revere, so when my son inherits it, he would be called Geralt of Revere. The only thing people are talking about is the king leaving the capital and coming to the north. I only needed to speak shortly with the Castellan to pry information from him. As I was partly responsible for rebuilding this fortress, he had no need to hide how many men were here now. The next day we left to the Winterfell, traveling through the Borrowlands. On nights we set our camp, Samwell still training with his new sword. Every day he would ask other guards or me to spar with him. He still could not use the sword fluently. The divider, people started to call the Kandar. It was easier on the tongue and described it well. The divider would divide most shields and armor if it hit any. It was better to not block the strike from this sword. The Borrowlands were a lot nicer than the Neck. The fields were primarily empty, only filled with various animals. From sheep to cows. All kinds of horses were running in the areas, only restricted by virid fences. It was a lovely sight for travelers to enjoy while on the road. I didn't rush to Winterfell. After receiving the documents from the Reeds, Ned won't be able to hide anything from me. So I enjoyed the stretch from there to the heart of the north. The weather was delightful as the sun gleamed on us, and a light wind was refreshing. The Winterfell walls loomed over us as we neared it. Guards patrolling the walls and towers. The gate was fortified to the point that I saw no war engine penetrating it. 6 guards stood at each side of the gates. Even Wintertown was patrolled regularly with disciplined men. Samwell looked at everything with awe in his eyes. He would see every detail with his eyes before moving to other parts. That is how he reacted to everything in the north so far. I couldn't blame him, as everything looked beautiful there. People liked to talk about how it was only an empty wasteland, but they had never seen its beauty before. The north had various unique places to explore and witness. When I arrived inside the castle, I saw the wolves first and only then my family. My nephews and nieces each were holding their pups. After greeting everyone, I enjoyed the rest of the day with my family. Letting Sansa be my tour to the castle. Listening to Bran's stories about legends long forgotten. Sparring with Robb and Jon while Patrek was watching. Playing with Arya and Rickon. And lastly, talking with my sister. I have thought you would have taught more to Jon in the late evening, I remarked to Patrek. If I haven't asked your father to look after him, he wouldn't be able to read with your teachings. Don't be so hard on me. I knew my father would take care of the boy, and I had some stuff to look at, Patrek replies. How many times do I have to tell you girls aren't things, I tell him angrily. Enough, and my wife would kill me if she caught me looking at other girls, Patrek replies. I was looking at the Ironborn of the Late. I noticed some activities with them. Building more ships than ever before. I have sent many spies to look into it. Damn it, someone is probably supporting them. Otherwise, I don't believe the Ironborn could build a new fleet after all the restrictions I put on them, I respond, but who would support them and for what? It seems a war is coming, Patrek comments without any humor in his voice. Ned was silent when I entered his solar. He didn't express any emotion on his face. The solar wasn't near luxurious enough to compete with most Great Lord's solars. The walls were grey, with a massive map hanging on the back wall. The table and other furniture were simple but elegant. You wanted to speak with me, Ned states. Yes, it is about time you tell me about Jon, I reply. What there to know? He is my son, and at the end of it he grumbles. Is he? I question him. What do you know? Ned inquires me. I know he isn't your son, I confirm his suspicion. Sigh, this isn't the place to talk about it, he sighs and motions me to follow him. Ned left first through the door, and I was following behind him. We climbed down the spiraling stairs. Walked through the grey-walled halls and left the castle to the courtyard. From there, Ned led me to the crypt of Winterfell. The crypt was a cold and dark place. You could only see as much as the lantern lets you and not an inch more. The floor was frigid as I felt my feet freeze just from stepping on it. The air was too damp to stay there for long and not get sick. The overarching hallways made it look like an underground labyrinth that you could easily get lost in. It was a death trap for anyone who didn't know the passageways. How did you find out? Ned asks me when we arrive at the only woman statue in there. The reeds give me this, I answer him, and give the papers which document the marriage between Roger and Lyanna. Why would they do something like this? He wonders. Because the king is coming. We both know why he's coming to you, I reply to him. They know how dangerous the capital is. If something would happen to you, will you let Kat live the rest of her lifetime resenting your choice to father a bastard? Will John never know of his true origins? It wasn't decided that I would leave for the capital yet, he remarks. It isn't easy to refuse the king, especially Robert, I state. And it isn't the only thing that I am concerned with. I am afraid of what the future will bring to the Seven Kingdoms once Robert dies. His son will inherit the Iron Throne and keep the peace, Ned declared. There isn't any peace, there never been. The boy will listen to Lannisters and no one else. The Florents will undermine the Tyrells in any way they can. The Martells won't give up on their revenge, and I am no friend of Lannisters. The Targaryen loyalists strike in the sight of weakness. But what if there was another Targaryen? The heir to the Iron Throne, how could they put Viserys before his nephew? I hypothesize. You want John to be a tool. He accuses me. We are all tools, I explain to him. You were a tool bringing the Vale closer to the north. My sisters were tools getting closer ties with the Vale and the north to the Riverlands. In one or another way, we are tools that let us have better positions and future. There won't be any need for you to use John. I won't let any of those things happen, Ned promises me. You just one man, I reply with a neutral voice. If Targaryens manage to have the throne, then it would be better if it is someone I would trust. Someone who would honor their words. Someone who would think of others before themselves. You have 3 Kingdoms alliance with you. There's little chance that Viserys would take the Iron Throne, he says. Do I? Lysa won't listen to me. She didn't answer any of my letters, and without Jon Arryn, she will do as she wishes. I reply to him. Even if I have some say with Dawn, it would be hard to control their anger for Lannisters and Baratheons. Face it, Ned, war is coming one way or another. Sigh, your words have some truth to it, but it is just speculation on your part, he tells me. Nonetheless, you have a point. After his words, he kneels down, removes a stone underneath Lyanna's statue, and then picks up a box from the hole. I look at Ned as he opens the box and reveals its contents. There was a red 3-headed dragon banner in the box, and under that, it was letters and documents. Reading through them, I realized that it was all the proof I needed to legitimize John. Ned looks at me for a silent moment and then gives the box to me. It's been 2 weeks since the talk with Ned. Everything had become a routine, playing with Rickon and Arya. Telling horror stories to Bran and fairy tales to Sansa. Teaching sword fighting to Jon and Robb with Samwell joining in too. Ned kept his distance from me, but at the same time, watched me closer than before. Today was the day the king was arriving. The children assembled at the front of the castle with Ned and Cat in front of them. I stood by their side with Samwell, waiting for the king to arrive. It was blindingly how much gold I saw. The king was fatter than I imagined he could possibly be. In the last 5 years, he gained a lot of weight. The queen was gorgeous, with her beautiful long golden hair. She looked at everything with hidden distaste. The smirk she wore on her face was the most annoying thing about her. Combine Sir Jaime's constant smirk with her own, and you get Joffrey. Joffrey didn't even try to hide his expression. While he wore a smile, I could easily see his frown and how his eyes dismissed everything and everyone as beneath him. Even though Myrcella and Tommen looked more innocent, I could spot the influence of Cersei for their distaste. After Robert left with Ned, I could only think about how the game had begun. A lion and a wolf. Jon POV. The feast to welcome the king was in process. The hall was filled with to brim with people. As more ale and wine flowed from one table to another, the louder it became. I never heard someone so loud as the king. Even singers got drowned by the booming laughter of him. The only other person I could compare the king to is Great Jon Umber, but Great Jon is more a fighter than the king. King Robert was a disappointment. Hearing stories about the Demon of the Trident and then seeing him in person was very underwhelming. He was fat, with a beard covering his many chins, but he was loud. His voice boomed, and his laughter filled the hall. He was the opposite of my father, who sat next to the king, silent. It was already the 4th hour of the feast. Out of sight, I sat at the back of the hall with squires and guards. Ghost under the table, between my legs, was chewing bones from a chicken I threw to him. The pup was too small and quiet for others to even notice him. The squires liked to boast a lot. I didn't mind it and was delighted to listen to them. Even if I knew there was not a lot of truth in it. My brothers and sisters sat with the royal children. I saw how little princess was throwing shy looks at Rob, who had not noticed it even once. While Sansa was listening to the crown prince's stories with eyes of admiration. Even if I heard only tight bits of his stories, I could not find anything admirable in them. After taking more wine than I could possibly handle, I decided to leave for outside. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to act like a drunken fool in front of royalty. The air was nice, as I couldn't feel the smoke for the hole in it. The yard was silent, only with few guards on the inner wall and few patrolling and occasionally walking past. The sounds of music spilled from behind me as I lurked in the dark and lonely yard. It seems I am not the only one who wants some fresh air. Tyrion Lannister's voice rang from the ledge above the great hall door. Is that a wolf you have with you? A dire wolf, I answer. His name is Ghost. What are you doing up there? The same as you, it seems, Tyrion replies and hops down. Drank too much. I thought it would be rude to vomit in front of the king. Can I have a closer look at the beast? If you don't value your life, be my guest, I answer and laugh when Tyrion steps back. Don't worry, with me here, Ghost won't do anything. Then it's good that you are here. I am Tyrion Lannister. He gets closer and introduces himself. I know, it isn't the first time we met, I respond. We even talked in Harrenhal. And I thought you might have forgotten, he tells me. It is hard to forget someone of your stature, I couldn't help but quip at him. Yes, and for a bastard, you have a memorable presence too. Tyrion laughs, not offended in the least. I heard you will be going to the wall. Is that the truth? Yes, with Sir Patrick Mallister leading, I confirm. I always wanted to see it. It wouldn't be too much for me to ask to join you on the journey? He inquires of me. I don't see why not. But you should ask Sir Patrick first, I inform him. Look at us, a bastard and a dwarf talking outside. If someone saw us, they would think that we are scheming something villainous, he jokes. They would think that a bastard is annoying a Lannister lord, that all, I grumble. Ha, don't be so hard on yourself. All dwarfs are bastards in their father's eyes, he tells me with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. You should never forget what you are, for surely the world will not. Make it your strength. Then it can never be your weakness. Armor yourself in it, and it will never be used to hurt you. Thank you for your advice. But you should not forget who you are, Tyrion. It doesn't matter if you are a dwarf. You are still Lannister, son of Lord Tywin Lannister. Brother to the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. I respond. And no other names or insults will change that. Edmure POV. I was woken up in the middle of the night by knocking at the door. I got up hastily, tired as I was from drinking all evening. My sight was spinning, but I managed to put on pants and a shirt before opening the door. Outside the room, a guard was waiting for me. What is it? I asked him. My lord, Lord Stark asked for you to join him, he tells me. Then lead the way. I want to get some sleep tonight, I grunt with a lazy tone. It was Ned's bedroom that the guard led me into. Inside I could see Ned, Cat, and Maester Lewin with concerned faces. Cat's face had fear on it. What going on? I asked, but I knew exactly why I was called here. We got a message from Lysa. It brings bad news, Cat answers. What did it say? I ask. Jon Arryn was murdered, and she blames Lannisters, Ned responds. And? Does she have any proof? I inquire. She is our sister, Cat interjects. She is Lady Arryn, I reply to her. When was the last time you talked with her or exchanged letters? Because the last time I spoke with her, she looked at me as Lady Arryn and not my sister. She didn't write me back no matter how many times I inquired about my nephew. If not Uncle Brynden, I would think that the boy is dead. You're saying that she is lying? Cat questions me. I think she has no proof and wants us to chase a cat's tail, I respond. And that cat is a dangerous beast that is better left alone. If there is a chance that what Lysa says is true, I can't just forget about it, Ned states. I don't believe that our sister would lie to us, Cat adds. What are you going to do, Ned? I ask. The king might be in danger. I must go with him to the south, he mutters with an annoyance. Cat will stay and govern the north in my stead. While I bring Arya, Sansa and Bran with me. No, Cat cried. Yes, if I must go, I can't let the Lannisters suspect anything, Ned explains. If the Lannisters are guilty, you bringing your children to danger, I reply to him. I know if Sansa doesn't come with you, it would seem suspicious. But there is no need to bring Bran too. Sir Edmure is right, my lord. The girls would be enough to divert any suspicion from you. Bran would be only endangered needlessly. Maester Lewin agrees with me. Bran is only 7, please, Ned Cat pleads to him. I was 8 when I was sent to be fostered at the Eyrie, Ned responds. King's Landing isn't Eyrie. The streets are filled with despicable, ruthless, and desperate men. The Red Keep has even more of that kind of men. Bran will stay. I won't let you endanger him. I inform him. Fine, Ned agrees at last, and Cat looks relieved. I will go with you on a pretext to keep the girls company while they are away from home, I declare. Is it wise? Ned asks. You won't have any friends in the capital, I respond to him. And while you are doing the king's bidding, I will investigate of what truly happened to Jon Arryn, Sir Edmure is more knowledgeable in the manners of the southern politics. You should listen to his advice, my lord, Maester Lewin adds. I won't have a no for an answer, Ned, I state. It's already late. Better we leave for tonight. With those words, I turned and left for my chambers. In the morning of the day, I was in the courtyard watching Bran's and Tommen's spar. Tommen was a chubby child the same age as Bran. The would-be king didn't even scratch Bran. Even if Bran wasn't really trained much, he knew what to do. Tommen, on the other side, just swung his wooden sword up and down. Once Tommen was on the ground, he didn't get up again. Enough, Sir Roderick bellows when he sees that Tommen can't get up. Roderick gives a hand to the little prince and yanks him on his feet. Afterward, he orders 2 guards to help the children out of their paddings. Looking up to the covered bridge between the armory and Great Keep, I saw Jon and Arya watching from the window. I smiled and waved at them. Prince Joffrey, Robb, would you like to go for a round? Sir Roderick asks after looking at them. Gladly, Robb instantly agrees. This is a game for children, Sir Roderick Joffrey replies with a bored voice. You are children, Theon comments with a burst of laughter. Robb might be a child, but I am a prince, Joffrey responds with a smirk. I am tired of swinging with play swords. Oh, has the sun exhausted the royal prince, or was it the northern wind? Maybe you should take a nap to rest, I couldn't control myself from commenting on his behavior. We wouldn't want to tire the royal prince to death. The Stark men laughed, even if quietly. Joffrey looked lost for words while I saw the hound tensing up. Robb had a smile on him, but he didn't laugh. Theon, on the other side, burst out laughing like it was the funniest joke he heard. Not true. I am just bored with this kind of wooden sword and was going to suggest lifesteal if the Stark isn't afraid. After a few moments, Joffrey tries to mock Robb. Or you need your uncle's protection. Done, Robb snipes back. You'll be sorry. Lifesteal is too dangerous. I will only permit tourney swords with blunted edges. Master at Arms stops Robb and tells us. This is your prince. Who are you to tell him he may not have an edge on his sword, sir? The hound steps forward and growls at Sir Roderick. Master at Arms of Winterfell, Clegane, and you would do well not to forget it. He answers him without a flinch. Are you training women here? The burned man asks. I am training knights, Sir Roderick responds. They will have steel when they are ready. When they are of age. How old are you, boy? The hound then turns to Robb and asks with a growling voice. 4 and 10, Robb answers, looking straight at his eyes. I was 2 and 10 when I first killed a man. You can be sure I didn't do it with a blunt sword, the hound gloats. Every child can kill a man. Give a child a sharp knife, and he will put it in any man's gut, I remark before Robb could And I thought we were speaking of a sparing not killing the royal prince. What you are suggesting is treason, Clegane. So you will fight with a blunted sword, or you won't fight at all today. Come, Tom, and Joffrey commands his little brother. The hour of play is over. Come find me when you don't need to hide behind a fish, Stark. I can only hear a cat meowing. If you can't fight with a blunted sword, you can't fight with a sharp too. I end the conversation and turn to leave. Samwell, you can spar with Robb instead. At least it won't be a waste of time for you to come here. The laughter of the Lannister men died out too. I knew I already said enough, so I decided to leave before it became too heated. Of course, I wasn't that lucky as the hound stepped in front of me. My men clutched their swords. I waved them to relax and looked at the man, muscled like a bull. So the cat sends a dog to do their bidding. Well, I don't care anyway. I smirk at the burned man, step around him and leave, not letting him even reply. After another week, we will be preparing to leave for the south. It will be a long trip, especially with the Queen's wheelhouse dragging the pace. I wouldn't want the dog to do as he wishes in my lands. The road to the south. Eddard POV. It was an hour before dawn when I was shaken awake by Alyn. Stumbling at the morning chill, still groggy from the sleep, to find a saddled horse and King on another one. Robert was wearing a hood that covered his ears, a heavy fur cloak, and thick gloves. If I didn't know better, I would have thought it was a bear sitting on the horse. Up, Stark, up, Robert calls me. We have matters of state to discuss. By all means, come inside, Your Grace, I reply as Alyn lifts the flap on my tent. No, no, Robert rejects with every word, steam coming from his mouth. The camp has many ears. Come ride with me. Looking at the saddled horse, Sir Boros, and Sir Meryn with dozen guards waiting behind the king. I could only rub the sleep from my eyes, get dressed, and mount up. Robert set the pace on his huge black destrier. I rode beside him, questioning him, but the wind blew the words out of Robert's ears. After that, we rode in silence. After leaving the King's Road to the plains dark with the mist, the guards had fallen some distance from us. Still, Robert would not slow down till we left the guard out of sight. Gods, Ned, it feels good, Robert swore, laughing. Finally riding how a man should. I swear, Ned, that damn wheelhouse will drive me mad. The way it creaks and groans, I swear with it breaks another time, I will burn it. Sir Edmure would gladly light the torch for you, I laugh with Robert. With the way he looks at the wheelhouse, I thought he would already burn it to ash. Ha, I would not be surprised that he would burn it with my wife still inside, Robert comments. They only met a couple of times, and they get along like a cat and a fish. Then it is good that Edmure isn't just like another fish, I respond. Yes, the Redfish is more than a match for my wife, Robert remarks. Sometimes, I envy him, riding through the 7 kingdoms, to the south of the Dawn and now to the north. What do you say, Ned? Let's take a pair of horses and just ride with nothing but a sword in our hands, a common farm girl to warm our beds. Would that we could, I reply. But we are the boys anymore. Now we have our duties, Your Grace, to the realm, to our children. I to my lady wife and you to your queen. The rising sun lightens the lands through the white mist, revealing the plains-filled flatness here and there. But it only shows long and low hummocks more clearly. The burrows of the first men, I motion to Robert. Have we ridden into a graveyard? He asks with a frown. These burrows are everywhere in the north, Your Grace. This land is old. I answer. And cold, Robert grumbles. It is warmer than ever. Now filled with livestock that would last us a winter, I reply with a small smile. Well, I have not brought you here to talk about your land. There was a rider last night, a message from Lord Varys, Robert informs me, handing the letter. What is the source of this? I ask after reading the letter. Do you remember Sir Jorah? Robert asks. Would that I forget him. If only he asked for my support, then he might still be a knight of the Bear Island, I lament. Well, now he is in Pentos, anxious to earn royal pardon to return to his lands, Robert informs me. Lord Varys makes good use of him. A slaver turned to a spy, I remark with a bitter smile. I rather see his corpse or in black. Besides, Sir Yoha, what do you think of the message? Robert questions me. Daenerys Targaryen has wed some Dothraki horse lord. What of it? Shall we send her a wedding gift? I ask back to him. A knife, perhaps. A good and bold man to wield it too, he remarks. Your Grace, she nothing more than a child, I tell him slowly. You are not Tywin Lannister to slaughter innocent children. And for how long will this one remain innocent? Robert asks. I will kill every Targaryen I can get my hands on until they are as dead as their dragons, and then I will piss on their graves. You can't get your hands on this one, can you? I ask. No, gods be cursed, some pox-ridden Pentoshi Cheesemonger has the girl and her brother walled in his castle, Robert curses. And now he handed them to the Dothraki. I should have killed them years ago, but Jon would not let it happen. Jon Arryn was a wise and a good hand, I comment. This Khal Drogo is said to have 100,000 riders, Robert remarks. Even if he had 1,000,000, he and his riders are beyond the sea. The barbarians hate the sea and have no ships to traverse them, I explain to him. Jon would have said the same, Robert sighs. And he would be right, I add. And what if the barbarians cross the sea? Robert questions me. What if that Prat Viserys challenges me for the throne? Then we will throw them back, I answer. I promise you, Robert, Viserys will never have the Iron Throne. And when you chose the new Warden of the East, there will be nothing to fear for you. For the last time, I know the boy is your nephew, but he is just a sickly boy. With Targaryens climbing to the bed with Dothraki, I would be mad to rest quarter of the realm to his shoulders. Robert groans. If Robert Arryn will not do, name one of your brothers. Stannis proved himself at the siege of Storm's End, surely. I respond prepared. Unless you have already promised it to another. And what if I did? The king asks. It is Jaime Lannister, is it not? I question him with the hope that I am wrong. Yes, after few moments, Robert answers with one hard word. The Kingslayer, I say. I have no right to question you, but Edmure won't be pleased to hear this, not speaking of other lords of the Vale. It is what it is, Robert replies. We are done for today. The king leaves on his horse back to the camp. Damn you, Robert, what am I to do? In passing weeks, Robert refused to talk about the matter any further. It was up to me to inform Edmure of the new Warden of the East. To my surprise, he took it calmly. An empty title, he won't have any say in the Vale, even if it's by the king's command, he said. We rested in Dare lands. Lord Dare wasn't kind to Robert and only let the royal and my own families stay in his castle. It would be fine if not for Arya's disappearance. It was already the third night that she went missing. I could not have any rest, not knowing if she was safe. Lord Starkjory calls me. Lady Arya has been found. By the Lannisters? I ask, leaving my chambers. No, my lord, it was Sir Edmure's man, Jory answers. But the Queen's men were by the gates. She ordered for Lady Arya to be brought to her. What? I ask with rage in my voice. Damn that woman. Tell Sansa to join us in there too. Jory led me to the great hall, where my youngest daughter stood, trembling in front of the Queen. Not giving a damn, I strode to her and hugged her. Looking over her, she looked fine but scared and hungry. You all right, darling? I ask her. I am fine, hungry a bit. I only found some berries in the forest, Arya answers with a trembling voice. What is the meaning of this? Why was I not informed? I demanded answers from Robert. How dare you to speak to your king like this? It was the Queen who answered me. Quiet woman, Robert roars. Sorry, Ned, I didn't want to frighten the girl, but it seems to me it would be best to get this business over with. And what is this business you talking about? I ask with anger rising inside me. You know full well, Stark. This girl of yours attacked my son. Her and her butcher's boy. That animal of hers tried to tear his arm off. The Queen says, stepping forward. Lies, she just bit him a little, Arya yells loudly. He was hurting Micah. Joff told us what happened, the Queen tells us. You and the butcher boy beat him with clubs while you set your wolf on him. So the Crown Prince was beaten by a little girl, is that what you are saying, my Queen? Edmure asks, stepping in front. Why, I am not surprised. It was the boy too, and that beast of hers who attacked me. I didn't have a chance to defend myself, Joffrey insists. That is not true. It was Joffrey who started it all, Arya cries out. Enough, one says one thing, another different thing, who I am to believe? Robert asks. They were not the only present, I tell him. Sansa, come here, and tell us what happened. I don't know, she says tearfully, looking as though she wanted to bolt. I don't remember. Everything happened so fast, I didn't see. You rotten, Arya shrieks and flew to her sister like an arrow, knocking her. Liar, liar, liar. Arya, stop it. I tell her as Jory takes her from Sansa kicking. The girl is as wild as that filthy animal of hers, Cersei Lannister says. Robert, I want her punished. 7 hells, Robert swears. Cersei, look at her. She's a child. What would you have me do, whip her through the streets? Damn it, children fight. It's over. No lasting harm was done. Joff will carry those scars for the rest of his life. The Queen says with an angry voice. So he will. Perhaps they will teach him a lesson. Ned, see that your daughter is disciplined. I will do the same with my son. Robert replies after looking at his son. Gladly, your grace, I respond with relief. And what of the direwolf? Cersei calls out. What of the beast that savaged your son? I'd forgotten about the damned wolf. Robert answers and looks at the guard. We found no trace for direwolves, Jory answers. And you probably won't, Edmure remarks. Arya's wolf was probably scared away by the brave prince. And I let Sansa's go, hoping it would help in finding Arya. 100 gold dragons, for whoever brings me their pelts, the Queen says. 1,000 gold dragons, for whoever brings them to Riverrun, alive, Edmure responds. The Lannisters are not the only ones who have gold, my queen. How dare you to talk your queen like this, Robert, say something, Cersei yells. I want no parts in this. It is not my gold you both are spending. Robert replies and leaves. Oh, and, my queen, these are my lands, Edmure informs Cersei. Next time you send someone to hunt in my lands, I only bring a corpse back. With those words, he leaves too. Taking a look at my daughters, I bring them back to their chambers. On the way, I see the hound bound to a pole with chains around him. His face was beaten bloody. I am disappointed in both of you inside the castle, I tell them. Sansa, I thought I taught you better than to lie. And I know you didn't want to say anything against the crown prince, but lying isn't the answer, especially when your family needs you. I forbid you to see the crown prince until we reach the capital. But Father, Sansa begins. But nothing, you will attend lessons with Septum Ordain or be by your uncle's side, I interject before she could complain. Am I understood? Yes, Father, she replies with tears in her eyes. And you, Arya, attacking your sister, I state, and she looks down. For the rest of the journey to the capital, you will be by Sansa's side and do as she does. I am understood. Yes, Father, she replies with a low voice. What will happen to Lady? Sansa asks worriedly. If the direwolves are found, they will stay in Riverrun, I am sorry, but they won't come to the capital, ever, I explain to them. Let's hope your uncle's men will find them faster than the Queen's. Queen Cersei wouldn't do anything, do Lady, she hasn't done anything, Sansa mutters. I am afraid that the Queen doesn't care. She wants both wolves to be killed, I inform Sansa. It's your fault, Sansa wails to Arya. Enough, Sansa, I calm her down. It isn't her fault. The Queen didn't like the wolves from the start. And if you had told the truth, there'd be no reason to harm them. After escorting them back to their rooms, I started to think of what a mess I was in. The Lannisters' hate for Edmure will hide me, at least, that is what Edmure said. Still, I am worried about what the future will bring. We are only on the road to the south, and it was bad already. North of the north. Tyrion POV. It was a dark night. The wolves in the wolfwood howled while the direwolf stayed silent. It fascinates me how quiet the white wolf can be. Even while eating, the wolf doesn't make any sound. It amazes me how such a beast can exist. Even if it scares me, how it would be the last thing I never heard before, it killed me. Well, the boy did reassure me that it wouldn't hurt me. Still, I would like to die to this wolf than to this damn cold. It was supposed to be summer, but I never was so close to the campfire as right now. The cold just seeps into my bones, no matter how thick my furs are. I know what you're thinking, Sir Patrick tells me as he puts more wood to the fire. You never truly get used to it, the cold. It always finds its way to you. It's not even that cold, the bastard says, and I, with Patrick, just stare at him. What? It's not even snowing. Be quiet, boy, if it starts snowing because of you, I will leave you at the wall. Sir Patrick threatens the boy. And don't think you will be safe there from my wrath, I add and laugh with Sir Patrick joining me. They are just summer boys, don't listen to them, Boy Yoren says. The wandering crow is a hard and grim man. He has no patience for my or Sir Patrick's japes. He has come to our caravan to check on the men joining the night watch. He didn't mince his words when he told us that we brought just summer boys, which won't be any use for at least a couple of years. When the time to sleep came, I went back to my tent. Curling up inside, I light the lantern and take a book that I borrowed from Winterfell Library. It was about the Long Night and the Last Hero. A grim story of a man who lost all his friends to the obsession of his goal. He ended the long night, but he was all alone to see it when the sun rose. Maybe that is why there are no heroes anymore. When you save the world, all you get is the pain of the ones you lose on the way and nothing more. There is no happy ending for heroes, just a lonesome road ahead of them. Indeed, a grim story it is. The wall was something that I won't ever forget. Massive didn't give it justice. It was an imposing sight that lets you truly know how small you are. You can't just look away from it. Even at the gates of Castle Black, I couldn't keep my eyes from it. At the castle gates, we met Lord Commander Gia Mormont and the First Ranger Benjen Stark. John ran to his uncle, who returned his welcoming hug. Gia Mormont was an old but still imposing man. While Benjen Stark looked kind and relaxed, I could see the weariness in his eyes. Sir Patrick, I thank you for bringing these men so far to the north. Gia Mormont thanks Sir Patrick. The rooms for you and your friends are prepared. If you would like to join us in the dining hall, we have a warm meal for you and yours. I would be delighted to join you, Sir Patrick replies. John, take my stuff to my room, and you free to do as you wish. You must be Tyrion Lannister, Gia says to me as John leaves with bags. What gave it away? My blonde hair or that I am dwarf? I ask. The lion on your chest, Gia answers. Lord Commander, I would like to have detailed information on what you have on the wall, Sir Patrick interjects. Very well, we can speak at the dining table, Gia tells us and start to lead us. Even with steam coming from my soup, the cold didn't leave me. The hall was filled with people eating and drinking. I sat with men of the watch joking and telling stories of my adventures to brothels. The common men laughed while those of higher status didn't take me well. Sir Wimar Royce was one of those men. He was a proud man. Too serious if you asked me, but he wasn't the only one with better leather and cloak than others. Even if every man was equal, there was a distance between the high-born lords and low-born criminals. Well, it wasn't anything I cared for. Tyrion, come join us on the table, Sir Patrick calls me out. I went and sat next to him. Gia Mormont didn't seem to mind me, but Benjen Stark didn't look friendly at me. After joining them, Gia Mormont continued to tell that he had 5,000 men but not enough food to last the upcoming winter. Steel to arm them all, or gold to buy anything from the merchants. You always seemed to lack something, Sir Patrick comments. That how life is in there, and with something stirring from the beyond the wall, I am concerned, Gia says. Something stirring from beyond the wall? I ask. The wildlings are gathering together. We keep losing rangers, and whenever we find some traces, a storm buries it, Benjen answers. The wildlings we capture tells us of dead and monster hunting them. Sosnaks and Grumpkins are scaring the wildlings, I jape. It could be anything. Beyond the wall the magic still exists, Gia responds with a gruff voice. It could be a new tribe with some lost magic that hunts others for one reason or another. It could be the others that are coming back, Benjen adds. It doesn't matter what it is. It scares the remaining wildlings to form an army and try to climb the wall. Which every 100 wildlings stopped, we lose a dozen men. And there are 100,000 of them in there, if our reports are accurate. I believe you can count that we still don't have enough men to stop them all, and we still need to prepare from whatever it is that scared the wildling in the first place. Gia continues. No need to scare us, Lord Commander, I will give this information to Lord Tully. Sir Patrick says. We are grateful for Riverlord's support, but we need other kingdom support too. That is the only way the watch can survive the upcoming winter. Gia comments. Well, there isn't much I can do with that, Sir Patrick replies. But you can, Tyrion. Gia tells me. Your sister is the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, and your father is Warden of the West. I see. You want me to convince them to send some support to the watch, I reply. If only they knew that it would be almost impossible. Anything would be good. Steel or gold or grains would help us more than men right now, Gia informs me. I will ask, but I don't promise you anything, I respond. That already is more than nothing, Gia states. After this talk, I went back to my room and then to my bed. I dreamed of the never-ending night and dragons. John POV. It was quiet and calm up there on the wall. I could only look at the haunted forest, which stretched as long as my eye could see. It was north of the north. The true north, as the wildlings liked to call it. I hope the view hasn't captivated you too much, Benjen says, getting next to me. And what if it has? I ask bitterly. Maybe I should stay here. John, this isn't the place for you, Benjen replies. Where is my place then? I ask. Looking down to the forest again, I couldn't help but wonder. You are destined for better things, he answers. I heard some brother of the watch talking about the things that they saw beyond the wall. If what they say is true, what would be a greater destiny than to stay here? I ask, wondering. Most of them haven't would run from a bit of sound and then make some stories of seeing monsters. Don't listen to them, Benjen responds. I don't think that Sir Waymar Royce is craven to run away from danger, I remark. He might not be craven, but he is still Green Boy, a prideful Green Boy, Benjen explains. He wanted the honor of leading his first ranging like he was better than others. He might be one of the best fighters on the wall, but when it comes to raging, he knew little to nothing and still knows only that much. He would have died in that storm if God hadn't pulled him back. So no, he isn't a craven but a fool who thinks he knows better. He said that God was worried about more than just a storm, I inquire. If cold didn't kill them, it would be an ambush of wildlings or wild animals, he tells me. It was better to leave than risking their lives. It was not worth it. You should listen to your uncle, Boy, Tyrion tells me after coming closer. The wall will stand for thousands of years. I think it will still stand after you be knighted and old men. You still a boy, John, Benjen adds. You are a squire. First be knighted, then travel the 7 kingdoms, see everything you can. When you feel like you saw enough, come there, and I will be waiting for you. Don't worry, Sir Patrick would not let me go that quickly either. He likes to torment me too much, I agree with them. There are still many things to do, to see before I left everything behind to chase some legends. It has been more than a week since we arrived at the wall. Patrick has finished his job of bringing supplies to the watch, while Tyrion has taken a piss from the top of the wall. Now both of them are ready and eager to get out of this cold. And so I was here in Maester's chambers looking for Tyrion. Tyrion was by the fire looking through the books. Chit had explained to me that Tyrion looking for the books about the Long Night and White Walkers. Now that I think about Tyrion always is reading something. And so I asked him after getting his attention. Look at me and tell me what you see, Tyrion responds. It's some kind of a trick. I see you, Tyrion Lannister, I reply truthfully. You are remarkably polite for a bastard, Snow. What you see is a dwarf Tyrion size. And? I ask, not getting what he's talking about. My legs are short and twisted, and I walk with difficulty. I require a special saddle to keep from falling off my horse. A saddle of my own design, you may be interested to know. It was either that or ride a pony. My arms are strong enough, but again, too short. I will never make a swordsman. Tyrion explains. I have a realistic grasp of my own strengths and weaknesses. My mind is my weapon. A mind that needs books as a sword needs a whetstone if it is to keep its edge. That is why I read, Jon Snow. What are you reading? I ask, feeling embarrassed. Some about the others, some about the dragons, he replies. What good is that? I ask, wondering. Who knows? With the talks going around the brother of the watch, maybe the others will come back, and then people will like to know about them. And it would so happen that I read about, wouldn't that make me an important man? Tyrion responds. Well, you come to find me for something other than talk about my books, haven't you? Oh, yes. Sir Patrick said that he is prepared to depart and is waiting for you, I quickly informed him. I see. Tell Sir Patrick that I will soon find him, he tells. And so I was going back to repeat it to Sir Patrick, like an errand boy. Well, that was my life for 5 years already. I can only hope to be knighted sooner than later. Edmure POV. The Crown lands were land of woods, orchards, and neatly tended fields. We passed many small villages, market towns, and stout holdfasts. Still, a couple of days north from the King's Landing, I found the girls with Septa Mordain. Sansa seemed to enjoy stitching, but Arya was struggling to decide if put the needle into the fabric or into Septa's eyes. Girls, come, it is time for your lessons on politics, I tell them. Both of them whined at me. Even Arya didn't know what was worse, the stitching or my lessons. I didn't want them to learn of the darker side of the world just yet, but the King's Landing is near, and it is better they understand at least a bit. Sit down. We have a long evening today, I tell the girls. Today, I will see what you have learned. Why do we have to learn about this? Arya grumbles. Because both of you are little fools, that made a joke of House Stark and Tully, I answer. The first question is, if your father was found guilty of treason, what would you do? Father would never betray the king, Sansa answers. Good, you know the truth. If your father would never betray the king, it means the king betrayed him. I add. So, after knowing this, what are you going to do? Why would the king do something like this? Sansa asks, confused. Good, you question the motive of the king. Arya, would you like to guess the motive? I ask. Because they are an ass, she answers. Fine, let's say they are an ass. What do you think will happen next? I continue to ask. Father would prove this innocence, and the king would apologize to him, Arya replies without thinking. No, your father would be killed, and while both of you are going to blame each other, the king would take you hostage. Your brother would have to go to King's Landing to save you. The war would break then. The Riverlands would center the conflict, and farms and holdfasts would burn. No matter who would win, you two would be raped, Arya killed. If Robb lost, then Sansa would be forced to marry a loyal to the Crown Lord so they could get control of Winterfell, I explained to them. But if after you heard of your father's predicament you worked together and ran away, the king would have no choice but to keep your father alive as a hostage. Your brother wouldn't have to worry if, by winning this battle, he has condemned both of you to suffer. Both girls didn't speak. Sansa looked pale and scared, while Arya looked angry and outraged. Both knew that it was just one of my hypothesizes. I kept telling them of those whenever our lessons started. Stories of what would happen. Sometimes I tell them what would happen if their brothers died, sometimes what would happen if Theon would take Winterfell, and so on. It was the best method to make them listen to what others have said and never fight against their own family. The grim possibilities that I present to them let them know that bigger things are happening than just their minor squabbles. The stink. Edmure POV. It was the stink of shit that greeted us first. As we rode through the streets of King's Landing, I saw many faces. Desperate ones were most common, from children to old men begging on the streets for coins and food. But those were the most visible ones. The ones in the dark alleys, with faces of snakes, were the ones I was concerned about most. Even gold cloaks didn't worry me much right now. I knew they wouldn't do anything, and I knew to who they belonged. The children were scary too, running through the streets playing with balls and sticks, but I wouldn't get close to them if I didn't hear them speak. The whores endorsing their brothels were the easiest to spot and dismiss if one didn't know much of this damn city. I have bought a manor in the city. Hopefully, no one knows about it but my agents. I knew I didn't have much power in this city, and it would be hard to get any hold of other influences. So I concentrated most on the merchants in the harbor. Getting some trading ships and a few safe houses, if there is a need for it. Ned left for the meeting of the small council, and I took care to make the girls and household settle down in the Tower of the Hand. The Red Keep was unknown to me. There were plenty of secret tunnels that I needed to check and secure them if possible. So when the household was busy settling down, I went exploring. We arrived in the early afternoon. After looking around till late evening, I only found one entrance to a narrow tunnel. I knew it couldn't be the only one in the tower, but damn, it was hard to notice any inconsistencies in the rooms or the walls. The one I found was behind the fireplace. It was weird how used it seems when the sun is frying everyone in the city. Even if stone walls keep it cool inside, there was no need to use a fireplace, and in the past 10 years, it would be the same. So the fireplace was an obvious one, but other places would need to be researched more thoroughly. For today was enough, and I had dinner with Ned and his daughters. When I entered the dining hall, I saw everyone already seated and waiting for me. On the left seat of Ned sat the steward Veonpool and the right chair left empty, so I took it. "You are late," Ned comments. I was lost. "There are many rooms and halls to get misplaced," I respond and take a cup with wine. "A strong wine, you should watch yourself to no drink it much." "I had enough games for today," Edmure Ned grunts. "Let me guess, the first meeting didn't go well," I probe him. False smiles, words without meaning, and eyes of snakes. All of them have at least one of those traits, if not more. That I didn't notice. Ned fumes with dissatisfaction in his voice. "Welcome to the King's Landing," I reply with a smile. "What was so important to have you after just arriving?" "The king wants a tourney," Ned grumbles. "To make matters worse, the prizes are outrageous. 40,000 gold for the joust winner, 20,000 for runner-up and melee winner, 10,000 for archery winner. This kind of gold would let a household in the north survive the winter. There, the gold is thrown to the fanciest swords." "Well, it isn't our gold that is thrown," I remark. "And it isn't the king's," Ned adds. "The Lannister will have to sponsor this tourney with 100,000 gold dragons." "Wait, 100,000? I ask. "Doesn't all the prizes sum up to 90,000? "There are other expenses to consider," Sir Edmure Veonpool answers. "Still, it wouldn't cost more than 5,000 to prepare it all, and are you saying that the crown doesn't have even that in its vaults?" I comment. "It's just not possible. With all the gold my own house paid in taxes last year, the vaults shouldn't be empty. It wouldn't be possible to spend all of it even if you feed all the beggars in the King's Landing." "Are insinuating a foul play?" Ned asks. "It is something worth inspecting, where all the gold is gone to or to whom I state. But this isn't the place to talk about it." "No, it isn't," Ned agrees. After that, the dinner ended in moderate silence. The walls of the Red Keep, as the name suggests, are red. A finely done job by stonemasons. The surface of the walls is smooth and polished. But that made it easier to see any stone that sticks out of the walls. But even then, the secret entrances are well hidden. In a couple of weeks staying in the tower, I only found 2 other tunnels. One under the stairs and another in the Great Hall. While Ned was questioning Grand Maester, I was looking around the Tower of the Hand. I didn't dare to investigate outside it, as I wasn't entirely sure if I was safe in the tower, not speaking of the rest of the keep. The servants and guards belonged to someone else, and I am sure everyone will know if I went sniffing around there. Once Ned finished with his duties as the Hand for the day, I was done looking around. We met in his chambers. Before he started to talk to me, I went to every wall and checked if there weren't any holes to spy on us from or hollow parts to eavesdrop. Only when I was sure there weren't any did I turn to Ned. "Let's not raise our voices. The walls there have ears everywhere," I tell Ned. "Have you found out something?" "John Arryn died quickly and unnaturally," Ned informs me. "You believe it was indeed a poison?" I ask. "Yes. John was investigating something before he died," he replies. "Do you know what?" I ask, already knowing the answer. "No, but Stannis might know more. It seems that both of them were close, that John even proposed for his son to be fostered in Dragonstone," Ned informs me. "Interesting. When I wrote to Lysa to ask my nephew to be fostered in the Riverrun, she refused. Stating that the boy was promised to Tywin Lannister and refusing him would be disrespectful. I tell him of my latest interactions with my sister. Damn it all. So many contradicting things happening, and there is no way of telling what is true or not. It feels like someone is purposely creating chaos to falter any investigation. Ned grunts, frustrated. What do you think of Lord Baelish? Isn't he a friend of Lysa? I genuinely don't know him much, but I don't think he has any goodwill to Starks after what your late brother has done to him. I answer. He was brought here by Jon Arryn. He's the only lead I have right now. Ned responds. Him and this book. Baelish is master of coin, isn't he? I ask and take a look at the book. He is suspicious, making the coin gone. I wouldn't trust him. There's no evidence he is doing that, and Robert himself admitted that he spent a lot of coin to whores and wine. The Queen isn't modest in buying silks and jewelry either, Ned informs me. If you say so, but I still would look into it if I was you, I reply to him. In the meanwhile, I will look at what Jon was doing before he died. See some of my informants if someone bought some kind of poison. Very well, the tourney will take most of my time as it is. Ned agrees. Oh, and I secured a sword to protect your daughters, I inform Ned. He is from Bravos and will teach your daughters some self-defense while keeping an eye for them. Is it necessary? Ned asks. We both won't have much time to watch over them. And the girls should learn how to defend themselves before it's too late. This city is filled with vicious snakes and ruthless bastards. As the hand of the king, you might step on some lord's toes, who know if he isn't petty enough to have some sick revenge on you or yours, I explain to him. Damn, I shouldn't have accepted his position, Ned complains. Fine, I trust you on keeping the girls safe and protected. Leave it to me, and focus on your own job, I tell him. The following day Samuel and I went to some merchants that I had contact with before. I tried to play it as just visiting and admiring some sights of the city. The spies were everywhere, and I could feel being watched. For now, I need information, and not being suspicious about it would be great. The last thing I wanted was to put someone on edge while my nieces and I were in the capital. It was a small shop not far from the harbor, where all kinds of trinkets were sold, that I entered first. The shopkeeper was an old man from Essos. Seeing me, he quickly stood up and greeted us. I bid for Samuel to look around if he wanted something while I went to the old man. Welcome to my humble shop, my lord, the shopkeeper welcomes me with a sly smile. I have everything from magic tomes from Shadowlands of Ash-High to golden statues, which brings good fortune from Yeti. Then you might have poisons from Lies or Myr. I ask, not amused. Poison, my lord? He asks me back, insulted. I wouldn't dare to have something some vile in my shop. Listen there, old man. You shouldn't be blind to not see the color of my hair and eyes. The insignia on my shirt, so you should know who I am, I tell him, getting too close for his liking. I will ask one more time, do you know anything of the poison sold in the market? My lord, like I said before, in my shop. Before he could finish, I put my knife to his gut. There was one man who asked me if I knew about some poison that could be sold in the market. Who it was? I ask. I don't know, but I think he was from Red Keep, an acolyte to Grand Maester, he replies quickly. You see, it wasn't so hard, I tell him while patting his shoulder. Next time, you should remember that not only can I kill you, but I could also destroy your enterprise too. After all, if not for my generosity to merchants from another side of the narrow sea, you wouldn't be here. Yes, my lord, my apologizes, he replies with sweat coming from his forehead. I want to have your ears and eyes peeled. If anyone else wants to buy or sell any kind of poison or ingredients to make it, I want to hear of it. Are we clear? I ask, putting a pouch of gold in his hand. Yes, as you wish, my lord, he answers eagerly. After buying some wolf and trout statues made of colorful metal, I went back to the Red Keep. The stink of the city follows me behind. The longer I spent in the King's Landing and Red Keep, the more I noticed the people watching me. Or the powers of the city wanting to keep watch on me more and more as I spent my time with Ned. Children playing in the gardens, the maids coming and leaving the Tower of the Hand, was hard to not notice. I didn't like how Ned questioned everyone he suspected and sought answers with people he shouldn't indulge with. Well, who I am to forbid him to do so? As he was disturbing the players with his bluntness, I was looking for leads at many other things happening in the Seven Kingdoms. The wealth of the Ironborn was most concerning to me. I did everything to limit the Iron Islands of their wood, iron, and food, so for them to prepare a new fleet out of nowhere was very disturbing. The most obvious culprit would be Littlefinger, who probably stole from the crown. With his contracts and gold, it wouldn't be hard for him to support the Ironborn. The question is, to what extent is he involved, and what is he conspiring to do? Without Cat for him to manipulate, I wonder what his next move will be. He will definitely start a conflict, but even Ned doesn't let himself be dependent on Littlefinger. So who and how will he use to make some chaos? While questioning the methods of someone like Littlefinger, I made moves to influence his most powerful force, gold cloaks. I knew I walked on the thin ice with them, but they had the most information and influence in the city. So here I am, sitting in a dark corner of a dirty tavern waiting for a city watch member to meet me. "You are the one who wanted to talk with me?" a young man asks when he sits in front of me. "Yes, I heard that you and some of your colleagues are unsatisfied with the path your order is going," I tell him. "We were supposed to be put order to the city and protect the citizens, but what we are doing is nothing but take gold and serve the lords while others have to suffer," he complained. "I grew up in this city. After the sack of the city by Lannisters, the gold cloaks become nothing but well-paid and well-armed thugs. I joined them because I thought I could protect my family and neighbors, but I had to watch as my own colleagues do things that I promised my family I would protect them from." "Why haven't you stopped them?" I ask the agitated young man. "How? My seniors who tried to stand against it went missing or just left on their own," he explains to me. "We don't have any say in it. The lords like how my superiors can order due to their dirty jobs. So you keep quiet about it." I continue to inquire of him, wanting to understand him better. "Yes, but sometimes I just can't let some things go, so I was made an example and put in the bottom of the order," he grumbles. "I see. If I supported you and your like-minded friends, would you stand against your superiors?" I ask. "I am not going to lie. I don't know who you are. But there are just a couple of hundreds of men with my mindset. The rest don't care or, worse, likes how things are," he explains to me. "I don't even know why I came there in the first place." "You came here because you care. Because you are looking for something to do than just to watch," I tell the young man and pass him a note. "These are names of merchants who will help you with it. When Lannisters and other lords cross the line of morality, it will be up to you and your friends to help your families and neighbors." "Why? Aren't you a lord too? Why care for us, small folk?" the young man asks, confused. "To tell the truth, I don't. But when next time I come to this city and smell the stink of blood in it, I don't believe I would be able to sleep anymore," I answer and leave him. Dance. Edmure POV. 1 step back, 2 steps forward. Arya moved like a cat but still could not touch Master Fencer Sirio Fall. He moved more than just gracefully. He moved with calculated precision, knowing how big of a step to take before his opponent could even start to move. After Arya got beaten enough, it was Sansa's time. It was harder for Sansa to get into fencing than it was for Arya. It showed how much both tried. Sirio liked to trick Sansa, telling Sansa that he would hit her arms while hitting her legs and vice versa. "You should not be listening to my words, but look at what I do," boy Sirio informs her. "I am not a boy," Sansa grumbles on the verge of tears. "Boy, girl. You are a sword, that is all," Sirio states. "It's time for dinner, girls," I tell them. "I think it is better to end it here for today. Thank Master Sirio, and let's go." "Thank you, Master Sirio," the girls did as I told them. "So, today wasn't the day you touched him too?" I ask Arya as we walk through the halls. "Almost. I just need to be a little faster next time," Arya exclaims. "I still don't understand why I need to participate in this," Sansa complains. "Because your father is the hand of the king. He is and will be stepping on the toes of lords and knights alike. It would be too much for him to worry about your safety at the same time. So you training to defend yourself. Even if you don't overpower grown men, you still can defend yourself long enough for guards to arrive," I explain to her. "But is unladylike to train with swords and blades," Sansa grumbles. "Do you know how I found Sirio Fall?" I ask the girls. "No," they answer. "My daughter soon will turn 5, old enough for basic training. He was supposed to train her. Are you saying my daughter will be unladylike, Sangza? I challenge her. No, I didn't mean. She tries to defend herself. Maybe not, but you did say it. Words aren't birds. When they fly, you won't be able to catch them. So next time, you should watch what you say, I reply to Sangza. I know you don't like swords and alike, but you must do so. Think of it as a dance. Maybe it would be easier for you that way. Yes, Uncle Sangza responds with a low voice. What Sirio told you about hearing and seeing is true, I explain. Everyone can and will lie, so it is up to you to see the truth. Next time when someone is boasting or bragging, you should see their worth with your own eyes first. Yes, uncle, both girls reply to me. Good, now come, your father is waiting, and both of you smell, I note with a laugh. Uncle Sangza yells at me. The dining hall was filled with people. Most of them were the guard of House Stark and my own men. Ned lets them share the same table, even talks to them without a pretense. It is something that I tried once to imitate, but it was too much for me to remember their names and speak on the same terms. It is something that I am envious of him. What man wouldn't fight for the lord that shared his meal with, drank wine with, and talked with? Those men were loyal and would die for Ned. I hope that my own men can be as trusted as they. Well, most of my men came from the gutter, orphans who showed some talent, and I took them and trained them personally. So I don't believe they can be bought. I heard there will be a tourney in your name, father. Is it true? Sangza asks excitedly. Princess Mersala said that there will be a joust and a feast in honor of your appointment as Hand of the King. In honor of me. It is the last thing I want, Ned growled in anger, not being happy about it in the least. Don't be like that. The knights from all over the realm will come to participate, I interrupt Ned. It will be a grand event, indeed. Will you participate too, uncle? Sangza asks. Oh, no, I have to let the younger ones too have some glory, I answer. But Samuel will, so you can cheer for him. Speaking of, where is he? Ned asks. Of course, he is training. He only has so much time till the tourney left, I answer. Shouldn't you train him, uncle? Arya asks. He is your squire, after all. I should, and I will, but I have some business with your father first, I reply and look at Ned. Catching my look, he nods, and after finishing our dinner, we go to his solar. Samuel POV. The mud tasted damp. It is something that I don't wish to taste again. Alas, Sir Edmure commanded me to get up again and mount my horse. It was hard to get from the ground. My full plate armor felt like boulders on my back, dragging me down deeper and deeper to the ground. After standing up, I had to climb my horse and pick the lance and shield with hands that I didn't feel were on me anymore. I hate it all. Good, now that you learned how to fall, you can start to learn how to get up, Sir Edmure compliments me with the most sinister smile I had the pleasure to see. How about you teach me how not to fall? I ask. That impossible. You will fall sooner or later. To avoid it, you would need to learn how to dance with your horse first, Sir Edmure answers with a laugh. Do you think I train you only for the tourney? In a tourney, you will face only one opponent at a time. In an actual battle, you face everyone. If you don't fall from the first knight coming at you, there will always be a second and a third. Even if they can't flatten you, an arrow will make you fall, or a spear will kill your horse. So you need to learn how to fall correctly, not breaking your neck, and how quickly to stand up before swords comes for you. I hate it when he explains it so thoroughly, and I have to agree with him. It was the same when he taught me how to take a hit. He is a madman who enjoys my suffering, and I can't do anything about it because he is right to do so. So, again and again, I fell from my horse, and we only stopped when my horse was too tired. At this point, I felt every muscle and bone in my body. It wasn't a pleasant experience as I was hurting in all of my body parts. I have gone through many brutal training regimes, but now I feel a new high of pain. And I hope to finish reading the book about Giscleri tonight. Well, it is enough for today. Don't look at me like that. You have a free day tomorrow, so be thankful, Sir Edmure tells me. Thank you, sir, I answer because I knew he would make my life worse if I didn't. Good, remember you should always be respectful. Words like thank you and welcome don't cost anything to say. After another of his lecture, he left me be. The first thing I did was take a bath. No matter how tired you are, you need to clean yourself and eat before going to bed. That lesson has been imprinted in me for years now. It did help in the morning when I didn't need to wake up starving and smelling like shit. So I can take more time resting in the bed. Edard POV. The hand's tourney, they call it. Nobody cares that it was more for the king and that this tourney is even happening by the king's order. If I had a say in this folly, the tourney would be over before it even began. But it isn't simple to say no to the king. People say that the king takes a shit, and the hand wipes his ass. It felt true now more than ever. As Janos Slynt, the city watch commander, stood here and explained why there was no peace in the King's Landing in the past few days. Excuses more than anything, but he didn't seem to lie when he told us he didn't have enough men. I have to wonder what his men are doing. You will get more men, I reply to the obnoxious man. I give you 20 of my own guard and hire some 200 more. Thank you, my lord, Janos responds and leaves. With what gold will you pay the extra men, Lord Hand? Petter Baelish asks. The little finger, as he is called, Edmure had given him that name when they were little. It was a proper nickname for a man like Petter. If you aren't careful, he could wrap you around his little finger with his sweet words and harmless smile. You are the master of the coin. Collect extra taxes from whorehouses and inns or something. It is your job to think of ways to earn gold, I respond. The inns should be full, and streets are full of whores. Surely you can find some coin from them. How John could have given this man the position of master of the coin I will never understand. Well, the rest weren't any better. Varys putting his mama's show with his frightful voice doesn't help anyone. Lord Renly's threats don't really scare anyone. Grandmaster Pycelle is just a tired old man, recycling old stories. It seems that the hand is better at managing the coin than its master, Renly comments with a laugh, similar to his brother. The sooner we are done with this folly, the better, I note with a tired and annoyed voice. Until the morrow. Harwin had the door when Ned returned to the Tower of the Hand. After ordering him to bring Jory to me, I went to my chambers and undressed the silk from myself. Getting the book from my cabinet and went through it once more. I couldn't help but wonder what I should see in it, what John saw, that got him killed. My lord, you have called for me after some time. Jory has arrived. Yes, I have promised the city watch 20 men, you may choose them, but I want the ones who can be able to be hidden. I go to the point. My lord, I don't understand, he replies. I want my men to watch how the city watch acts, who pays them, and how many are genuinely on the streets, I explain. It would be better if my men aren't caught doing so. Ah, I see, it will be done, Jory responds. Who should lead them? Alan should be fine, I answer. Did you find any of the men I asked you? Yes, but I couldn't find anything from them, Jory replies. Sir Hugh might know something, but he had been brusque and uninformative. It seems that he was insulted that it was me who questioned him and not Lord Hand. Have you at least found something? Anything would be fine at this point, I ask, feeling desperate. I am sorry, my lord. The only thing I found out was that Lord John was healthy and was seen riding with Lord Stannis, Jory answers. Stannis? Do you perhaps know where they were going in these rides? I ask. A brothels, my lord, he tells me. And to meet a smith, Toib Homart, it is said he is the best smith in King's Landing. A brothel? Are you sure? I ask to make sure it wasn't a jape. Yes. There were few who saw them going to Château's, an upscale brothel on the Street of Silk, he replies. You can leave. I will send for you if I need something, I tell Jory. And if you meet Sir Edmure, tell him that I would like to meet with him. No need. I was here already, a voice replies. As I told you before, you should make sure you are alone before discussing with others about sensitive topics. Looking at the wall next to the cabinet, I saw it opening and Edmure emerging from there. It was not something that I would like to ever see again. A lion, a wolf, and an eagle. Tyrion POV. Looking back, I saw the wall getting smaller and smaller with every step my horse took. It is fascinating how such a structure can hide over the horizon. It would be nice to stay there if not that damn cold and snow. Even when the sun was up high in the sky, the northern wind will always remind me that I am down here, on the ground. It was a relief when I saw the last hearth. The keep was old and ragged, but it stood firm and proud. The most important thing was the warmth of the fireplace and the strength of the umber ale. Everything else was just an afterthought to me. So I was glad that the umbers didn't give us many courtesies and led us straight to the great hall and offered a hot meal with ale. The great Jon was a giant of the man. The only other person I could compare to him would be the mountain. Well, the mountain was taller than him, but I would gladly spend more time with the great Jon than the mountain. And we did spend time drinking and eating, and singing. I don't remember what went after the last part, and looking at Jon and Patrick, I would bet the fortunes of House Lannister that they don't remember too. Ah, the little giant. Come, have a meal with us. Great Jon's voice rumbled in the hall as I entered it to have a meal. No ale today? I ask, taking my seat at the table. Ha ha, no, you just too late. We drank it already, ha ha. Small Jon remarks with a loud laugh. I see, maybe it is for better. Otherwise, you would keep us in this keep forever, making us drink till we can't move. Patrick replied, slowly getting to the table, looking worse than me. Ah, the young eagle finally decided to join us. Great Jon comments, only the little wolf is missing. I think it is better he is missing. You don't want to know what he's doing right now. Patrick responds with a smirk. After light breakfast and with Jon hobbling to the table to not find anything left for him, we started to discuss our journey. We seemed to go the same way, Patrick going to Riverrun with Jon to report back to Lord Tully. I was going to the capital. So till the crossroad inn, we would travel together. Jon wanted to stop by Winterfell one last time before going back to the south, and I agreed, not rushing back to see my dear sister. Or gods forgive, to see my father. Winterfell loomed over the horizon as we neared it. After spending a week in the last hearth, finding interesting books from the Maester chambers, and borrowing them, the journey wasn't that unpleasant. People call the Northerners savage, but they have the oldest and rarest books in all of 7 kingdoms. Only the Citadel would have these books, as I have never seen any of them in the Casterly Rock of the Red Keep. Well, most of the books were about legends of the old world before the first men arrived. About giants and children of the forest, about the old gods and green seers. Tales of the first men war against them, then accepting them, and lastly joining together to stop the White Walkers. There were many mentions of Bran the Builder and the magic of the wall. Winterfell had become somehow more quiet than previously. Robb Stark was the one who greeted us with his lady mother and little brothers. The welcome was as warm as the wall. The Stark boys were delighted to meet Jon again, but Lady Stark looked at him with cold eyes. Patrick was like a friend of the family and the only person Lady Stark seemed to be happy to see. I, on the other hand, was just here. They showed courtesies to me, but that was all they did to welcome me. It wasn't surprising that the next day Jon asked when we were leaving. Even Patrick didn't jape or ask why he didn't want to stay longer. With new duties, Robb didn't have much time to be with his brothers, and Lady Stark clearly didn't like to see the bastard with her youngest. She didn't want to see him at all. So after few days of preparing and resupplying, we left for the south. With my 2 guards, Patrick and Jon, with half a dozen of Mallister guards, I rode on the King's Road. Jon was quieter on the road than ever before. The only thing more silent was his white wolf. Even Patrick didn't know what to say to the boy. Well, good thing I never care about what I say. You should have stayed in Winterfell for more time, I comment. Even if Lady Stark didn't like it. I wanted to leave not because of Lady Stark, Jon replies. Oh, then why did you rush to escape the Winterfell walls so eagerly? I ask. Even if my father never wanted me in my home, I still like to stay in it. That's why I left. Because it didn't feel like home anymore, Jon responds. I thought that it would be hard to leave, but when I walked in the halls of Winterfell, it felt like I don't know them anymore. I remember all the rooms, corridors, towers, and stairs that I could walk in the dark without getting lost. But I urge him to continue. But I felt like a stranger visiting the castle, and not like returning to home. And now I don't know if I have any place to call home. It is a scary thought. Jon ends the conversation with a sad smile. Indeed, not having a place to call home is a scary thought. Even if I didn't like Casterly Rock much, I still could not think of any other place to call home. I spent a lot of time in the court, but even there was a feeling of distance. I could not imagine how John felt right now, no matter how much I thought, and I thought about it a lot. John POV. The rain seemed never to stop this time at the neck. The swamps got broader, and the only safe place was on the road. We should have stayed at the Moat Cailin, but who could have predicted this kind of weather? 4 days now, as we rode, the rain didn't stop. It was hard, stormy rain, just a cold drizzle that colored everything grey. We couldn't ride fast as it was hard to see, and if we fell from the road, it would be hard to get back on it. The only castle near there was Greywater Watch. It was said that this castle is constantly moving and impossible to get to without the guidance of Cranogmen. So we stayed on the road and toughed it out. We were eating cold meals and wearing damp clothes. It wasn't surprising when one of the Mallister guards got a high fever and started to cough aggressively. The closest village was leagues away, and if the rain didn't stop soon, others would get sick. But there was no other way but forward. Once we leave the neck, maybe we find a dry spot to have a camp, someplace under trees or a farmer's house. So long till we leave this God's forsaken place. Tyrion asks. If I remember correctly, there should be a farm just outside the neck. We can seek refuge here, I answer, and hope that I remember correctly. John has a good memory. If he says that there is a farm, then there is. So just endure a little more, Sir Patrick tells us with the best smile he could offer. We reached the farmhouse on the next day's evening. It was a relief that we wouldn't need to spend a night outside. Half of the men were already sick. The other half was too tired to take care of themselves, not talking about looking after the sick. The house wasn't big, but it would be enough for men to rest on the ground. Good sirs and lord, what brought you to my humble house? An old man greets us with caution and distrust in his face. I am Sir Patrick Mallister. We would like to have some rest and refuge from this rain, if you would be kind enough. Sir Patrick introduces himself. After hearing the Mallister's name, the farmer relaxes a bit. Of course, what kind of man I would call myself if I couldn't help those in need, the man replies. Come, the fire is still burning. You should warm yourselves first. After leading us to the fireplace, we all undressed and offered blankets. 2 young men brought boiled water for us to drink. When we became cozy, a woman brought soup with vegetables and some bread. We were cramped inside the room with a fireplace and quickly retained our body heat. I am sorry to say, but there isn't enough place for all of you to sleep in, the farmer tells us. But I sure that barn would be warm, and hay would be soft enough to sleep on. Are you telling for my lord to sleep in your dirty barn? One of Tyrion's guards inquires with an angry voice. I think that it will be fine. After going to that rain for so long, any dry place is a blessing. Tyrion shuts his guard and agrees. But I would ask you to let the sick sleep by the fireplace if it isn't too much. Of course, I have blankets prepared for you, the farmer replies, relaxed. We left the fireplace for the 6 men with fever and went into the barn. Even with cows and chickens inside, I slept like a rock. I was only waking up in the late afternoon of the next day. Not feeling my damp clothes on me and being dry myself felt more than refreshing. Patrick bought a few chickens from the farmer and let the housewoman prepare us soup with them. The warm meal with meat in it was the most delicious thing I had ever eaten. After spending 3 days at the farmer's house, the sick got better, and we had dried out our clothes. Horses were well rested too and ready to travel. So not waiting for any more, Patrick gave a gold dragon to the family, and we left. The rain at this point had stopped, and the sun had shown itself to us once again. The rest of the journey towards Crossroads Inn was silent and slow. As there was no need to hurry and we were already weary and tired of the long journey, we rode slowly but steadily. We were stopping by every village and inn to rest for the nights. It did take more time than expected to reach the crossroads, but we reached it nonetheless. So, what the plan? Tyrion asks after ordering some ale in the inn. We stay for the night and go to Riverrun first thing in the morning, Sir Patrick answers. Well, then I hope for a pleasant journey, Tyrion replies. I think that it was enough traveling for me, for a while at least. Can't wait to get to the King's Landing. And before he could finish his words, 24 men entered the inn. They were going straight to us. After getting to our table, they unsheathed their swords and pointed them at Tyrion. Before I could get my sword from my belt, the leading man started to talk. In the name of Lady Arryn, you, Tyrion Lannister, are to come with us and to answer for the crime of poisoning the late Lord Jon Arryn, the man declares loudly. What is the meaning of this? Put your sword down, Sir Patrick commands. Who are you to disturb the peace in the Riverlands? I am Sir Lyn Corbray, and I am here by the Lady Lysa's orders. I have all authority I need to capture the vile murderer of our late lord, now named Sir Lyn Corbray replies. Don't stand in our way, Malister. After taking a look at our men, who were tired of the long journey, and then at 24 knights standing in front of us, Patrick could only stare at him. Even I knew that those men wouldn't back down from the fight, but just to let them take Tyrion didn't feel right. If I am accused of such a crime, that I gladly let you lead me back to the Red Keep and stand in my trial before the king, Tyrion says calmly. You won't go to the King's Landing. You are coming to Eyrie of the Vale, Sir Lyn tells us. Looking around, I could see that most men and women had left the inn. It was just us, the Knight of the Vale, and few sellswords that I had seen before in Seaguard. Even if we start to fight them, it would be hopeless for us to win. Patrick and Tyrion knew this too. Very well, I will come with you willingly. After few tense moments, Tyrion says with a defeated voice. Sir Patrick, we can't let them do this, I tell Patrick after the men leave with Tyrion. No, and we won't. Paper, I give a gold dragon for paper and ink. Patrick yells out, and the matron quickly runs to us and gives Patrick a piece of paper and a bottle of ink. You too, you are Bronn and Chigon. My father had dealt with you before, I am right. You are the tall man with long black hair answers. There are a dozen gold dragons in this pouch. I want to hire you to go with my squire to deliver this letter to Sir Brynden Tully. He will give you more gold afterward, Patrick tells them, and after looking at each other, they both agree. Jon, take the healthiest men we have and go to the Bloody Gate with those knights. You have to keep Tyrion alive. Otherwise, we will face war. Why you don't go with me? I'm just a bastard, but you are heir to Seaguard. Surely your name means more than mine, I ask. It seems that my name means nothing to them. Go meet with Sir Brynden. He should have some say in the Vale. I will go to the Riverrun and let Lord Tully know of what happened, he explains to me. Go, we don't have much time, and remember Tyrion must live no matter what. Understood, I reply, and take 4 of the Malister guards and the 2 sellswords with me to catch up with Tyrion. Schemes and plots. Songs a POV. The tourney was beginning, at last. It was the only thing I could not wait for anymore. Finally, I have a break from Master Syrio. If only my uncle didn't force me to go to these lessons. Even my father couldn't say anything when uncle spoke about it. No matter how much I begged, my father wouldn't change his mind, and Uncle Edmure wouldn't let it happen. Mother wasn't any help either. No matter how many times I wrote to her, she would tell me to listen to my uncle, as he knows better. At least the sight of the Hands tourney was better than any songs I heard. Beyond the city walls, there were hundreds of pavilions raised by the river. Thousands of small folk were gathered to watch the great games. Knights in shining gold and silver armor rode on beautiful horses. All this splendor took away my breath. At the seats my father promised me, I could see everything. The 7 knights all, but Sir Jaime, in snow-white armor and cloaks, took the field. Sir Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides, thundered past them like a blizzard. Then Lord Yohn Royce showed, in his unique bronze armor with ancient runes engraved on it. Septa Mordane pointed out Lord Jason Malister with his indigo and silver-colored armor, eagle wings stretching on his helm. The last knights that I knew were the warrior priest Thoros of Myr. If father hadn't told me about him scaling the pike with his flaming sword, I wouldn't think of him as a great knight. And then there was Samwell Tarly. He rode slowly, uncertainly. He was the youngest of those who are participating today. The Hound entered the list too, as the king's brother, Renly. Jory, Harwin, and Alyn from Winterfell were here. Weirdly enough, no one from Uncle Edmure's guards had entered. Now that I think about them, Uncle's guards were weird, never speaking if not talked to first. They always would disappear somewhere and reappear from nowhere. They were like ghosts. Samwell said that they came from the streets and were trained by Uncle personally. That explanation didn't help me understand what kind of men they were, at all, but that was all Samwell would tell me. The joust went all day and into dusk. Sir Jaime rode well, brutally unhorsing all his competitors, and only Sir Barristan Selmy had given him hard-fought victory. Too bad that Sir Andrew Royce had to lose this quickly, as my father talked highly of Bronze Yone's sons. Sander Clegane and his immense brother, Sir Gregor the Mountain, seemed unstoppable as well, riding down one foe after the next in ferocious style. In the second joust of the mountain, a terrifying thing happened when Sir Gregor's lance struck into a young Vale Knight's neck. Jane wept so hysterically that Septa Mordane finally took her off to regain her composure. I, on the other hand, watch it calmly. Words from Master Sirio rang in my head: death is inevitable. Anyone can die. Even a seasoned knight on the battlefield can easily fall, as a young knight seeking glory in the tourney. In one moment, you can lose everything and become nothing. Only Sir Loras Tyrell pushed those thoughts out of my mind when he rode against his third opponent. It was against Sir Robar. After splitting the shield of the younger brother of Sir Ander, Sir Loras rode next to me. "Sweet lady," he says, giving me a red rose. "No victory is half so beautiful as you." Taking the flower, I stared at him dumbfoundingly. His hair was a mass of lazy brown curls, his eyes like liquid gold. I could get lost in those eyes for eternity. After Sir Loras rode off, I could smell the fragrance of the sweet rose. Only after that did I lift my head and saw a man standing next to me. He was a short man with silver thread in his hair. "You must be one of her daughters," I hear him say quietly. "You have a look of Tully." "I am Sansa Stark," I reply to him. "I have not had the honor, my lord." "This is Lord Petter Baelish, Sansa." It was my uncle's voice that responds. "He's of the king's small council." "Ah, Sir Edmure," Petter replies with a strained smile. "I was just about to introduce myself to your lovely niece. I have to say that she has her mother's hair." Lord Petter was reaching to touch my hair but stopped when Uncle Edmure stared at him. Even I was scared of my uncle's look, and it wasn't even directed at me. He looked at Lord Petter like a beast ready to tear him apart, but chains were holding him from doing so. It only took a moment for Lord Petter to look at Uncle's eyes for him to turn and walk away. "I brought you some fruits you haven't eaten for all day. You should have some snacks," Uncle says, presenting a basket full of various fruits. "Looks like my squire has found his match for today." After taking the basket, I looked back at the field. Samwell was facing Sir Jaime for his fourth joust. Samwell showed his skills well, unhorsing Lord Beric Dondarrion and winning hard-fought joust against Thoros of Myr. Now, after 5 broken lances, Samwell fell from his horse. "It seems we have a new knight in Westeros," Uncle says. By now, the moon had risen, and the crowd was tired. The king decreed that the last 3 matches would be fought the following day, before the melee. While the common people began their walk home, talking of the day's jousts and the matches to come on the morrow, the court moved to the riverside to begin the feast. Walking with Septa Mordane and Jane, I saw Lord Petter walking behind one of the tents. Thinking about apologizing about my uncle's behavior, I bid for Septa and Jane to go without me, and I went to meet with Lord Petter. "It was as you have said, my lord. The dwarf was at the inn, even if it took a long time for him to get here. The Eagle Knight couldn't do anything but send a couple of his guards after him. After getting close, I heard a man talk. 'Good, here your gold, now go spread the word about it. Soon, the little fish will have no choice to get out of the city. He won't interfere in my plans any longer,' I heard Lord Petter say. Not knowing what to do, I stayed hidden behind the tent. Then a hand grasped my mouth, and I screamed, but no sound came from me. The man holding me had big hands and stayed quiet too, letting me go only after Lord Petter had left. 'You shouldn't be here, Lady Sansa,' the man tells me. 'Let's go. I will bring you back to the feast.' It was one of the quiet uncle's guards. He led me to the feast, where everyone was gathered. After seating me with Septa Mordane and Jane, he moved to my uncle and whispered in his ear. For the rest of the night, I could only think I heard something I shouldn't have. Arya POV. The black cat looked back at me as I approached him. Even when I moved as quietly as possible, sticking to shadows of the walls, the cat still would see me coming. He hissed at me and jumped down the stairs. I went after him. And so to outside we both ran. There were many cats in the Red Keep. Uncle Edmure told me that they were there to hunt mice and rats. But I mostly saw old cats dozing by the sun and clean-combed ladies' cats. Those were easy to catch. Just offer them a piece of meat, and they will come to you. The mouses were different. Even if they come to you for meat, they just snatch it away and then run. Those cats were very alert, looking at every shadow and sound. Still, I managed to catch all of them, but this one. The black, one-eared cat that could see me coming from leagues away. This cat would hear me from another room. Still, I have a plan today. I will corner him, and he will be in my hands when he has no other way to go. I already have chased it through the castle several times, but it had nowhere to go this time. He looked at me with a mocking expression and then jumped through the window above him. With frustration and anger flowing in me, I leaped after him. I ran and ran to find the black cat, but to no avail, as the more I ran the darker it became. I could barely see my hands, and the black cat was gone in the darkness. As I was about to turn back, I realized I was alone in the dark, and there was no way back. The only thing I could do was to move forward, and so I did. After walking through endless stairs and narrow hallways for ages, my eyes started to adjust to the dark. Huge empty eyes stared at me hungrily through the gloom, and dimly I saw the jagged shadows of long teeth. I just stood there and closed my eyes. When I opened them, the monster will be gone. Sometimes your imagination can be scarier than an actual monster, so when you stand against one, look at it closely. You will find eyes that can be pierced. And when you see that it can bleed, you will know that it can be defeated. Uncle's voice rang in my mind, and I opened my eyes. What stood in front of me was no monster but just bones. They were just heads of dragons, many of them. But they were all dead and gone. There was nothing to fear about them. After walking through the watchful empty eyes, I came to some kind of door. Opening it just to let me go past it, I went to the darkest room so far. Calming myself, I started to feel a light wind touching my skin. I just needed to follow it, and I would find an exit. Before I could do that, I heard footsteps below me. Realizing that I stood at the top of the great well, I peered down and saw the light coming from there. The light illuminated two figures, two men. He knows too much. A voice, a familiar voice, says. He can't know everything. No one does. A second voice, with an accent of free cities, replies. Maybe, but for how long will that be? I tell you that this fish doesn't fear the cat, the first voice remarks. And now, after what his sister has done, the cat will go to his waters to hunt. Too soon. What good war is for us now? Delay, the second voice responds. Impossible, the fish doesn't care for cat's feelings. No, we have to do with what we have, the first voice says calmly. Perhaps so, the man with his Aussie accent replies. Nonetheless, we must have time. The princess is with a child. The Kul will not bestir himself until his son is born. You know how they are, these savages. I can't do anything with the fish. He's too cautious. My little birds can't get close to him. He knows of secrets beyond the castle walls, the first voice explains. But I can make the Khan stir, and soon he will have no other choice but to move. Is it wise? We still are gathering forces, the Asozi man asks. This isn't a game of two anymore. Stannis Baratheon and Lysa Arryn have gone beyond my reach, but I still hear whispers of them gathering men. Littlefinger, he's trying to get close to the hand for whatever reason. But the most one who troubles me is the fish, and he's too dangerous. He has too many friends, too much influence, and if he isn't by our side, he will be our biggest obstacle. The first voice says. Can we have him on our side? The second voice asks. It has a slight chance, the first voice answers. It's better to get rid of him. Then the vipers under the sun might join us. The faceless men have refused to take on the job. Saying he already paid his price to their god, the Asozi man complains. Then we have no other choice but to send the Sorrow men, even if they aren't as reliable. It's all we have, the first man responds, and then both of them start to move deeper into the darkness. After waiting for a couple of minutes, trying to breathe as quietly as I could, I moved too. Through the dark corners and black holes, I found a way outside. Seeing one of my father's guards, I ran towards him, already forgetting what had happened. Bad news. Orion POV. There is only so much I can take of politicking for a day. Those who wanted something would always have something nice to say, and I always wore a lovely smile for them. In recent years, Edmure's smile became terrifying for lesser lords and knights that served House Tully. So they liked my smile more. Of course, if they didn't get what they wanted, those lesser men would talk behind my back, like I don't have any ears. Well, from then on, they wouldn't get anything at all anymore. Mama, Mama, I hear my oldest, knocking and yelling outside my chamber's door. What is it? Little princes? I ask, opening the door. I found a kitten. Can I keep it? She asks, presenting a cat in her arms to me. Where did you find it? I inquire of her. In the courtyard. I was going to play when I heard it meowing. I think it is alone, so I took it. Elia answers. What am I going to do with you? I ask with a tired sigh. You know that your father doesn't like cats, right? But father isn't here, Elia replies with teary eyes. All right. You can keep it, at least until your father returns, I agree with Elia. It was already early evening, and I had to deal with many things and was too tired to tell her no. Damn it all, Edmure is taking too long to return. There is only so much I can take, listening to petitions every day. Hearing those squabbling fools complain about their crops, they trade or dishonored daughters. Lord Hoster isn't getting any better either, to help. My lady, my thoughts were interrupted by Maester Vimen. What is it now? I ask, already knowing something troublesome came up. Sir Patrick Malister has arrived and asks for an audience with Lord Hoster. Maester Vimen informs me. Did you explain that he isn't taking any audience? That isn't important. I ask, already getting dressed to meet with the heir of Seaguard. I did. I explained that Lord Hoster isn't taking any visitors. But Sir Patrick insists is a most urgent matter. Maester Vimen tells me. Tell him he can meet with me, and I decide if is it essential for my good father to hear. I reply and dismiss him. How about you go and show your new friend to your little brothers, little princess? I ask my daughter sweetly, combing her hair with my fingers. Okay, Mama, she simply replies and runs out of the room. Sir Patrick was waiting at the solar of my good father, with Maester Vimen next to him. Taking a look at the best friend of my husband, I saw how worn out he is. His clothing is in tatters, and he looks like he hasn't eaten for days. His eyes had black bags under them, indicating he hadn't slept for some time. My lady, I bring news that Lord Tully should know. He begins with a polite bow. I decide if he needs to know, so if it is as urgent, as you say, you will tell it to me, right now. I tell him with a calm voice. If you wish, my lady, he replies reluctantly. Sir Lyn Corbray apprehended Lord Tyrion Lannister under the orders of Lady Lysa Arryn. What do you mean apprehended? Maester Vimen asks with a raised voice. I mean, he was captured, Sir Patrick responds. Sir Lyn Corbray made a spectacle of it all. I wouldn't be surprised that the whole Seven Kingdoms know about it already or know of it soon enough. And you didn't stop Sir Lyn Corbray? I ask. I didn't have enough men to stop him, and he didn't look like backing down. I did send my squire after them. Hopefully, he will be able to protect Lord Tyrion till we have a solution, he replies. I urge you to send this news to Edmure as soon as possible. He isn't safe in the capital with Lannisters. Lannister might try to take him, a brother for a brother. I agree with Patrick. Vimen, bring Nyx to me. She will be the fastest way to reach him. As you wish. Should I inform Lord Hoster? Maester Vimen inquires. No, if he finds out that his son is in danger, his health might get worse, I explain to him. But start writing letters to Bannerman. We will need to call for them. My lady, I don't want to be disrespectful, Maester Vimen begins. But many won't answer if it isn't Lord Hoster who calls for them. I have to agree with Maester Vimen. We should inform Lord Tully first. Patrick agrees with the castle maester. Listen here. I know better than both of you how bad my good father's health is right now, I respond with a firm voice. He won't take it well to hear this news, and you don't have to worry. The letters to the lords will be with Lord Hoster's signature. Do you think I didn't learn some tricks up here? Now go bring me NYX, and you sir go get a bath and some rest. As you command, my lady. Both of the men left quickly. For a moment, I stood there, alone. Thinking of what must be done, what will happen next. I sat down to calm down. I was not too fond of any of this. Edmure has to be in lion's jaws, at the most unfortunate time. Taking a deep breath, I started to write a letter to my husband and my father. Edmure POV. It would be a nice day after the end of the tourney. If not for this damn letter, it confirmed my suspicions. That damn little finger has put me in a bad situation. The news will reach Lannister soon enough. I have to make this situation profitable to me. If Jaime confronts me, I have to leave the city. Ned won't survive without me here, but girls are more important to me now. Lysa. Gods damn her, I knew she would do something like this. I should have taken care of her sooner, and now it is too late. Littlefinger isn't easy to target either. Wherever he goes, he isn't alone. Shit indeed, I should have predicted that something like this would happen. Sir Edmure, have you asked for me? Samwell, no Sir. Samwell Tarly asks after entering my chambers. Take a look at this, I tell him, giving him the letter. Sir, this isn't good, right? Sir Samwell asks. No, it isn't, I simply reply. What would you have me to do? He asks with a firm voice. I have you to go home, I respond. What? But sir. He tries to disagree with me. No buts, you are Sir Samwell Tarly, right now, I inform him. You are a knight of House Tarly, not House Tully. I have no right to order you, nor do you have any right to interfere in House Tully's matters. But. He begins again. I said no buts, it's time for you to go home, and you're leaving right now, I tell him. If something would happen to you while you are with me, it would bring more problems for me. I understand, he answers with a gloomy voice. Go, gather your stuff, I order him. After Samwell left, I waited for my next guest. With the news of what Lysa has done, I knew that securing Vale is my priority right now. It so happens that one of the most influential and respectful lords is in the city with his 2 sons. Edmure, you wanted to see me. Lord Bronzeyon asks after entering my chambers. I saw your squire. He looked pretty upset if my eyes didn't let me down in my old age. He isn't a squire anymore, Lord Yon, I reply. He will get over it. I called you here for another reason. Oh, and what is it? He asks as I motion him to sit down. Take a look at this, I tell him, and pass the letter. What madness is this? Lady Arryn abducted Tyrion Lannister. After reading it through, he exclaims. As you see, my sister has done something that she shouldn't have, I begin. I can't let her do more foolish things, so I want to ask you to go back to Vale and become regent to my nephew. It would be my honor, but I don't think that Lady Arryn would agree to do it, he responds. Then you will have to make her agree. I can't leave my nephew with someone who is not thinking right, I tell him. And there is another reason for this. And what that reason would be? He asks as I make sure nobody is listening to us. You should know Lord Baelish, right? I ask and continue after he nods. I know for a fact that my sister is in love with him. It would be fine and all, but Lord Baelish is just using her. I am afraid he will demand of my sister do 2 more foolish and dangerous things in the name of protecting her and my nephew. I knew that they are quite close. Are you saying that Lord Baelish is just playing with her feelings and using her? He asks, wanting more information. I always said that women are too emotional to rule. My sister's husband died not long ago, and she was always a timid girl. Baelish is an old friend, a rock to lean to in the hardest of times. So why shouldn't she listen to him, especially if he says it's to protect her only child, I explained to him. Baelish knows it too. That is why he will whisper her those things, and she will listen. But why would he do so? He asks, confused. Why else? He was born to a minor lord with small lands. After Brandon Stark humiliated him and he learned politics from this vipers-filled city, he got a taste of little power. Now he wants more, I explained to him. Baelish wants power. With what Lysa has done, he only needs to get to the good graces of Lannisters and help Tyrion, and then as a reward, he gets an immense castle. With the new castle comes the prospect of marrying my sister and becoming the new Lord Protector of Vale. It can't be. It would never work. Other lords wouldn't let it happen, declares Lord Yone. Which lords? I ask. It's clear that Sir Lyn Corbray is in his pockets. How many other lords does Baelish have on his side? No, he couldn't have that many. Maybe some minor lords, by promising them more lands and insignificant knights, that's all he could have, Lord Yone says. For now, I add. I have already written a letter explaining that I wish for my nephew to be fostered in the Runestone. And also for you to teach him of the ruling. I see what I can do. I better leave immediately, Bronze Yone replies and takes the letter. After he left, one of the men entered. He was in charge of investigating what Arya had overheard. My apologizes, my lord, but there were no traces of Illyrioma Patis in the city, he began. No, it is fine. It wouldn't be that easy in the first place, I tell him. Concentrate on guard, for now. Call back all of your men. We will need everyone if we are against faceless men or sorrowful men. As you wish, my lord, he agrees and leaves. When I went to Ned, he looked upset. His cold face was colder than winter itself. Men of the Hand's Tower were busy, running around preparing their stuff. I stood next to Ned by the window and was about to tell him what happened in the Riverlands, but he opened his mouth first. I am not a Hand anymore, he informs me. What happened? I ask. The king got news of Princess Daenerys. She's pregnant, he explains. Oh, so the king wanted to kill her, while you didn't, I reply, understanding. What would you have done? He asks. I don't harbor hate for Targaryens, I answer. And I can't image the king's hate. But killing can't solve everything. In the end, I don't know what I would do, but at least I wouldn't let hatred cloud my mind. We are leaving, as it isn't much for me to do here anymore, Ned tells me after listening to my words. Very well, when are we leaving? I ask. As soon as we are prepared, but before that, I want to ask you to accompany me somewhere, Ned requests. Very well, I have already prepared horses on standby, I agree and ask of him. Where are we going? To the brothel, he informs me. If I didn't know what he was looking for, I would have punched him in the face. Confrontation. Edmure POV. Château's brothel was the last place that Ned led me to. If my information was correct, it was of a few brothels that didn't belong to Littlefinger. It had women mostly from summer islands, tall, dark, exotic, and beautiful women, who every man would have a hard time resisting. Even for me, it was hard to look away from some of them. Ned, on the other hand, didn't even bat an eye to any of them. Elioa, the owner's daughter, led us to a room where another woman awaited us. She was young, younger than I liked, and it seems that Ned agrees with me on that. He looked at the girl thoughtfully, sad and maybe a little angry. The girl was holding a baby with black hair and blue eyes. After talking a little bit with the girl, Ned then took a good look at the baby. Barra, the baby girl, was named. Thinking it would please the father. With a last look at the baby, Ned gave it back to mother and took a pouch from this belt. Take it and go as far as possible from the King's Landing, Ned tells the girl and hands the pouch full of copper and silver. My lord, I don't understand, the girl looks at us, confused. The father of your child won't come to see you, Ned informs the girl with a cold face. If the Queen finds about this baby, even I won't be able to save it. So just take the silver and go, forget about your child's father and live a peaceful life. After leaving the Château's place, we climbed on our horses and started to ride back to the Red Keep. On the way, we talked about how all the king's bastards were similar to their father. I didn't want to tell Ned the truth yet. He has to find it by himself or don't. It wouldn't matter. Either way, the pieces are already moving. So, are we done? I ask. It was the last place. Jonnarin and Stannis visited those places too. I was wondering what they were doing, as Stannis wouldn't even answer the letters. I had to look for answers myself, Ned answers. Well, now we know. Jon and Stannis were just checking on the bastards of the king. It wasn't hard to see the resemblance in them, I comment. No, it isn't, Ned replies thoughtfully. Now that I am leaving, there won't be anyone else to look after them, and if Lord Tywin Lannister becomes next hand, the children's lives will be in peril. Just as we were about to leave Silk Street, we were confronted by men in crimson cloaks. It didn't take long for us to be surrounded. A score of red cloaks circled the dozen of us. I knew why they did so. And as to confirm my speculation, the man in gold showed himself. "What is the meaning of this, Kingslayer?" Ned asks, with one hand on the hilt of his sword. "It doesn't concern you, Lord Stark," the Kingslayer replies, and then looks at me. "I came here for Sir Edmure Tully. His sister, Lady Lysa Arryn, has abducted my little brother, and I want answers. Aren't you the Warden of the East? Surely you could order the Lords and Knights of the East to help with your predicament, or is it just an empty title that has no meaning?" I respond with a smirk. "I have no idea what you are talking about, and as you said, Lady Lysa Arryn is an Arryn now, Regent of the Vale. She doesn't answer to me, and I have nothing to do with it. Maybe so, maybe not, but she has my brother. I wonder if her brother would be a fair exchange." "Brother for a brother," the Kingslayer says. "If you touch me, you won't see your brother ever again," I reply coldly. "You should order your men back, and we can talk it out." "You say that, but I think I let my sword talk," the Kingslayer responds. "Enough, order your men to back down," now Ned orders the Kingslayer. "You're no longer the hand of the king, Lord Stark." "You don't order me," he responds to Ned, and then looks back at me. "You regret taking my brother, and even if I can't touch you, your men don't need to live. I promise you that I will do everything I must to take Tyrion back. For now, I let your people pay the price of your mistakes." With a wave of his hand, he orders his men to attack us, but he turns back and rides away. Looking at the red cloaks with their spears pointing at us, I simply unsheath my sword and order my men to attack them. We only clashed our steel against each other once when 2 scores of gold cloaks appeared of nowhere and broke our fight. "Who is the ones that are trying to break the peace of the king?" asked the leader of this group of gold cloaks. "Drop your weapons. Every single of you is going to dungeons. You will answer the king for your crimes." While the red cloaks looked confused, I motioned my men to do as he said. Eddard POV. The night in the dungeon wasn't pleasant, but I tolerated it. It was better than a bloodbath that was about to happen on the Street of Silk. Only in the late afternoon did Robert show up to get us out of there. He then led us to his chambers to question me and Edmure about what happened. "What is there to talk about, dear?" "It was seen that Lord Stark and Lord Tully came from a brothel, drunk. The Lannister men just wanted to apprehend them." The Queen began first, standing next to Robert. "I didn't know that red cloaks had the authority to arrest anyone. And was going to brothels a crime these times?" Edmure replies with a spiteful smile. "Let's not forget that among those men, there was your brother who gave the order. He only asked of you about our little brother that your sister had taken," the Queen responds. "Every man has to serve their family after all. Sir Jaime Lannister is a Kingsguard. He should only serve the king," Edmure replies. "Enough, both of you. Ned, what happened? Why were you in the clash with Lannister men?" Robert shuts them both and asks me. "Sir Jaime Lannister confronted us on the streets and ordered the red cloaks to attack us. We were only defending ourselves," I answer. "Dear, you can't believe them, right?" the Queen asks. "And who should I believe, woman?" "Your brother." "I might if he was here," Robert shouts angrily. "Your Grace, we have a bigger problem than the Kingslayer running away," Edmure interjects himself. "What do you mean, nobody was hurt?" "It seems to me that all ended well," Robert replies. "Not even a day after you argued with Ned, your Kingsguard confronts us and orders his men to attack us," Edmure tells Robert calmly. "As I said, the Kingsguard serve the king. It could be interpreted as the king ordered to attack the Lord of the North and heir to the Riverlands. A declaration of war, if I may say." "What are you talking about?" Robert asks angrily. "People know that Ned and I are close as brothers. I would never have ordered something like this." "Robert," I called out to him. "What Edmure said is true. Sir Jaime Lannister is your Kingsguard, and he attacked us. No matter what we say or how we explain it, it happened. The only way is for Jaime Lannister to answer for his crimes. He broke vows to his order." "His crimes? What about your crimes?" "Lysa Arryn is holding my brother," the Queen asks. As you said, it is Lysa Arryn, not Tully or Stark, that has your brother Edmure, calmly responds. Lysa Arryn doesn't answer to me, nor does she answer to Lord Stark. She only answers to the king. That is the law. Damn you all, Robert yells and drinks a cup of wine. Sir Barristan, come inside, now. You have called me, your grace. Sir Barristan Selmy enters the room and asks. I want for you to go to Grandmaster and write a letter to Casterly Rock. If Jaime Lannister doesn't come back to the Red Keep, he is to be sentenced to death for breaking his oath, Robert orders. Robert, you can't do this. He is my brother, your good brother Cersei pleads. What do you want me to do? He broke his vows one too many times. Robert dismisses her. Sir Edmure, I want Tyrion Lannister to be returned home, or I proclaim your sister as a traitor to the Iron Throne and her acts as acts of rebellion. I will go back to Riverrun immediately, with Ned and his family. Edmure replies with a bow. Ned isn't going anywhere, Robert informs us. I don't have a reason to stay, I tell Robert. Damn it, Ned. I need a hand in these times more than I ever needed, Robert replies and gives me the pendant of the hand. You can't be serious, Robert. He is from a traitorous family. How can you trust him? The Queen complains loudly. Get out. I won't hear another word from you, Robert shouts at her, and she storms out of the room. Even if Ned stays, I taking the girls, Edmure informs us. I mean no disrespect, your grace. But I can't trust you to keep them safe, not anymore. They are safe in the Red Keep as they would be anywhere, Robert says. Are they? How can I trust that any more of your Kingsguard doesn't answer to Lannisters and not their king? Edmure asks. Enough, Edmure, I interject before it is too late. I heard that Hoster is sick. My girls only saw him once. They should go with you to visit him before it is too late. Yes, you're right, I become too hot-headed after the ordeals of the past days, my apologies, your grace. Edmure quickly wears a regretful smile. They are not my children. I have no say to where they go, Robert dismisses it quickly. Anyway, I going hunting, and if by the time I return this mess isn't resolved, there will be heads rolling. With those words, he leaves the room. Looking at the pendant of the hand, I become committed to cleaning this mess before it is too late. Through the eyes of a wolf. John POV. The fallen leaves crunched below my paws. The taste of blood and raw meat was still in my mouth as I slowly and quietly moved through the woods of the mountains. With my hunger satisfied, I went back, but I heard footsteps before I neared the camp. Taking in the scent of the woods, I could smell sweat, leather, and even horses. It was too far from the camp to be any of my companions. Slowly and silently, I sneaked towards the scent. The sun was just rising, but I could see many men walking towards the camp. In a semicircle, they moved with caution. I could smell the blood coming from their weapons. Looking at them, I knew they were on the hunt, but not for animals but my companions. The taste of blood and raw meat still lingered in my mouth when I woke up. I knew what I saw. I saw through the eyes of Ghost again. Closing my eyes and remembering what I witnessed, I quickly bolted out of my tent. Wake up! I yelled. The mountain clans are coming. Wake up! What are you yelling about, boy? One of the knights asks, getting out of the tent. The mountain clans, I saw them. Dozens of them, I explained to them quickly. We need to prepare. They are coming. Bloody hells, another knight yells and dons a chest plate and a helm in one smooth move. As everyone got up and readied their swords, a sound of hooves was heard. There was no need to say anything else. Everyone knew they were coming. I drew my sword and went close to Tyrion, who looked around still with chained hands. How many you said you saw? Bronn asks. Dozens, I answer. Well shit, stay close to little lording at all times, boy, Bronn orders me. You should worry about yourself, I reply. Bronn didn't have time to respond as riders were upon us. The first to come towards me ended with his head cut by my sword. The second one tried to swing his axe at me from his horse, but I quickly dodged it and cut his arm off. The third man that wanted to kill me ended with my sword at his chest. After the fourth one, I had some time to breathe and look around. Tyrion was behind me, Sir Lyn Corbray utilized his men well, brutally cutting down the mountain clan members. It was a fast attack, and if I hadn't warned about it, it would have gone a different way. Still, Lin Corbray lost 6 men, and 2 of my guard were killed too. It just wasn't enough time to get dressed in full plate armor and prepare ourselves. I saw as Tyrion's 2 guards were turned into mincemeat by a giant of a man. The mountain savage was wielding a giant axe. He was the 5th man that came after me, and he was more skilled than any other before him. The only good thing was that he wasn't on a horse. This axe flew fast at me. Barely managing to dodge it, I swung my sword at Savage's chest. He blocked my strikes and managed to kick at my unprotected ankle. He made me stumble a few times, but still, I managed to leave a nasty cut on his chest before Ghost ripped his neck wide open. The savages looked surprised but strangely delighted. It was a strange expression of a dead man. Looking at the end of the fight, I saw Bronn kneeling by his friend. As I was going to offer assistance, I saw him put his knife through his friend's neck. I stopped abruptly, shocked at what I just witnessed. But I knew it was not the time to question him. I only had so many allies in this journey. Looking at Bronn, I gathered my courage and was about to approach him when I accidentally bumped at one of Sir Lin Corbray's men. His eyes were locked on me, and as I was about to apologize, he gripped me by my shirt. "Look where you are going, bastard," the man, the name I didn't bother to remember, says. "You think because you got some achievements in the last battle, you can walk over us, true knights. I would let the boy go if I was you," Bronn remarks. "Don't order me around, sell sword still." The man let me go. "Ah, the Vale, the kingdom of true knights," and on a Tyrion comments. "There are plenty of knights like him in this world," Bronn replies. "Insignificant, a knight that nobody cares about and only for lords to use them in the front lines. So no better than a sellsword?" Tyrion asks. "No, worse. At least sellswords get paid," Bronn answers with a laugh. "At least they don't kill their friends," I respond with bitterness in my voice. "Oh, you saw that?" Bronn asks. "Yes, even if he was injured, the battle was over. He could have gotten treated," I answer. "Oh, you think I killed him because he was injured?" Bronn asks. "Don't be ridiculous. The man tried to work under Sir Lin Corbray, thinking that I wouldn't notice him speaking to him. He probably felt that he could get a better reward from the Knight of the Vale. But that no reason for him to be killed," I reply. "No, but he decided to work behind my back," Bronn explains. "I don't like that kind of thing. If I was not careful, he could have backstabbed me. That isn't something I would like to happen, so he had to go." "Wasn't he a friend to you?" I ask. "A friend? I don't believe in those kind fairy tales," Bronn answers. "You shouldn't either. As a bastard, you will be an easy target to exploit. With your skill in arms, many lords will like for you to be under them. Then when they are done with you, they would dismiss you, speaking lightly. There won't be any friends that will be by your side then. Your brothers in arms won't even look at you. So you should realize it now. In this world, you are alone, power is law, and the coin is all you should care about." I turned away, not willing to listen to any more of his words. What did I expect from a sellsword? After tirelessly marching through day and night, we were getting close to Bloody Gate. I was keeping close to Tyrion. Bronn and the rest of my guards were behind me while Sir Lin Corbray led from the front. As night fell, I requested to take a rest. I didn't know why Sir Lin Corbray was in a hurry, but even my horse was tired and could no longer go any further. Sir Lin's men were tired too, but they didn't voice it. Sir Lin only agreed when Tyrion told them that he would have to be carried if we didn't rest tonight. "You saved their lives, yet a prisoner has more say than you," Tyrion comments as I prepare our tents. "I am bastard, and you are a Lannister," I reply. "Even if you are a dwarf, you still have a name of Lannister. It is more accessible for some people to take the word of Trueborn than from a bastard, no matter how true its words were. Or nobody wanted to carry a dwarf," Tyrion responds with a laugh. "We are nearing the Bloody Gate. From there, you are on your own, Tyrion," I tell him. "I know," Tyrion responds. "Thank you for taking care of me for this long, at least." "Don't worry about it," I reply, finishing Tyrion's tent. "If I survive this, I own you are a big one," Tyrion says. "And Lannisters always pays their debt." With those words, he looked at Sir Lin and his men. I could see anger and frustration in his eyes, even if it was there for just a moment. I knew these eyes. I had them too once. Edard POV. So you are saying it was Lord Baelish who organized all of this? I asked Edmure for confirmation. Yes, one of my guards overheard him talking about how he wanted to get me out of King's Landing. Edmure nods and confirms it. The acolyte that bought poison also worked for Baelish. But there isn't any other, more direct evidence. I ask. No, there isn't. Edmure confirms my suspicion. Then, there is nothing I can do, I tell him. No, you can do nothing, Edmure repeats. We can't dismiss the idea that Lord Baelish is working with Lannisters, I inform him. I am sorry, Ned, there isn't much I can do to help you with this anymore. Edmure apologizes to me. You can keep my girls safe, I reply. Won't you reconsider? Come with me, forget about the king's order, and let's go home, Edmure pleads. You know I can't do that, I respond. You going to die? It isn't much you can do there, Edmure explains. I know, but I must try, I reply. Take care of my girls. My lord, sir, we are ready, Veon Poole informs us after entering the room. Very well, thank you, Veon, I reply to my steward. So this is it then, Edmure says with a bitter smile. Let's go, Veon. There isn't much time till the night. I looked as they left. Poole's family was going with Edmure. They should be safe with 20 guards, 8 of House Stark and 12 of Edmure's. It shouldn't be a long journey, and I don't have time to worry about them. The king is going for a hunt today. It was the last time I could persuade him from doing so. But I didn't hold much hope in it. I had to find out why Jon Arryn was killed. Only then will I be able to confront Baelish and Lannisters. Bran POV. The moonlight was coming through my window as the old Nan was telling one of her stories. The long night, where children were born in darkness and died in it. I have heard it many times by now, but it never stops being terrifying. Maybe because there wasn't anyone else to listen to it with, it became even scarier. Arya, who liked the stories too, wasn't here anymore. Robb was too busy acting as a lord to stay with me and listen to them. Mother would disapprove of Rickon of it. So I was the only one who would listen to old Nan. I had a dream last night, I say to old Nan. Everyone dreams, old Nan replies. But mine felt so real, I tell her. I dreamed that I was a wolf, my wolf. I was running in the woods, hunting rabbits and squirrels. You are a wolf, young one, old Nan replies. All Starks are wolves. Even if they don't know of it yet. But I was a real one, I grumble. You are a real wolf, old Nan responds. Have you heard of the story of the Walk King? I have, I reply. It was a story of old before Starks were kings of all North. Walk King was allied with children of the forest. He was ruling over Sea Dragon Point. The kings of winter defeated them, killing his beast, sons, and green seers but keeping his daughters alive. Later the king of winter married them to his sons. It was a legend I heard many times from old Nan. It's just a legend, I tell her. Every legend comes from history. Every story has some truth in them. It is up to you to believe them or not, old Nan explains. Let me tell it one more time before you have forgotten it. And so I listened to the story once more. The end of an adventure. Jon POV. The bloody gate stood in front of us, imposing and unmovable. It brought countless armies to an end. There was no around it but face it directly. Tyrion looked at me, and I looked back at him. We both knew that it was up to Sir Brynden Tully to help him. If he decides not to, there is nothing I would be able to do. Who would pass the bloody gate? A voice asks us. Sir Lyn Corbray and his companions. Sir Lyn replies. So you still alive? A gruff voice asks after opening the gate. I am, Blackfish. Sir Lyn responds with a smirk. You have a bastard waiting for you. Sir Brynden Tully, I am Jon Snow, squire to Sir Patrick Mallister. I call him out. I have a letter to you from Sir Patrick Mallister, and it is of most import. Come inside. Then he motioned for me to come inside. Sir Brynden took a look at my companions and me before he read the letter. After a couple of moments, after he read it, he burned it. Have you read it? He asks me. No, sir, nobody has, I answer. Good. Otherwise, I would have to kill you, he spoke in a gruff voice. His words gave me shivers. It wasn't a jape. I could see from his hand on the pommel that he meant it. The only thing keeping me alive was the seal on the letter that was unbroken before I gave it to Sir Brynden. How many of fighting men to have? He asks. 4 with me, I answer. So we are 5 against the whole Vale, he remarks. The knight you serve gives impossible tasks. Nonetheless, it has to be accomplished. Sir Patrick Malister said that I would be rewarded for my job, Bronn tells us. And you will come with me to the Eyrie, and there you get a bag of coins, Sir Brynden responds. It is a long climb, Bronn comments. It is. You wouldn't be afraid of heights now, would you? Sir Brynden asks. For you, I would. But if you don't pay, I know someone who will pay his debts, Bronn tells us. Well, will it be Lord Robert Arryn who will reward me? If your reward entails falling to your death, then he would happily do so, Sir Brynden responds. Why would Lord Arryn do so? I ask. He's just a boy, a sickle boy, Sir Brynden answers. If you ask him of anything, he will throw a tantrum. You don't want him to do so. Sir Brynden, why are we against all the Vale? I ask after Bronn is done. Well, not all, just those that are in the Eyrie, Sir Brynden explains. Lady Lysa Arryn has convinced them that it was Lannisters who killed their late lord, and everyone who tries to say otherwise is being treated as traitors. But there aren't many of them, and most are happy to accept Lady Lysa's words. Does Lady Arryn has any proof? I ask. It isn't the court of Winterfell, boy, Sir Brynden replies. The honor is gone, and only gold matters here. It can't be. My father told me many stories of the honorable knights of the Vale, I argue. When he was there, it was just like the stories. Now you only need to look at Sir Lyn Corbray. He will do everything to have a favor from Lady Lysa, and it isn't for honor or love, he responds with a bitter voice. Enough of this talk, let's go. Lysa won't treat her uncle as a traitor if I say some words. At least, I hope so. With his words, we left the bloody gate. After 2 days, we reached Eyrie. The castle was taller than the stories I heard. The 7 towers went up and beyond the skies. I only could imagine how it was built, as it was hard to comprehend it. Sir Brynden pushed away all those who thought they could stop him. We were a little behind Tyrion and Sir Lyn Corbray. We arrived just as the trial began. It seemed that Lady Arryn wanted to end it as soon as possible. Lord Robert Arryn sat on his mother's lap, looking down on Tyrion. Is he the bad man? The little lord asks. Yes, he is, Lady Arryn replies, caressing the boy. He's so small, smaller than me, the boy exclaims. He is Tyrion Lannister, the imp of Casterly Rock. He is one who murdered your father, Lady Arryn explains, and then continues in a louder voice. He is the one who slew the Hand of the King. We need to stop this madness, I tell Sir Brynden. Is too late, he responds with a gruff voice. And do you have any proof of it? Tyrion asks. As I stand here accused of murder, yet I don't see any evidence presented nor any witnesses. Are you, lords and knights of Honorable Vale, think this is justice? I tell you that neither my father nor my brother will see my death like that. Are you ready to shoulder the consequences of this action you have taken against me? Imp, it was Sir Lyn Corbray who called Tyrion out. This is Vale. All of us loved late Lord Jon Arryn. Every one of us would gladly die to avenge him. So please don't bother with your threats. Oh, they are no threats, but facts. You know well how my father will act, Tyrion responds. He will burn Riverlands from west to the east before he gets to the Vale. My brother, one of the greatest swordsmen in the world, will butcher you all. You can't hurt us, exclaims little lord from his mother's lap. Nobody can hurt us there. Tell him, mother, tell him. The Eyrie is impregnable, Lady Arryn declared. The imp is lying, trying to scare us. Don't worry, my boy. The Lannister are all liars. Her words were valid. Looking at what it took for us to reach the castle, it would be almost impossible to reach it with an army. And before you could get to the castle, you had to pass the bloody gate. But it seems they have dismissed Riverlands entirely. The Riverlands were opposite of the Vale. It didn't have mountains nor great castles to protect itself with. Lady Arryn is ready to sacrifice Riverlands, her brother, for this farce. Looking at the grim face of Sir Brynden, he thought so too. I want to see the liar fly, little lord proclaims. Don't worry, my little one. He will, Lady Arryn replies with a dark smile. You asked for proof of your crime. There it is. If you please, Sir Lyn. Lady Arryn passes a letter to Sir Lyn Corbray, who reads through it. It explains how Tyrion purchased the poison. As the Master of Coin, Lord Peter Baelish found out about it and knew how Lannister ruled the court. He presented it to his lady instead of the king for Lady Arryn to get justice for her husband's death. What have you say, now imp? Lady Arryn asks. Lord Peter Baelish is someone who my husband chose as the Master of the Coin. We can be certain where his loyalties lay. There was a great commotion within the gathered lords and knights. With his head some yelled. Others too joined, calling for his head. Only little Lord Robert Arryn yelled for Tyrion to fly. No, he commanded for Tyrion to fly. So this is the justice of the Vale. A letter from someone can dictate it. Someone who isn't even there. Tyrion's voice rang through the hall. No, there is no justice there. Very well, I will get my justice then. I demand a trial by combat. Let the gods judge me. Brilliant, he knew that no one could deny him this. He was of Highborn, the son of one of the most powerful men in Westeros. Trial by combat was his right. There was a great murmur in the high hall. And will you fight by yourself? Sir Lyn Corbray asks with a dark laugh. My lady, let me bring justice for your husband. There were 12 other knights who wanted to bring justice as well. All voiced their declaration, probably thinking that it would be an easy fight against a dwarf. But I knew Tyrion. He fights with his mind, not a sword. Thank you, my lords. No men in the 7 kingdoms are as bold and true as the Knights of the Vale. Would that I could grant you all this honor. Yet I can choose only one. Lady Arryn silenced the whole with her words. Sir Vardis Egan, you were ever my lord husband's good right hand. You shall be our champion. She chose the one who didn't volunteer. The knight looked at his lady with a troubled face and knelt in front of the throne. My lady, he began gravely. Please give this burden to another. I have no taste for it. The man is no warrior. Look at him. A dwarf, half my size and lame in the legs. It would be shameful to slaughter such a man and call it justice. I have to agree. Tyrion's voice rang again. It was you who commanded a trial by combat, Lady Arryn says, puzzled. And now I demand a champion, such as you have chosen for yourself. My brother Jaime will gladly take my part, I know. Tyrion says. Your precious Kingslayer is hundreds of leagues away. No, that won't do, Lady Arryn informs Tyrion. The trial will happen now, name your champion now, or face my knight yourself. Tyrion looked around the high hall, but no one moved. He knew as I that there was no other choice. Lady Arryn didn't care for his wishes and wanted to finish it already. Nobody will fight for him. So I took a step forward, at least tried, before Sir Brynden stopped me. Don't, even if you defeat Sir Vardis, which I doubt. You only make it worse for yourself and Sir Patrick. Sir Brynden informs me. What do you mean? I can't let him die. I demand an explanation. Yes, you can. The war has already started. If you fight for him as a squire to Sir Patrick Mallister, you proclaim that he supports the Lannisters. It will only bring discontent in Riverlands. Sir Brynden explains. All you accomplish, after winning, will be a deny for justification for Lannister's attack of Riverlands. And both of us know that Tywin Lannister doesn't need any, to begin with. It seems there is no one who would fight for you, Lady Arryn says. Open the gates of the moon door. You can step through it yourself, or my knight will throw you. Looking at the moon door opening and seeing what was below, I freed myself from Sir Brynden's grasp and stepped forward. But before I could proclaim myself as his champion, another voice rang first. I will fight for the imp. Bronn tells everyone. Tyrion POV. Make them fight. The little lording commands after Sir Vardis and Bronn readied themselves. I saw Jon preparing to step in. Fortunately, Blackfish stopped him. I didn't doubt Jon's ability with a sword, but I don't think he could win against a seasoned knight like Sir Vardis. It wasn't very reasonable of him to even consider fighting for me. He didn't owe me anything, and we barely knew each other. For the Uri and the Veil Savardis proclaims. Fight! The boy yells with delight in his voice. Their swords rang through the hall. Once, twice they were testing each other, but with every clash, I got nervous. Bron leaped away from Savardis' slashing and then circled him to the left away from Savardis' shield. Bron danced away for Savardis' sword. Every time he comes in reach, Bron moves away from him. Voices were heard in the hall calling Bron craven. Fools all of them. It was clear even for me why Bron didn't face Savardis directly. Even the most muscular men tire themselves with heavy armor and enormous shield. It was a dance when the smallest of missteps could cost your life. I want them to fight, Mother. Little Lording pleads his mother. They will. The sellsword can't run all day, Lady Arin informs her son. Neither can Savardis, and it's clear who of both of them will tire first. Already he was starting to block Bron's sword clumsily. Bron strikes fast and hard. Sure enough, Savardis made a mistake, and Bron managed to cut in the knight's elbow, in the joint that his armor connected. Blood fell between Savardis' fingers. Even other lords could see what happened. Even in their arrogance, they could only accept that Bron was winning. Savardis knew it too. Throwing away his shield, he charged at Bron. Bron swiftly stepped around the knight and cut at the back of his knee. Savardis knelt, and before he could gather his strength again, Bron slammed his sword at his shoulder. Is it over, Mother? Little Lorderling asks. Yes, the mother answers with a gloomy voice, and I could only smile. Can I make the little man fly now, Mother? Little Lorderling asks with delight. No, this little man will be leaving through a different door, I answer him. It was over. Even Lady Arin could do nothing but let me go. But I will remember this when I have a chance, and I won't let them go. Selin Corbray, Peter Baelish, and most importantly, Lysa Arryn. A Lannister always pays his debt. The hunt begins. Edmure POV. Riverrun, it was a long time since I saw it last. It still stood firm, so at least something was good, I guess. Once we entered through the gates, the first to welcome me was my wife and children. After telling Arianne to look after the girls, I went to see my father. Before the doors of my father's chambers stood Maester Vimen. He looked troubled, concerned even. But I didn't care about him for now. Passing through him and opening the door, I saw my father lying on the bed. He had sickly pale skin. His hair was all white. Maester Vimen had taken good care for my father to look at least presentable. He was cleaned and dressed. My father's beard was shaven, and his hair was cut short. Father! Isme, Edmure, I call out to him. Edmure? He asks uncertainly. Yes, father. How are you feeling? I ask him. I can feel my bones creak, sometimes it is hard to breathe, but it's still bearable, he answers. What going on, Edmure? Vimen said something about a gathering of bannermen but didn't elaborate more. War, father, was his coming, I answer him. Arianne didn't speak with you, did she? No, it's my fault, he replies. I never truly accepted her, and she didn't like it, I gather. Who are we at war with? Lannisters, I answer. So, you were right, my father responds grimly. If only I weren't, I respond with a bitter smile. After my words, the silence overcame us. I took an apple from the stand next to the bed and skinned it. After cutting it into pieces, I gave it to my father. He only took a few pieces. I could see how skinny he became. Eating for him is probably painful. He won't say it, but I could see it. Your granddaughters came with me. Do you want to see them? I ask. Granddaughters? He asks me back. Yes, Sansa and Arya, Kat's children, I answer. Sansa and Arya, yes, I remember. Sansa, she looks like Kat, doesn't she? He asks, trying to remember. Yes, I call for them, I answer and prepare to leave. Edmure, he calls me out before I turn around. Yes, father, I reply. You prepared for this war, haven't you? He asks. Yes, we will win, I answer without any hesitation. I know. You never let me down. I am proud of you. Proud that I can leave everything to you, and I know you will be a better lord than I ever was. After talking with my father, I left for my chambers. It has been a long time since I have been here. Nothing much seemed to have changed. Looking at familiar servants and guards walking in the castle put my mind at ease. You have missed Elia's fifth name day, Ariane tells me. I know. I answer and undress, getting ready to go to sleep. Do you have any news? There are some bandits in the west wreaking havoc, Ariane answers. From the description, it seems to be the mountain. I don't understand what Lannisters wants for him to do here alone. To pave the path for their main forces, I reply. And probably set a trap for me. A trap? She asks. I have to go and deal with him. Otherwise, he will burn villages and farms on his way, I answer. How many are there of them? From the reports, it seems no more than 100, she informs me. There are more, I reply. Tywine wants me to go with 100 men too, to get rid of the mountain. When we reach him, we will be ambushed by at least 3 times of men than it is reported. So you won't go, right? She asks, concerned. No, I have to. Otherwise, people will start to think that I am weak or worse, scared, I explain to her. Who cares what people think, Ariane exclaims. You've been gone for so long, send other lords to deal with the mountain. I care what people are thinking, I respond. I may be their lord, but in the end, it is me who serves them. I must ensure that my people are protected, fed, and have a roof over their heads. It is my responsibility that comes with the power of being a lord. And I made a promise to your father and uncle to give the head of mountain to them. It's a good chance now to do so. Even if you know that it is a trap. She asks in anger. Even then, I respond. Don't worry. I will make preparations to win. There are no winners in the war. It's something you said once, she tells me. I am worried that our children won't even know their father. Axel and Geralt are still young, and if you were to disappear from their lives, they wouldn't even remember that you were for them in the first place. I know, I answer bitterly. I knew all too well of this, but I must do what I must do. Go take a bath. Don't think I will let you sleep on the bed while smelling like a horse, she tells me. First thing in the morning, you are going to a barber. Your hair is a mess, and don't even think of keeping that beard. What, you don't like it? I ask while pretending to be offended. You look like a tomato, she replies with a laugh. And I thought you liked tomatoes, I respond with a smile, but my smile disappears a moment later. I think you should take children and go to Dawn. Don't be ridiculous. We aren't going anywhere, Ariane responds without any hesitation. With war coming, you need my help. It will be dangerous for us all. Arya overheard Varys talking about sending faceless or sorrowful men to assassinate me, I explained to her. Then we are safest here in this castle. If you can't protect us, I don't believe anyone else will be able, she tells me. Fine, then I want you to check everyone's background, from servants to the knights that are stationed here, I tell her. Let go of everyone that we don't need. Surround children and yourself with trustworthy and capable men. I will. Now take a bath, and let's go to bed, she orders me, and I follow. The next day, I met with some lords and Patrek to discuss what measures we should take against the Lannisters. Lord Clement Piper was with his 2 sons. Sir Cale Vance came on the behest of his father. Tristan Roger, Lord Tytos Blackwood, and his eldest son Bryndon and Lord John Osbracken were gathered in this room too. You could say they are the most powerful western houses of Riverlands. Other lesser lords had come too, but they didn't have much to say most of the time. Sir Cale, what do we know of the mountain and his men? I ask. They are pillaging villages south of Mummer's Ford, and it's only a matter of time before they come to the ford, Sir Cale reports. The Mummer's Ford is secured with 100 guards and walls. He will be stopped there if he tries to take it, Lord Bracken informs us. What of Shira? There lives hundreds of small folk who will protect them. Lord Blackwood asks. It's just 100 men, give me an order, and I raise him from the ground, Lord Tully, Lord Bracken tells me. Don't be foolish. It is a trap. The Lannisters are just waiting for someone to take the bait, Patrek explains. I say, you just craven. Where is your father? Shouldn't he too be here with his men? Lord Bracken inquires. Lord Jason Mallister won't be joining us. He is to stay in Seaguard and watch for Ironborn activities. I inform everyone. Ironborn. You think they are going to do something? Lord Clement asks, concerned. It won't be a war with only us and Lannisters. The king has ordered Sir Jaime to return to King's Landing, otherwise, his head will fly. I explain. Tywine won't stand for this, especially now that his golden son has finally returned home. So Baratheons will get involved sooner or later. Starks will follow the king to war. I don't know what Vale will do, but it seems they are no friends of ours. With chaos raging in Westeros, the Ironborn will try to take revenge on their failed rebellion. And Lord Jason is someone who killed Balon Greyjohn's son. You know he won't let it go that easily. What of other lords? Lord Bracken asks. Most will join us at Riverrun, but I will leave a force at Harrenhal. I inform him. Enough of the war. What are we going to do about the mountain? Lord Blackwood asks. I will take the bait. I tell them. I will take 100 men and meet him. Sir Cale, Sir Mark, and Sir Patrek will take 150 men each and flank him. When I meet him with 100 men, the rest of his men will go from hiding to me. Then they will fall to useless. I explain the plan. Still, the mountain is Lord too. We need the king's permission to attack him. Lord Bracken tells us. Yes, but now that I think about it, nobody saw the mountain's face. How can we be sure it is him? I reply with a smile. The more I think, the more I am confident that it is just common bandits. Of course, how could a lord do something like pillaging? It is probably just any brigands. Lord Blackwood agrees with me. We don't need the king's permission to take care of some brigands now, do we? No, we don't. Patrek agrees with a laugh. Afterward, I let everyone go and told only those joining me on the hunt to stay. I made sure nobody was listening to us, and then I looked at them. They were young. I knew them personally and even fought with them. I knew I could trust them. Why you wanted for us to stay, my lord? Asks Sir Cale. They're a change of the plan. I tell them and take out 5 glass bottles from a chest nearby. I am going to Sheer. There I will meet with the mountain and lose. I will run towards Mummer's Ford for safety. The mountain will chase me. There is where you will come and attack them. If you think it is a better plan, then sure. Patrek agrees without any question. But why hide these plans from other lords? Sir Cale asks. You suspect spies among us? Sir Mark asks. Everyone has a price, and not everyone loves me. I reply, not willing to continue the discussion. What in those bottles? Patrek asks, taking one of the bottles in his hands. Wildfire, I answer. A souvenir I took from King's Landing. Patrek quickly and carefully put it down back to the table. Others backed down from the table, with their faces covered in a cold sweat. They looked at me, waiting for an explanation, but didn't dare to voice their concerns. I can't defeat the mountain, I tell them. And I don't think any of you can do it either. The mountain is a beast with a sword. He is covered in armor that, even with my Valyrian sword, would be hard to get a decent cut. So I decided that the best chance would be to burn him. No armor will protect him when wildfire covers him. I ordered them to prepare with an agreed upon plan, as we will leave with the first light tomorrow. Men need to be armed, horses readied, and so on. I needed to cut my hair and shave my beard before Arianne became angry with me. The hunt has begun, and I will see through it till the end. The mountain against the river. Arianne POV. I was again busy with work after Edmure left with men to hunt the mountain. I looked over every servant, woman, and man on their background, ensuring that my children were protected well and taking care of Stark girls. It still was just the work of a host, and there was plenty to do as Lady of Riverrun. With each day, more and more lords were entering the castle. I had to make sure there was a place for them and their men. I was entertaining them and ensuring them that Edmure would come back soon. And worst, I had to mediate between some lord who decided to see which one's cock is bigger. Somehow the most straightforward job I had was to gather information. The net of informants that Edmure established was easy enough to navigate for me. Most of them were merchants, so I could trust them to tell me things for the right amount of gold. I like when people are so simple. Ah, Lannisters, I heard they are preparing a host. The old shopkeeper at the town near Riverrun said to me after I gave him 100 gold coins. Is that so? Would know how big is that host? I ask him and throw another, a bigger bag of gold dragons, to him. I heard Lord Tywine was buying iron and other resources for about 30 and 5,000 men, maybe 40,000. It is hard to get specific numbers, he answers me with a pleasing smile. I could even see his white mustache stretching. If you have more information, send a messenger. Gold isn't something that House Tully is lacking, I tell him and leave. On the way back to the castle, I started to think of what those numbers meant. Currently, the Riverlands could only amass about 5 and 30,000 men. The dislike for sellswords was intense among the lords and small folk, so it was impossible to hire them. At best, we would have the same number of men as Lannisters. The problem is that it is known that Westerlands have the best armor and weapons to equip their men. So even with the riches of House Tully, we don't have any advantage. My father and uncle won't be able to send any men either. The only solution is to ask for the North's support, as the Vale doesn't respond to our letters. Edmure POV. It will begin soon. 100 of my men and I were organizing the evacuation of small folk to Mummer's Ford. From a third-person perspective, it would seem that we are stuck in Shire guiding stubborn small folk in leaving. It would be partially true. This town wasn't in a good position to send troops to defend. Apart from people, there wasn't much of a reason to keep this place. It would be only one of the first casualties of the upcoming war. So I commanded people living here to leave to Mummer's Ford, promising safety and food. Some younger ones eagerly listened, but older ones who had lived there since they were babes didn't want to leave and demanded protection from me. It was natural, and I hoped for such a reaction. It was the only way that the mountain would take the bait. They will think that I was stuck in this little town with just 100 men. There were already scouts that were spotted. The mountain probably is gathering his men and riding towards me at this exact moment. I don't know if he knows of the other men waiting just outside the Mummer's Ford, but either way, it was a chance to take me, and he will strike fast. While he hunts for me, the small folk will go to the holdfast for protection. My lord, we can see riders coming from the west. The vice captain of my guards reports to me. Taking the far eye, I look at the west. I could see clouds of dust rising from a distance. It was hard to see how many men were coming, but it was more than 100. I took the birdcage and released STYX. The hawk will go to Patrek, and he will know that it is time. Command people to go to the holdfast and prepare horses, quickly I order. It was the only downside of my plan. I relied on the actions of my enemy. I had calculated their speed and their numbers to give me a window to show that I was here and at the same time retreat. If the mountain doesn't take the bait and chase me, it will all be lost. I have to leave those people to die. My lord, everything is prepared. We are awaiting your orders, the vice captain informs me. We are retreating, ride to the Mummer's Ford, I give commands and hop on Rain. The mountain took the bait as he didn't even try to enter the town and instead turned towards us. The chase began. The mountain was close to our tails. We were riding along the Red Fork River, which was to the east of us. So the mountain tried to cut our only escape to the west. It was the time. I thought as I saw a hawk flying over my head. Patrek and the rest of the men were close. I had to take on the mountain now unless he decided to retreat after seeing reinforcements. It was a sharp turn. I, who was leading, turned sharply and unexpectedly to the enemy and rode to the west. As expected, the mountain and his men rode to block us. Both of our riders lost movement speed and clashed in anticlimactic force. Our position was at a disadvantage as we were half surrounded, but I planned it so from the start. The mountain was unstoppable as he cut down one man after another and went straight to me. I didn't have to cut any men as my guards did it for me and readied my lance. I had to unhorse the mountain, and I did so by driving my lance at his horse. He fell to the ground with the horse on top of him. Taking my eyes from the mountain, I looked at the rest of his men. There were numerous of them, and they rushed to aid their leader. Too bad it was too late as my reinforcements struck them from their flank. The situation was reversed in an instant. Patrek and the rest of my knights surrounded them, and the only escape left for them was the river behind me. But I made a mistake turning my eyes from the mountain, as at that moment he not only managed to get up, but he struck me with his massive great sword too. Only by reflex did I manage to lift my shield in defense. The force from the great sword managed to knock me down from my horse. I rolled and stood up as quickly as possible. Ignoring the pain coming from my back, I drew my sword and faced the mountain. Taking the second strike from him with my shield, I felt my arm numb. The shield was bent and unusable anymore, so I threw it at the mountain's head and retreated. From now on, I knew that I couldn't get hit by him. His massive great sword was just too dangerous. Even if he didn't cut my armor, the force alone could break my bones. So I dodged his third strike and fourth too. Only finding an opening on his fifth swing, cutting his arm. The wound was deep but not life-threatening to the mountain. It didn't even slow him down. After dozens of his swings, I only managed to cut him twice more, once on the leg and a small cut on this stomach. It was hard to cut through his armor. And I had to watch my surroundings and defend against other men of the mountain. My fight brought me to the river. There was nowhere for me to retreat anymore. The mountain realized that too and laughed. He stopped to look at me like I was a cornered rat. But I was a rat with the means to bite back. I used the moment he stopped, pulling back my chest plate and taking 2 glasses of liquid fire from there. My armor was designed to have soft insides just for this battle. It wasn't strong as usual plate armor, but it was lighter, and it was the only way for the glasses not to break. The mountain looked at the bottles with faint interest but dismissed them and charged at me once again. I threw both of the glasses at his chest, and the liquid spread to his armor as they broke. But the wildfire didn't ignite. It was my mistake for thinking it would burst in fire the moment of contact. I paid for that mistake when I had to block the mountain with my sword. The difference in strength was too much. My sword and arms were batted away like it was nothing. Knowing there wasn't any other choice but step to the water, away from the mountain. What I didn't expect was when our swords clashed, it produced sparks. Those sparks ignited the wildfire on the mountain's armor. The wildfire created a small explosion that knocked me back. As I got up from the water, I could hear the screams of the mountain, screams of agony. I looked at him, trashing and swinging his sword without any control until he dropped the great sword. With sounds of burning flesh, I saw him running towards me. Quickly taking my sword and jumping out of his way, I saw him throwing himself into the river. Just as I was about to follow and finish him, I felt a strain on my ankle. Edmure Patrek rode next to me and called me out. "Are you all right?" "I think I sprained my ankle." "Aside from that, I am fine," I answer and look at the river where mountain was supposed to be. "Should we try to catch him?" Patrek asks. "No, if he survives, he survives. It is pointless to catch the river flow," I reply to him. "It seems we got everyone else." "Yes, few strangles managed to escape, but they won't be able to run far," he reports. "Let's clean this up and go back to River on," I command. With the help of Patrek, I walked to the battleground and looked around. The men who came with to act as bait were the only casualties of this clash. Otherwise, we wiped the mountain's men without losing too much. Horses and men alike lay down on the ground. Blood flowing toward the river. Escape. Edard POV. It was my mistake. If only I had said the truth to Robert the moment I found about it. I should have ridden to him and told it. But I waited for him to come back. I wanted more evidence, and I delayed. Now Robert had returned as a corpse. There was nothing for me to do anymore. I have failed. It was in the book, all along. The seed is strong. Jonarin warned, but nobody understood, nobody listened. It was so obvious. I didn't want to believe it at first, but now the truth didn't matter anymore. Robert is dead. He has fallen from his horse, they say. I doubt it. "Lord Stark, I ask you again to surrender," Lord Baelish asked me. "It is more of demand than anything else." "I wonder," I reply to him. "Do you remember what happened last time, when a Stark died in King's Landing?" "It was a different time, different king," Baelish responds. "One king falls, another rises," I tell him. "Do you think the boy will stay a king for long?" "It isn't for me to decide those things," Lord Stark Baelish replies. Surrender, and I promise to leave your men alive. I don't believe you will, I reply to him. Tell me, had I any chance to win? You should have gone home while you could, Lord Stark Baelish tells me. You know the truth, don't you? I ask. You should have, as I didn't even have a chance to see the king before you surrounded the tower. You conspired to deny the birthright of Joffrey Baratheon. You should have expected this, Baelsey informs me. My lord, the passage is secured, Jory informs me in a quiet voice that only I could hear. I won't wait any longer, Lord Stark. It is your last time to surrender, Baelish tells me. If I surrender, I will be used as a hostage against my son. I can't let that happen. I reply to him and then turn back to Jory. Burn down the tower. As you wish, my lord, Jory responds and takes a torch. I took a last look at the Tower of the Hand. If only I had not been so evident in talking to servants about the time of birth of royal children. Of course, Cersei would have found about it. She didn't even care to take a risk and ordered my capture when it was confirmed that Robert had died. Now I had no choice but to run. Jory, Harwin, you will come with me, I order them. The rest of you, go in groups of 3 and run for all the gates of the city. I, my lord, my men, who have come with me, answer. I am sorry. You had to follow a foolish lord like me, I tell them, and take one last look at their faces. It was an honor to have you by my side. It was our honor, my lord, they reply. The fire started to spread, from curtains to tables and chairs. The tower will burn in no time at all. Once we entered the passage under the tower, the fire was over our head. Edmure has found this passage. It wasn't as old as I expected. The walls didn't look brittle, and the passage was exceptionally clean for it to be hundreds of years old. We exited at the Château's brothel. One by one, all my men were gathered there. The brothel was empty, or it at least seemed like that. All of us had our cloaks on, hiding our faces and bodies, and left to the streets. I knew most of them wouldn't survive, but I couldn't save them. I led Jory and Harwin to the harbor, along with the shadows of the streets. King's Landing was in chaos. Men in gold cloaks ran everywhere. I could hear screams for help from all directions. Through the flea bottom, we went. People here hid in their shacks or crevices in the walls. Nobody dared to come out and check what was happening. Just when we left this place and entered the harbor area, 5 men in gold cloaks stopped us. Whose goes there? One of them asks, and I put my hand to the handle of ice. Show your faces, another orders us. Why are you even asking? We should kill them, a portly-looking man says. The king said to kill all suspicious men. The king is dead, the first man replies. Does it matter? We were paid to kill them all. Maybe one of them is Stark. Do you know how much gold we get bringing his head to the king? The portly-looking man responds, and the first man then turns to face him in disgust. Show your faces, the first man tells after turning back to us, and I do as he asks. It would be hard to fight with obscured sight. Dark hair, grey eyes, the portly man says. It seems we are going to be rich boys. I drew my sword, but before I could even swing it, the first man who talked to us stabs the portly man. The other looked at him with surprise. It was too late for them to do anything, as Jory and Harwin pierced them with their swords. My sword killed the last man. After that, I turned to the first man. Go, he tells us. Why? I ask. I still remember what happened last time a Stark was killed there, he answers. I remember my mother being raped and killed at the sacking. Now I have a daughter. I do not wish for history to repeat itself. So go, and please don't come back. After saying that, he turns back and leaves. I didn't have time to question him more, and we went on our way too. The harbor was the only place where I could find a way to escape. A man with greedy eyes was waiting for us at his shop. He only took a glance at us and told us to follow him. I didn't let go of the hilt of my sword. We went to the basement of the shop. It was a dark and dusty place, filled with human-sized stone statues of animals. The shopkeeper went to an owl statue and opened it from behind. I looked at the sight, surprised. I have never seen an empty stone statue. How could that be possible? How can a man carve inside of the stone? Go inside. The gold cloaks will come here at any moment, the shopkeeper tells us. In the past few weeks, since Sir Edmure left the city, I saw some man lingering at my shop. They know that Sir Edmure was here, so they will come looking. Very well, I agree with him. After squeezing inside the owl statue, the shopkeeper closed it. There were 2 small holes for me to see through. I saw Jory and Harwin getting inside a fox and dog statues. There wasn't much space inside to move. The shopkeeper left afterward. I had to trust him. Edmure has left a letter explaining that his man would help me escape if there is a need. Staying in the dark, I could not help but think. My thoughts went to dark places as I wondered about the actions of others. Renly came to me the moment he heard of Robert's death. After I refused him to capture the children and work together, he ran away. I don't know if Cersei captured him or not. Baelish, for the longest of time, tried to befriend me. I knew he was a suspicious man, so it wasn't surprising that he controlled the gold cloaks and tried to capture me. But, that portly-looking man told us that if I were killed, he would be rewarded. Why? Didn't they need me alive? It didn't make sense unless it wasn't Cersei who ordered it. What about Stannis? I had to tell him the truth. He is the rightful king now. But why has he not shown himself in King's Landing even when I asked him? He didn't reply to any of my letters. Unless he knew, of course, he knew. It was him who went with Jon Arryn to check on the bastards. But if he knew, why has he run away? It can be as simple as he was afraid. He was a man hardened by wars. He starved himself for almost a year for his brother. Now he was afraid of Cersei. It didn't sound like him. If he knew the truth, why has he not told anyone? Has he abandoned Robert? I heard that they didn't have good relations with each other. Stannis should have known I was in King's Landing. He could have asked for my help, but he didn't. Then does it mean he wanted for this to happen? Robert was still young. He could have married another woman and had a son. But then Stannis wouldn't be the heir anymore. Has he planned for the death of his brother? With Robert gone and me revealing the truth, he would be the new king. What he wanted all along? Those thoughts didn't leave me. One doubt after another piled in my mind. It weighed me down. Was I to make such a man the new king? A man who would abandon his brothers, who would better watch the city burn rather than forgone his right. But he was rightful king, now that Robert is dead. Damn it all. Why have you gone to that hunting? Why didn't I go with you, Robert? It was my fault. I let you down, didn't I, Robert? What should I do now? I asked, but I knew that nobody could ever answer me. Only I had to make the decision. Decisions that could doom Westeros. Who else could be the king, if not Stannis? Renly was an idealistic man who fought with words. I didn't doubt his abilities in times of peace. He would be a good king, but could he take the throne? I doubt it. What other option did I have? I couldn't leave Joffrey to do as he wished. Jon, he was rightful heir too. But he is just a boy. Wait, is that why Edmure asked for him? Did he know it too? Edmure has taken action against Lannister for a long time. Has he known the truth all along? He used me all this time. Ha, who hasn't used me at this time? What a fool I am. Edmure foresaw this. That is why he asked for Jon, and I gave him. Why shouldn't I? It was for Jon's future. Why shouldn't I have trusted him? Edmure brought fortune to the north. It was more prosperous than ever. Stop wasting time. Lead the way. I heard a voice coming to the basement. As I said before, there's nobody inside. The shopkeeper's voice was heard too. A light has shone through the basement. From the holes in the statue, I could see men in gold cloaks going inside. Their torches were lighting over the shadows. Looking at every corner and after not finding anything turned back. As you can see, there's nothing there beside my statues, the shopkeeper tells them. Why do you have those weird statues anyway? A voice I recognize asks. It was Janos Slynt. To sell, of course, why else? The shopkeeper answers. In a couple of days, they going be shipped to Bravos. Sea Lord likes to collect that kind of things. I wonder what would happen if they were broken, Janos says. Then you could tell your king why Sea Lord of Bravos is furious with him. Those statues were already paid for, and they were waiting for them to be picked, the shopkeeper informs everyone. We know you met with Edmure Tully before. What are you hiding? Janos asks. I am a merchant, with contacts to Bravos and other cities of Essos. Sir Edmure was very interested in them, shopkeeper answers. Now you see, there's nobody. Are you going to harass me more, or are you going to leave? Fine, Janos says and pushes away the shopkeeper before leaving. The shopkeeper went after them. After that, I relaxed. The day was long, and in many ways, painful. Once I closed my eyes and relaxed, darkness engulfed me. Demands. Brown POV. I sat at the court with the rest of my family, overlooking the people gathered there. The great hall was dark and gloomy. The news of Lannister's gathering men reached us a couple of weeks ago. Mother said that there was nothing to worry about it for now. Uncle Edmure will take care of it. But now, it was different. A letter from King's Landing arrived today. Mayor Stillowin handed the letter to Rob, and he was staring at it for a couple of minutes now. Rob was quiet, not letting out any word from his mouth. The king is dead, finally Rob spoke. King Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name, demands me to come to King's Landing and swear loyalty of the Starks to him. What? The mother asks for confirmation. What of Ned? My lord and lady, if Lord Stark were in the King's Landing, King Joffrey would have asked him to have a pledge of his loyalty, Mayor Stillowin informed us. And if they are asking me to do so, it means my father isn't in King's Landing, Rob says. What are you going to do, Rob? Theon asks him. I will go to them as they demand, Rob answers. You can't, Rob, mother started to plead. If the new king doesn't mention of Ned, it could only mean one thing. I know, Rob replies. That's why I won't go alone. I will bring every lord of the north and their men to find out the truth. Call the banners, Mayor Stillowin. Mother looked shocked at Rob's words, and Theon had a smile on his face. I, on the other hand, got nervous. If Rob leaves, I would have to act as a Stark of Winterfell, and another family member would be leaving. It didn't feel right. I felt like everyone was leaving me behind, one by one. Blood for blood, Theon said without his smile for the first time. Gather all the men we can in Winterfell, tell other lords to join me at the Moat Cailin, Rob orders, Mayor Stillowin. Who will be left to guard Winterfell? Sir Roderick asks. You will be left with 100 men, Rob replies. You can train a new guard. Walder will be the new captain of guards, at least till we return. Walder is old Nan's grandson. A giant of a man, but with a gentle heart. He was strong, but he cared for animals more than a sword. I wouldn't say I liked that such a man had to take so much responsibility. I wouldn't say I liked that I had to take even more responsibility. Father had told us that we could gather almost 1,000 men in a day in Wintertown alone. Others from nearby villages would flood to us after hearing the news. With new roads, armies of men can travel faster and easier. Edmure POV. I looked at the feast. The lords I wanted have gathered here. We were celebrating my victory. But it didn't last long, as Master Vimen ran towards me and handed me a letter. I could guess what it was about and only wondered why it didn't come sooner. My lords, I call them out. I have grave news. The king is dead. There were many exclamations from surprise to anger. Looking at the older lords, I saw that they understood what it meant. There is no one to stop this war anymore. Some might like that, but most of them thought that King Robert would interfere before it was too late. That not all, I continue. King Joffrey Baratheon, the first of his name, demands us to lay our weapons down and answer for our crimes against the Iron Throne. It didn't say precisely that, but it was close enough. I could see that now my lords and knights became angry. Who wouldn't? Someone comes and attacks our home, and we are the ones who have to answer for our crimes. It was a ridiculous notion, but what can you expect from Cersei? This is my answer, I say to men gathered there, and then take a candle and burn the letter. The Lannisters think they can order us around like we are sheep to them. But these are our lands, our waters that they came to take and burn. We will not stand this kind of behavior against us. We will fight, and we will win. Who do the Lannisters think they are? Lord Blackwood raises his voice first. Let them come. We will show what we are capable of, Lord Piper adds. We are river lords. These lions will have first to learn how to swim before taking our lands, Lord Roger says in anger. My lords, I spoke. It is time to show our worth. Joffrey Baratheon may be the king, but he can't act unaccountably. It seems that his father had not taught him well. The last time a king acted like that, he was overthrown. It can happen again. My words rang through the hall. I could see them contemplating it. They had to understand that we are rebels now, and this is a rebellion. It would be hard to accept it at other times, but now the Lannisters left no other choice. If we are fucked anyway, why not show why you shouldn't mess with us first? At night I was lying in my bed, reading a book, when that cat showed up again. It was a black kitten, full of mischief in its eyes. It liked to annoy me the most. It was getting inside my solar, knocking my papers to the ground, far too often. I couldn't do much about it, as it was Elia's cat. I could not take it away from her. Now it jumped on the bed and meowed at me. Next to me, Arianne picked the cat in her arms and started petting it. After a few moments, I realized where this was going. That beast won't sleep on the bed, I said. Don't worry. He won't bother you, Arianne replies. He can stay by my side. I don't want any fleas on my bed, I respond. He is clean. Elia takes good care of him, Arianne tells me. Damn it, fine, I agree after seeing Arianne's unyielding eyes. But if it wakes me up at night, I will throw it out of the chambers. And if in doing so, you wake me up, I will throw you out of the chambers, Arianne replies, with a dangerous smirk. I didn't say anything to that. I might be the lord of the castle soon, but Arianne will always be able to order me around in the chambers. Letting out a sigh, I blew out the candle next to the bed and turned to sleep. It was in the middle of the night when that damn cat awakened me. Pressing its paws at my chest and then laying on top of me. As quietly as I could, I picked the cat up and stepped out of bed. The cat meowed at me in dissatisfaction. Just as I was going to step toward the door, I heard it creaking and open. No one would be stupid enough to try to enter without permission first, not even my children. Just as the door started to open, the chain attached to it stopped it. Without thinking much anymore, I took a dagger from the top of the table next to the bed. Then the doors were broken down. Looking at the man that barged in my chambers, I saw a big man. He was a head taller than me, had a broad chest and muscled arms. Ed Muir. Arianne asked for me as she woke up. The moment he gives a chance for you to escape, do so, I tell her. It was dark in the room. Only the moonlight illuminated my chambers. At best, I could only see the man's shadowy figure. I didn't know what kind of weapon he had, of how many of them he had. I put my guard up, holding my dagger up. I am sorry, the man spoke and charged at me. I stepped out of his reach. A sword reflected the moonlight as I dodged it. Just as the man stepped out of the door, Arianne leaped out of bed and ran. The guards in the corridor were killed if they still didn't show up after hearing the commotion. So it was up to Arianne to find someone to help me. The man moved fast. It wasn't easy to dodge his attacks. Suppose I didn't know my chambers that well. The assassin would have killed me already. I moved backward again, grabbing the chair I knew was here and throwing it at the man. It made contact, and I used that moment to slash open his right arm. But it was a mistake. He grabbed my neck with his left hand when he dropped his sword. He lifted me up and then pressed me to the wall. I couldn't breathe. Only after stabbing his hand a few times with my dagger did he let me go. On the ground, I tried to gather my breath. With both of his arms injured, he still charged at me. I didn't have the energy to take him head-on, so I rolled out of his way. Where were the guards? They should have been mobilized already. Looking at the man still rushing at me, I knew there was no way to win. So I ran. Through the door, I leaped and ran through the corridor. I saw dead guards lying on the ground. Bending down, I picked up a sword from one of them. The man was fast and would catch me up to me, that I knew. So when I turned to the corner, I stopped and waited. I heard his heavy footsteps getting closer. Just as he turned the corner, I met him with a sword. He tried to dodge it, but he couldn't avoid it entirely, no matter how fast he was. A slash across his chest appeared. The man didn't scream as blood flowed, but he did step back. I jumped at him and drove my sword through him. He grabbed the sword and pushed himself to me with his remaining strength. After getting close to me, he grabbed my neck and tried to strangle me. As I lost more and more strength and felt hopeless, a sword cut down the man's head off. As I coughed on the ground, trying for the second time this night to gather my breath, Ariane came and helped me up. She brought 3 guards with her. "Are all right, my lord?" one of them asks. "I am fine," I answered. "Does any of you recognize the man?" "No, my lord," they shook their heads and answered me. "Get someone to clean this up," I order them. "Double the patrol and guard." "As you command," they respond. "You sure, you all right?" Ariane asks me. "He didn't manage to injure me," I reply. "So what Arya said was true," Ariane tells me. "Varys sent this man." "Yes," I reply. "But to everyone else, it was the Lannisters who did it." "I see," she nodded. After cleaning the mess up and ordering guards to check for anyone else suspicious, I left to rest. Tomorrow the rest of the lords will hear of this. They will demand to march against the Lannisters. I will accept those demands.